Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 251-255. Valentines. V. Ritska hummed as he balanced the pencil between his upper lip and his nose, eyes still staring ahead of himself for a few moments. Then freed the pencil from its nest and pointed towards Berserker. What about a new desk? Berserker looked at him oddly for a few moments. Not that Ritska entirely blamed him for that reaction, even to him that sounded rather absurd for a Valentine's Day present. At this point, he figured it would have just made more sense to melt down some chocolate and sculpt it into a fancy design. That was the plan he was running with. Did her old one break? No. Then why would she need a new one? All he could offer was a weak shrug of the shoulders and a strained smile. Berserker's frown deepened. He reached up and cupped his chin for a few moments before perking up as if deciding upon an idea. What about a desk made of chocolate? Ritska opened his mouth to reply, then stopped. He thought on it, then thought on it a little longer. Drawing his lips thin, he slowly shook his head from side to side. You know, suddenly, I don't think it would be a good idea to give her a chocolate with a theme related to work, given that she already does a lot of that. I mean, I'd assume it was someone's effort at a joke if they gave that to me. With a tilted head, the brows of Berserker furrowed, confusion dancing through his face as he spoke the next words slowly. But you wanted to give her a desk, isn't that to do with her work? Yeah, he admitted with a sigh. Forget it. I don't think that the desk idea is going to pan out so, Standing up, he brought the pencil up and drummed it against the side of his head as he paced back and forth. He wasn't sure if he could literally beat his brain into working and generating ideas, but he was sure as heck going to give it a go. If the best they could come up with was a chocolate-shaped desk after so long brainstorming, then they really were in trouble. A grumble from the blonde, Ritska turned his eyes to see the servant slump on the table with his head firmly held between his hands. A rather hopeless expression slapped over his features that made him look a bit like a kicked puppy. Hey, don't give up just yet. He called out to them, folding his arms. We're just in a rough patch for ideas at the moment, but it will definitely get better. I'm certain of that. We just need a little bit of inspiration on the matter, then we will definitely find the right idea. Raising his eyes, Berserker locked the heterochromatic gaze on him. Then his head slowly nodded up and down, pulling his hands away from his temples and dropping them onto the table. If you say so, but I'm starting to wonder if I can really do something like this. I can't make anything, and I don't think that will change between the few days we have left. His initial response would have been to say that Berserker was wrong and that there would be plenty of time. Except that wasn't true. They didn't have a lot of time, and certainly not long enough for Berserker to become a master of the arts, not if he wanted to be able to provide gifts with everyone else, and, tragic as it was to say, Ritska couldn't invest so much time into a Valentine's gift for one person. Not with him needing to invade and occupy the kitchens in the future and work with Sigward. Though, for whatever reason, Sigward had told him that he was forbidden from entering the cafeteria between certain hours. Ritska wasn't all that stupid. He figured that someone was making something and they wanted to keep it a surprise. So he humored the request and stayed out of the cafeteria, this being during such hours. With a snap of the fingers, he unfolded his arms and pointed to the servant. I think you're right, but then again, who said a Valentine's gift has to be something physical? It could be intangible as well. Berserker looked and then squinted. Intangerine. A snort escaped him, his lip curled up. Intangible. It means that it's something that doesn't actually exist. You can't hold it, so in this case it would be something like an outing. Maybe. The director could use a break from all the work, and Valentine's would definitely serve for that. So then, I am to wait for the day and then steal her. Berserker looked somewhat bewildered as he spoke. Ritska blinked. Well, don't do that. I mean, go to her and then ask if she'd like to accompany you somewhere, though where is there in Chaldea that you could go in the first place? He drummed the pencil on his chin. Simulator has those little resources for downtime, courtesy of Kirsty. Ritska closed his eyes and sighed. Wodime. The rolling of balls, yes. Berserker folded his arms and smiled. That was rather enjoyable. Though I believe I might have made some blunders. Yes. He had thrown the balls initially. One or two, but that just makes it memorable. Ritsuka excused, waving his hand and smiling. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be enjoyable for everyone involved. That's the essence of what a date is. What does the day have to do with anything? Date. Yes, a slow nod of the head. The numbered days. What did they have to do with anything? It's just what people call outings between two people. Pulling his hand up, he rubbed at his forehead as he tried to explain it in such a way that wouldn't come across as trying to push people together. Sometimes there's romance involved, but it can be between friends and stuff. Berserker rolled his lips and looked down. I do not think I am friends with Olga. That was depressing. Just think of this as a chance to become friends with her. He immediately dismissed the dour take on the situation and supplanted it with a more positive one. You're going to be working together in the future, we all are, so just think of this as a friends bonding exercise. Besides, I'm sure that the director does care about you. Berserker looked far from convinced, but he wasn't outright rejecting the idea at least. Shuffling forwards, the servant wet his lips before speaking. So then, what does a person normally do on these outings between friends? Anything. Ritsuka shrugged, sitting himself down into the chair opposite the berserker. Can literally be anything. Some people make these really long plans for them while others just go in and improvise things off the top of their head. Spur of the moment type of characters, really. I've had some experience with both of the sorts of people. So you have been on lots of dates. Ritsuka stared and felt his smile turn a little brittle. Just take my advice and don't think too much about it. He replied instead of giving an answer, coughing into his fist and laying his hands flat on the table, setting aside the pencil he had originally been using to write down ideas. The blank piece of paper sitting between the two of them served as a mocking reminder for how well that had gone. Though now he had a reason to use the pencil. Alright, so, the best thing to do with dates is find out what sort of person you are and what works well for you. Now tell me, Berserker, are you good at planning? No. The sudden reply left him at a brief loss. Never mind the plans then, Ritsuka muttered, pushing the paper and the pencil away to one side. To his credit, Berserker looked a little apologetic, but there was really nothing that could be done about it. Forcing a plan onto someone who couldn't plan was never going to end well for anyone. What do we know about the director? Berserker looked thoughtful for a moment, then brought his hand up and cupped his chin. With the expression of a deep thinker who would have stood shoulder to shoulder among the likes of Plato and Socrates, the berserker leaned forwards and, with the confidence that was almost without match, he declared with a loud voice. She controls stars. Ritsuka kept his face blank. Berserker continued to stare at him with that same expression of confidence. A subtle sense of pride in the eyes of the servant showcased just how pleased they were with their answer. Drumming his fingers on the table for a few moments, Ritsuka eventually hummed and nodded his head up and down. Can't fault you there, I guess. Berserker nodded with a pleased grin. But setting her astronomy powers aside, Ritsuka made a gesture with his hand. I mean, what do we know about her personally? This time, Berserker was more silent. I'm not sure. I know she is confident, she is very forward-looking. Brave. Respectful. Ritsuka just sat back and listened as the servant started to list more and more things, the feeling of his brows creeping higher and higher up his forehead the longer the list went on. Came next. Evidently Calamate had a rather inflated view of the director to the point where he was actually debating whether or not the servant saw her without a ray of light shining down on her. Still, it was decidedly better than the idea of them disliking her. How wonderful. The two of them paused. Those words came from neither of them. Gradually, their heads turned to the right and then craned upwards slightly. With a gentle smile, Kiyohime looked down at them, her eyes moving between one and then onto the other. Lingering on Calamate before she flipped her fan closed with a deft movement, gesturing towards the berserker with a rather soft expression. I see that you have given much thought to this person. It is a rather beautiful thing to witness, especially so close to an important day. Her eyes darted away from Berserker and onto him, a flash through them and her smile broadened just a little. Stepping to the side of the table, she lowered herself down into the chair near them and placed the fan against her chin. And yet, does this woman know you think of all these things for her? Have you declared your true thoughts to her? Calamate shuffled for a moment and then looked down to the table. Not recently. A light frown, the girl leaned forwards and tapped her fan against the front of Berserker's head a single time. That will not do, she declared with a hint of chiding. Such a thing comes dangerously close to lying. If you do not speak your true feelings from the heart and without shame, then how can you say you care for this woman? Ultimately, you lie to yourself if you are not being open with all that you wish to say. Kiyohime smiled. That is why I never hold anything back from Anshin-sama. Ritsuka cupped his chin. She has a point. Though sometimes there is an issue of confidence. A thoughtful look flashed across the face of the girl. She glanced to Berserker for a few moments and then made a small sound, as if seeing him for the first time, then looked back towards Ritsuka. Yes, perhaps it would be best for something more subtle. Kiyohime muttered, fan opening up once more and her eyes squinting. When did you first feel these things for her? Berserker looked up. Your emotions, these feelings of pride and respect, no, perhaps much more. This feeling of beauty, when was it that they first gripped your very heart? She leaned forwards, lowering the fan. Her eyes roamed over the servant as though scrutinizing every aspect of them. What was it you saw that made you feel this way? Berserker looked down, his hands clasped together on the table. I saw, he paused for a moment, looking up and staring between the two of them, then back down. I saw something unthinkable. I looked at her, and saw the stars. Kiyohime watched for a moment, then leaned back and smiled. How truly romantic. Such a poetic thing. Ritsuka, however, knew better than to think it was poetry. He had read the full report of the Scandinavian singularity and knew exactly what it was that Berserker was talking about. Yet to hear them speak of it in such a way was a bit surprising for him. He would have assumed the moment would have been much earlier, but perhaps it was the actions that spoke louder than words. Then again, he would have been in awe at someone dropping meteors on his head as well. And more than a little terrified, truth be told. His eyes widened, and he snapped his fingers. That's it. Both berserkers perked up and looked at him. Ritsuka leaned forwards. You were looking at this as to what you can give the director and I have it. She showed you something that only she could do, which means that I think you need to show her something that only you could really do. Only, I can do. A tilt of the head, Berserker furrowed his brows, then looked to Kiyohime for further support. Ritsuka turned as well, a bit relieved to see the girl nodding her head along. It is exactly as Anshin-sama says. The girl declared, pointing the fan towards Berserker's face. This woman showed you something that was such an unforgettable experience. As such, if you wish to get your true feelings across to her and show her exactly how much this means to you, then it is only right that you do the same. You must make her see and experience an event that she can never forget. Berserker looked down at the table, though this was without indecision. Ritsuka could see the thoughts brimming in the eyes of the servant. Then his head came up, a moment later he was standing up. I must speak with Roman. Turning around, Berserker made for the door, then paused and looked back. A smile crept onto his face. Thank you, brother, sister. I shall be back soon. And then he was out of the door, leaving Ritsuka and Kiyohime alone in the common room. Ritsuka looked to Kiyohime, then raised a brow. How long were you there, anyway? Then his head came up, a moment later he was standing up. I must speak with Roman. Turning around, Berserker made for the door, then paused and looked back. A smile crept onto his face. Thank you, brother, sister. I shall be back soon. And then he was out of the door, leaving Ritsuka and Kiyohime alone in the common room. Ritsuka looked to Kiyohime, then raised a brow. How long were you there, anyway? Kiyohime blinked, then let out a soft chuckle. Not for long. I merely sensed the topic of love being discussed and sought it out. When I sensed you were involved, I feared the worst, but to see you helping someone find their own heart, it was a magnificent thing. You helped too, he pointed out, standing up as well. It would have probably taken me and him quite a while to get to that point. Thanks for that. You're most welcome, Anshin-sama. Perhaps he expected something a little more overbearing, but for whatever reason, the girl quickly rose up from her seat and shot him another gentle smile. If there is nothing else, Anshin-sama, I shall be on my way. He blinked, a little taken aback by her actions. Watching as she ventured towards the door and stepped through it, leaving the common room and himself alone. She was probably saving herself for Valentine's Day, he decided. It was supposed to be a casual event. Really, she expected very little to come from it at all. Perhaps with a little help she would have it wrapped up within a single afternoon, and then the completed plan could be taken to Uncle Gwendolyn and he could prepare everything. So then, how did it go from being something she enjoyed to being a literal nightmare for her? Streamers and fairy lights, a swift declaration from Astolfo, smiling from ear to ear and clearly just wanting to say something to be a part of the discussion. If it could be called a discussion. Someone take this man's eyes, for he clearly does not use them. Nero shot back, looking towards the writer as though he had spoken the greatest of heresies. A violent move, but it was not long before another stepped up and launched their own verbal counter-argument. It is hardly as though your own plans have held some great amount of merit. She winced at the tone used by the individual and purposefully avoided looking towards them. It was awkward enough when her father entered the room, and since then, he had been anything but silent on the matter. Or is adorning the room with idolatry of yourself a common practice for mortals on a day that has little to do with them? If there is to be any form of worship in this event, then I would put forth the motion that I venture that Steam, the metal man, Babbage, tried to get his own words in. We're holding a dance, not a punk rave. Mozart was swift with the counter-attack, looking at the man with an aghast expression. Steam is not limited to raves. We're trying to make an afternoon of fun, not choke out the guests. Are you trying to murder them? It's steam, not toxic gas. That is just a sauna. Martha stepped forwards, bringing up her hands and waving them down in an effort to calm the room. Though her own expression was tense enough, acting as some manner of mediator for the dispute had caused visible strain to appear on her. Well, it was visible to Hanleth. She could feel the irritation bubbling within the woman, even if she did not show it. We are trying to assemble a nice little evening, not create a den of depravity. Nero let out a thunderous cheer. In that case, I shall wholeheartedly support the idea of Babbage. I believe that it would. You even think about turning this party into an orgy and we are going to have problems. A pout from the Emperor, arms folded over as she looked over at the saint. You are far too stiff. That is the whole point of this evening, for a chance to loosen up and become relaxed. I believe it would do you a great deal of wonder to find a nice fellow or woman to share your bed for an evening. Martha did not dignify that with a response. Instead she sent the coldest of glares at the Emperor before ignoring her completely and returning her attention to the room as a whole. We can agree that this should remain as a casual dance and nothing more. Anything of the sort that is indecent can occur within your own time and with consenting individuals. That is all I need to say on the matter. Hanleth rolled her lips inwards. She was familiar with the notion of what Emperor Nero had suggested, and they were quite correct. Such parties were frequently used by those who wished to unwind, and there was some merit in them being used for relaxation. Then again, she very much doubted that the climate of Chaldea would have been all too welcoming of that little notion. Can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I'm with the lass on this one. Eyes turned towards the druid in the corner. C.U. Chilane, the caster, leaned against the wall with his arms folded over his chest and eyes shut. The silence persisted. Eventually he cracked open a single crimson orb and flattened his features, a grunt and a shrug. What? All right. I like a party as much as the next guy, but we don't want anyone ending up dead by the end of the night, do we? Some of these guys have work in the morning and, well. He trailed off, then formed a smirk. I tend to leave a lasting impression. We want people capable of walking about, don't we? Someone made a groan of disgust at the crass comment, but she wasn't sure who. But we're forgetting something important with all this talk of decorations and stuff, so I'm gonna come right out and say it. With a hardened face, the caster opened both his eyes and squinted them. What are we doing about booze? Because we're gonna need a supply run if we hope to make this night fun. Martha exhaled and pinched the bridge of her nose, shaking her head from side to side. But no one was truly surprised by the words of the caster. Hanlith nodded her head along with the words of the man. That was another important component to a party. She had never really seen one in which there was not the option for alcohol. While she never truly participated in it herself, there was no denying that it was enjoyable for humans and her brethren. Leaning towards Chris, she dropped her voice into a low mutter. Write that down. Her friend looked down at her for a moment, a dull look in her gaze that told her that they had been asleep until she disturbed them. With an apologetic shrug of the shoulders and a nervous smile, Hanlith looked to them for a moment longer. Chris eventually relented and rolled her eyes in frustration, but did drag the pen across the paper before dropping it on the table and letting it roll away. Her eyes closed once more and she melted back into the chair, folding her arms and making an effort of going back to sleep. With that done, her focus returned to the room as the conversation progressed. It's a staple of a good night. A good night in a tavern, perhaps, but some of those going to the party are youths. Martha argued, a stern frown on her face as she looked around the room. I refused to watch over the likes of our master slumped out over a table and drooling into the floor because he was gifted one too many ales. Silence greeted her. With narrowed eyes, she squinted at the room and looked around to all of them for a couple of seconds, clearly noting the lack of an answer. Hanlith noticed it as well, perking up. A second or two later, it clicked in the face of the rider, her eyes closed and her lips rolled inwards. When, while I would not be one to spread idle gossip, the tall man adorned in white robes and long navy blue hair stepped forwards, a thin smile on his face that was a touch teasing. I do recall a small rumor afloat about an incident regarding Francis Drake during a singularity, as well as the usage of a blessing of a certain goddess being used as a cure. Someone snorted in the back of the room. At least, she assumed it was a snort. The alternative was that it was a roar of a small beast. She jolted and whipped her head to the source. Her uncle was in the corner of the room, arms folded over his chest and with a flicker of mirth in his eyes. They swept down for a moment and his head lowered a touch. The amusement in his voice remained as he spoke. A blessing used as a cure for a hangover. Certainly a rather trivial use, but I can see the benefit. Especially if one needs the mind to be sharp within a moment. Flan let out a scoff. Only you could condone such disrespectful uses of the gifts of the gods. Hanlith cringed at the exchange. A weight settled on her shoulder, a blink and she looked down at the warm touch and looking at the hand, then raising her eyes up towards the blonde who had somehow found himself beside her without even noticing. She recalled his name was Nud. Nuada. Something along those lines. The silver arm made him quite distinctive, as well as the divine aura about him. With a comforting smile aimed for her, the man brought his head up and stepped past her towards the room, entering the fray. We can settle this without insults. He waved his hand. The matter of our master and his past aside, I support the notion of Martha and Satanta. We can make room for some of the stronger brews for those with self-control, while allowing for those who do not wish to partake the option for some watered-down drink. A moment of silence, then he glanced between Martha and C.U. Chilane. Then who was Satanta? Was that the blue-haired guy's name? That was odd. Makes sense. C.U. Chilane agreed with a nod of the head. Martha looked pensive for a few moments, then nodded in assent. Excellent. Nud let out a small sigh of relief. With that, I can venture that perhaps what we need is some delegation. Our numbers have rise and, quite frankly, we are operating as a gang of party-planning thugs, each desperate for the chance to throw an idea into the mix with all the subtlety of a punch. Another pause. Meaning no offense, I am grateful to see so many are passionate about this, but it is clear we shall never be capable of satisfying every idea. Thus I propose that we turn our attention to the aspects we feel more strongly towards and then work from that point. This way, we can all contribute in some small factor. Nud folded his arms, smiling all the while. This is not a party for ourselves alone, it is a day in which the bonds between us, some closer and others, are celebrated. Rather, it would be better suited if we were to lock arms and ideas, forging ahead to make this day something truly representative of what we are all working towards. Slowly, his head turned towards her. With that said, where shall we start, Hanlith? She blinked, then glanced around the room and started to feel herself shrink a little. The eyes of everyone were upon her. Hanlith felt a strong desire to learn the chameleon spell and then vanish into the world, yet as the seconds ticked past, there was a lack of sudden learning which granted her the ability to do that. Clearing her throat, she shuffled and slowly rose up from her seated position and glanced around. All right, yes. More silence. I think that, Nero should help with the design. She hastily blurted out, pointing towards the emperor in question before she could really figure out what she was doing. At this point, she resorted to just working off her gut instinct and who would have the most fun at what post. Whether that turned out to be the right choice, well. A pleased hum from the emperor, the woman swung her gaze across the room with a hint of smugness. As expected, even a goddess would understand that when it comes to entertainment and venues for the public, I am an individual without peer. And you will work with her. Huh. The individual in question glanced upwards when they realized that they were also being spoken to. Quickly bringing up a finger and pointing to themselves. Slowly, their brows climbed up their forehead before dropping back down into a baffled stare. One that was only matched by the emperor as they realized they would not be alone with this venture. I am not quite sure that I follow. The confusion was shared rather quickly. Hanlith wet her lips and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Someone needs to stop her from going overboard and you're the right person for the job. Leto cupped his chin for a moment, then slowly nodded his head up and down. Standing up, he folded his arms and bowed his head towards her. As you command, princess. Bringing his head back up, he turned it towards the emperor and within a split second, his tone was filled with mirth as he moved towards the stunned-looking woman. I do have some ideas, actually. A leather-bound notebook fell into his grasp, was opened and already the night was flicking through the pages. I visited some places during my travels and came across a lot of different festivals related to romance and I thought some of them were really sweet. I'd be interested to hear your opinions on the matter. Hanlith swung her hand around next, pointing towards another person. You. Marie raised her brows. Me. Yes. You will be in charge of music and take him with you. It might have been the biggest surprise in the room that she had pointed not towards the actual musician, but instead towards another person entirely. Something that became evident from the baffled faces, none more so than the man she had volunteered, being aimed between the two of them. Siegfried tilted his head slowly. I am not certain how capable I would be in that role. He looked a little unsure, then closed his eyes and nodded his head once. But if that is the role I have been designated, then I shall make the attempt. A beat. I apologize in advance if I am found lacking for this task. Hanlith waited for a moment, then gestured towards Mozart and waved a hand between the man and the group that was comprised of Marie and Siegfried. The musician looked close to laughter but sauntered over to the now trio, smirking all the while as he clapped his hands together. A rather interesting group. What else did a party need? Food and drink. You and, you. Her finger flew between three different individuals, though there was little surprise this time around in who she had actually selected for the roles. Chelaine, Nud and Martha looked back to her with expectant faces. You'll be helping with the food and drink for the party, as for everyone else, Right. What did she do with everyone else? All right. Her mind entered a state of focus as she stepped forwards, eyes sweeping across the room and scanning the faces of everyone. Measuring what they would and would not be useful with and how they could aid her. A moment later, she was pointing to different servants and telling them to group up with others and assist the teams she had selected. When all was said and done, there were several groups in front of her, each tasked with a specific job of the party. When everyone has finished, come to me with your final designs and we'll see if there are any improvements to be made. She gave another look across the room. When satisfied, she brought her hands up and shooed them towards the door, something that they very quickly got the message of. If their sudden turn away and hurrying towards the exit was any indication. Some of them flew out of the room, such was their excitement. Hanlith waited until the last of them had vanished from the meeting room. Then she dropped back into the chair and lowered her head into her hands. Why is this more stressful than the theme park? You had others do the work for you and gave them free rein to do whatever they wished. Hanlith slowly raised her hand from between her hands, turning it towards Chris and flattening her features at the dull stare she found herself on the receiving end of. She opened her mouth to reply, then paused and slowly closed it again. Chris was actually right, which made her a little bit annoyed. It used to be that she could just tell people what to do and they would go off and do it, or provide some vague instruction and they could interpret that however they wished. Now she had to actually put in effort to make sure it all worked out. This was the worst. Do you think everything will go smoothly? You put your progenitor in the same group as your uncle. It took Hanlith a second to realize that Chris was right. Then her eyes closed and her head dropped into her hands once again. Yeah, that was going to end horribly, she could already tell. And that meant more work for her as well. Why? I'm going to take a nap, Chris, wake me when. Before she could even finish the sentence, she suddenly felt herself enveloped in a sudden warmth. Blinking, she looked down and found herself covered with a thin blanket, soon glancing over towards Chris with surprise. Watching as the saber retracted her arms from where she had just thrown the blanket. With a shrug, Chris leaned back into her chair and closed her eyes. I knew you were going to fall asleep at some point. Thank you, Chris, she muttered, closing her eyes and allowing herself to surrender to the embrace of darkness. Good night. HMPH. Ferrum had no knowledge of this type of work, but he had agreed to lend his aid, and whether he understood what was happening or what was being spoken about, he was still going to live up to his word and offer his assistance. Limited as it might have been. A loud noise from the speaker at the forefront of the room. A moment later she slammed a hand down into the table and put on a smile that was all teeth and stretched from ear to ear. The first thing we shall do is begin the drawing of designs. I have dozens of ideas that already surge forth from my bosom. His brow pinched a little at her odd choice of words, but he dismissed her as being a touch eccentric. Which she very much appeared to be, from the few words that he had actually heard her speak. And each one of them shall fully put on display the beauty of the world and, of course, demonstrate that the romance of the Empire is first and foremost the greatest in history. It felt as though she had some ulterior motive here. Man, I didn't think that we would have someone so passionate here. A wry chuckle from the man sitting near him, tanned skin and green armor. The bowman rubbed at his brow for a moment and shook his head. Mirth still dancing across his features before he slowly stood up, calling out towards the Emperor with a hand raised. If I might interject. Nero regarded him silently, then nodded her head. Thanks. A note of gratitude, and the man continued. I can understand trying to do all the Roman ideas, but didn't that fellow say that he explored a couple of other countries as well? They all had their fair share of ideas towards romance and these kind of things. I was just under the impression he was assigned so we'd all use those. The blonde pouted for a moment and folded her arms. It looked as though she wished to argue the matter, then cast a side eye towards the Silver Knight. Leto was still with his head dipped low, scanning through the book he had brought with him. Whether he heard the comments or not, the knight sensed the topic of the conversation had shifted and brought his head up, meeting the stares of the room and then coughing a few times, swiftly rising to his feet and holding up the book. Yes, I do have many suggestions that I believe we should all look through and take a vote on. Doesn't that sound fun? Yeah. A shout from across the room, The pink-haired paladin had jumped to his feet and punched a fist into the air, making a rather vocal show of support. Let's get a disco ball. What was a disco ball? A loud huff, the Nero gave a lethargic wave of the hand towards the direction of the knight and leaned over the table, shooting him an expression which looked more like that of an irritated child than anything dignified. Very well, I shall hear some of these ideas, and I suppose it would be fair to combine them with the aesthetic of Rome. There was a rather excited noise from behind Leto's helm as he flipped through the pages and swiftly came to a stop, dragging his finger down and muttering under his breath before sweeping his head back up and speaking at a volume they could all hear. Aha! This one comes from Astora. Oh, in the spring months, they have a festival of the hearth. He read aloud. During that period they exchange presents and gifts which can be used in the home life, such as cooking knives, furniture and clothes. For those who are married but without children, it is considered the best season too. He trailed off, but he needn't say more. The implication was obvious enough. Being the neighbor of a married couple must have been dreadful. Someone commented that from somewhere, but he couldn't quite see. Leto scratched the top of his helm. What else? They have a dance which lasts 3 days, during which time everyone in the town, village or city is encouraged to become involved. Partners of the dance are exchanged frequently, and by the end of it, the best dancers are to perform, and from that, the winners are selected. Leto chuckled, setting his book down and folding his arms. I just so happened to be the champion of 3 different towns. Farum raised a brow. Is that what the Silver Knights were doing? Actually, where would he have even learned of such a thing in the first place? Really? Though, evidently, that was the information of most import to several members of the crowd. Chief among them being the paladin and the emperor. Leto preened at the surprise, rather than be insulted by it. I know. I was the envy of the dance, such was my legend that I became known as the Dancing Knight for a few years when I roamed the land. Though that story likely fell away after I departed, perhaps I should return to the floor and reclaim my title. Certainly sounds like a good time, though I'd need a partner. I volunteer. Astolfo had his hand up to the ceiling, jumping up and down. Leto just shrugged. And I now have a partner. A heavy cough silenced the room. Then another individual stood up, arms folded behind his back, crimson red hair and a stern face. These distractions, amusing as they might be to some, pull us from the purpose of our being here. Return to the task at hand, knight, and find it within yourself to resist from the wayward path of the irrelevant. Farum grunted, the eyes of the room turned on him next. His head nodded towards the speaker. Flan speaks truly. This can be brought up within private hours when we do not have work to be done. Hanleth will expect results, and time is of the essence. Leto, speak more of the decorations of these dances. Leto nodded his head. Well, it was a festival of the hearth during spring, so there were flowers. Flowers. Yes. Do you intend on elaborating? Leto paused, then slid his book across the table towards himself and looked down for a moment. Yellow flowers. The knight physically winced and brought his head back up. This was fairly early into my travels, and I wasn't quite as skilled a drawer back then, or all that specific when it came to notes. I just made quick little remarks. I apologize for that. Nero leaned forwards and looked down at the book, then squinted at the pages and made a rather strained expression. Evidently it was something far from useful. Unfortunate. No matter. Flan announced, making a sweeping gesture with his hand. The types of flowers mean little. We can achieve the same result with coloration and the conjurings of Prince Gwyndolin. What matters is the manner in which they were arranged. Bundles or wreaths. Crowns. Leto replied, then glanced down at the pages, but it was Nero who spoke up next. Crowns, bracelets, necklaces. The emperor dragged her finger down the page, nodding her head up and down. These sound rather amusing. I could create such things with the petals of my roses. Doubtless they would be fine jewelry. I approve of this wholeheartedly. Accessories made of the love of Rome. I shall concede to the merit of that suggestion. Came the slow response from Flan, his arms returned to their position behind his back. But perhaps the use of spells to alter the coloration of them. A singular block of crimson would be a dull affair. Farum straightened. Since when did Flan have such a keen interest in artistic details? Nero cupped her chin. You mean to make patterns? Combinations? Yes, I see. A fine idea. We can form these crowns of complementing shades. We shall need a spellcaster who could achieve such feats, but within these halls, that would be an easy task, I am certain. Failing that, I shall handle it. She said it with such confidence that he believed her for a moment. Attention returned to Leto as he cleared his throat. All right, we have something else here from a trip to Lindelt. Lindelt. Flan's tone was empty. Farum found himself in agreement, quickly standing up and facing the Silver Knight with raised brows. You marched all the way to Lindelt. Leto nodded his head up and down. Not only that, I was made a guest of honor during my time there. Then again, I was older than the foundation of the kingdom, not that they knew. Well, they never asked is what I mean to say. I'm not entirely sure they knew who I was in the first place. The priests of the land treated me well during that time and granted me the freedom to walk the city in exchange for training their knights. It was a single year, but I'm told my training was rather well received. A light chuckle came next. The knight folded his arms. I still remember Rones. Almost as strong as me, so he was. A frightful thing for a human without an ounce of Lordkin blood in him, but I thought he was funny. Well, I don't know if he found me funny, but I found him funny. I'm sure that he missed me terribly when the call of the world pulled me from the land. Farum rolled his jaw and looked down. It confirmed what he knew at least. It was a strange kingdom, worshipping the gods, and yet not a single one had ever been there before. Scraps of knowledge served as the foundation of their faith at best, but it was merely that. Not much else could be said. The kingdom was said to be prosperous for many years and one of the great lands. Rival to Foros while it still existed. Even he gave credence to the tales of the demon cleric, as he was so affectionately referred to by his enemies. Suddenly it made sense why such a man was considered so monstrous if he had one of the few remaining silver knights in the land to tutor him in the ways of brute strength. As for Lindelt, here we are. A cheer from the knight. Day of the Sun, made on the official founding of the kingdom. The formation of new bonds between people, basically you just went out and met someone new on that day. Went to a new part of the city or found someone you'd never spoken to before, you just opened up yourself and met people. He got the impression the knight was grinning behind his helm. It was a great time. I met quite a few people. Rones was a bit shy, but I got him to open up. Leto brought up a hand, then tapped against the cheek of his helmet. As for decorations, well, it was supposed to reflect growth and new life, so there was a lot of bright colors. The city strung along hundreds of sunflowers in these big chains looking down at you. Then there was the, they made little wall out of these individual binds that people would come up and attach to it. Waving his hands, the knight made several gestures in an effort to replicate the idea. Closing his eyes, he brought his hand up and scratched at his brow. He doubted he would ever get away with contributing nothing. Forasa had, the evening of bonds. He muttered, pulling his hand down his face and opening his eyes, glancing upwards. Statues to commemorate those who lingered in our minds. Much drinking. Those who were able would have the chance to forge their own blade that would be a ceremonial piece. Those who already had the blades would bestow them upon important individuals. Ah! He turned a sharp look towards the individual cooing. Astolfo quickly locked his jaw shut and immediately turned his head towards the wall, pretending to inspect it. Farum lingered his gaze on the boy, then turned it away. Lions were a symbol used. Strong packs. His arms folded over his chest. Fierce hunters. Even the strongest or greatest with allies, as they say. Was the irony lost upon you? His brows twitched at the comment from Flan, but he said nothing. Giving no reaction, despite the irritated glare aimed his way. HMPH. If the flame god had more words, they were lost when Nero clapped her hands twice and drew the room towards her. I am intrigued by these ideas. She exclaimed. They all have the capacity to be improved upon with the addition of Roman. Improved. Farum cut her short and narrowed his eyes. The evening of Bond stands fine as it is. Nero exhaled. But it is such a subtle romance. True, there are elements of trust and harmony, but there should be greater cheer within it. This must be an event that grips one by the shoulder and plunges itself deep into their heart, holding them with such a passionate embrace that it is not swiftly forgotten. A thud, the girl slammed her fist on the table. That is what it means to show the value of love. A lack of shame or regret. One must put their feelings out into the open where all can witness. That is what I mean. We shall take these ideas and thrust them to the spotlight. Under the gaze of this emperor, she shall elevate these traditions and leave the guests afloat in the sea of beauty. She sounded somewhat insane, but he had seen that glimmer in the eyes before, the sort who would not be deterred. His arms came up and then folded over. HMPH. Unseen face. He turned to the speaker. Flan stood there with a blank expression, then repeated the words. Unseen face. Masks of different sorts were adorned, one would venture out. It was a matter of judging one by their actions rather than their image. Those of all sort could enter the city and do whatever they pleased, even those of royal persuasion. The flame god looked slightly strained, as though remembering something troublesome. Even if they attend for such a trivial reason as to launch a raid on the local bakery for pastries. Suddenly that explained it. Nero suddenly let out a soft giggle. Am I to assume that such masks did not disguise wings? Flan closed his eyes and said nothing, but that was an answer unto itself. The blonde smiled, then nodded her head. Yes, the yearning of the soul rather than the craving of the flesh. I can see the beauty in such a thing too. Perhaps this is the chance for those who wish to expose themselves without being seen. A hidden nature, The shy and the flamboyant locked in union. A perfect joining. The emperor cheered. Farum realized something. Was it not our role to decorate the venue, not the guests? Nero's cheer faded away, her expression turned blank. She wilted a little. You are quite right. Then again, a venue is only as resplendent as those who walk its halls and tread its grounds. Our role can cover such things as well. A swift recovery. He shook his head. Nah, little bite-sized things are fine. He waved his hand. That's the sort of thing you'd probably get at the more modern gatherings, and I doubt Chaldea can really throw a feast. Perhaps they could, if they planned on rationing afterwards. Folding his arms over, he leaned back and angled his head to the side, his hand came up and cupped his chin between his fingers. A low and thoughtful hum escaped his throat before he pointed to the person at the other side of the room. What about little stuff? Filling but small. Pack a lot of flavors in there. The dubious stare he received were a little pointed. Hey, Chilean frowned. I can be a bit thoughtful too, This is a little gathering. Not like we just got back from a massive battle and are looking to celebrate. If we were, then I'd have been breaking out the barrels. A sharp smirk stretched across his lips. Nuada nodded his head, gesturing towards him. Satanta is correct. If CU was being honest, the fact that this guy was here was still something he was struggling to get used to. His own situation was baffling, and a little troublesome, all on its own, but then throwing into the mix the original king of the pantheon of his homeland. That was a whole batch of crazy. Especially with how down to earth the guy seemed. His host had apparently done a number on him. But he did sort of wish he wouldn't get called by his childhood name as often. Something small. The blonde looked thoughtful, then smiled and glanced to Martha. What about small pies? This holiday places a great deal of emphasis on sweet and savory, combining the two seems simple enough. Martha placed her hands on her hips. I considered as such, but I'm hardly skilled in that manner of cooking. I could make the effort, true, but it wouldn't be something I was familiar with, and you mentioned pies, but what if we went with something slightly different? A tilt of the head from the blonde, followed by an inquisitive hum. Cu nodded his head, giving the woman the assent to continue. I know of this small snack known as jam tarts. She suggested, glancing between the two of them. then looking over her shoulder towards the others in the room and rolling her lips. Perhaps styled versions of those would be suitable. Other such delights as well, fruitcakes and small chocolate helpings. He had never tried that sort of thing before, but he was up for anything. A shrug, he leaned forwards. I'm fine with that. When it comes to strawberries and cakes, I'm hardly an expert either. Jean remarked, looking apologetic. In much the same way that my experience in baking is limited as well. I can make stews but. It is fine, Jean. Giles stepped forwards, inclining his head as he spoke. I am certain that there are other tasks you could be more skilled at. Perhaps the shaping of the tarts. Jean remained silent, then nodded her head to the man and turned back to Martha. I can handle such things. Thank you, lass. Nuada called back, then turned to the others in the room. As for further aid, something related to potatoes. Herb-encrusted chips. That, who cared? So long as they tasted good, and he believed they had picked up quite a few of those during their travels so far. Or they had come with a lot of them already in stock. It was difficult for him to remember which it was. One thing he immediately noticed was the slight shudder that passed through the darkened saber. The pale-skinned woman grimaced immediately and spoke up. Those sound as though they would have little to do with junk food. Nuada pinched his brows, one hand on his hip. Well, no. These are to be a light snack, after all. The darkened saber frowned and looked away. The younger one perked up a little. I can definitely see the appeal, especially if they can taste good and are healthy, but, and not too many potatoes. What the heck was with the aversion to potatoes? CU rolled his eyes and then raised his hand. So what are we doing about the drinks? Fruit punch. Wine is technically fruit juice. CU remarked with a perfectly straight face. Same as cider. He merely smiled at the look that Martha aimed his way. Operatic singing. He knew the suggestion would earn stares, it was why he felt slightly guilty of making it mere moments after he spoke. Lowering his eyes, Siegfried slowly shook his head from side to side. You can ignore me. No. Marie stepped forwards, a finger raised and her eyes burning with interest. Now that could actually be a very good idea. Was it? He was basing this purely off the recollection of what his own legend had turned into. He knew of no other reason why he had been selected to help this group, and he had wanted to make the suggestion so that he felt as though he made a contribution of some note. At the very least, it would have allowed him to get out a swift apology. Having the words accepted wasn't what he was expecting. A touch of opera or a choir, during the slow dancing moments. Marie started to grow a small smile, which brightened considerably. There are quite a few songs that spring to mind with that. Some of the most well-known operas are French, I think. I hope, at least. What about something fast-paced? Siegfried turned to the speaker. I think there are these Brazilian dances, they go really fast-paced and it's just hectic. A quick glance around, then the individual shrugged their shoulders. What? Nobunaga huffed. I know these things, though you should definitely do something with rock and roll. He wasn't sure how best to respond to that. So he kept quiet. Mozart had remained quiet, then offered a simple shrug of the shoulders. I do not conduct music of that sort, I am afraid. Though if what you wish for is a French opera, that I could very well manage, with the right singer, of course. A pointed look in the direction of Marie was ignored by no one. But the queen seemed rather content with the stare and nodded along with it. Don't worry about that. Mysterious heroine X stood straight, hands on her hips and a smug grin on her face. I have a bunch of songs saved for when I go on long voyages. Mozart made a strained face. I suppose beggars can hardly be choosers in this situation. He personally did not see the trouble, but he wasn't a musician. Marie merely pointed to the blonde-haired girl. Then we have our genres. Fast-paced for everyone, then slow and steady for the romantics among us. Merveilleuse. Siegfried merely kept quiet. He had said what he wanted to say and he suspected it would be for the best if he quietly retreated to the sidelines. Marie's hand snaking around his arm stopped him from moving a single step. Come on, Sieg. Let's whip up some sick beats. He felt very worried. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Valentine's. V. It was nearly the day she had been dreading and there had been very little happening that she was aware of. No, that wasn't right. There were things happening that she was aware of, but she had not ventured beyond her office to look closer into them out of fear of being pulled in. Fortunately, she had built up enough of a repertoire with some of the other servants to be at least amenable to keeping her informed of what was happening in Chaldea itself. Though she wasn't sure if that made her pathetic or not. She did not wish to think too heavily upon it. Nar Alma joined the group in charge of cooking the food. Olga immediately went on alert when the name was dropped. She tensed and narrowed her eyes. Not at the servant, but at the name that they have. Precautions. He is still being watched over by at least several capable servants. A beat, Deanne adjusted their posture before speaking further. But their attention stands divided. They have also garnered the aid of Sullivan as well. Olga felt as though she was going to suffer whiplash from all of the different names being dropped here. Not one, but two of the high-profile troublemakers had been thrown into the mix in a single situation. She was tempted to go down there now and get them to part before whatever conflict boiled over. She didn't need to be a genius to know that putting an ardent god-hater in the same room as the god of psychopaths was a bad idea. And where is your master in all of this? Deanne rolled their lips and slowly shook their head. I am unaware of that at this time. I could look further into the matter if you wish, but the last sighting I had with him was several days ago. He had been made aware by interested parties that there was going to be a Valentine's dance, and that was the last they saw of him. He ran away. He wasn't allowed to do that. A sputter escaped her, opening and closing her mouth before her jaws snapped shut with a loud click. Her arms folded over her chest and her gaze hardened. Under the withering glare, all Deanne did was offer a faint smile. I am certain he is well. I was told that it was him who ordered additional safeguards put in place to protect servants from Nar Alma and Sullivan, given he was aware of their volatile personalities. Olga felt herself relax a little. All right, so he was still paying attention from a distance, at least. Wait. Her eyes closed and she brought a hand up to cover her face. He's keeping his distance to not spoil any surprises, isn't he? I cannot presume to know master's intentions. Deanne replied slowly. As Olga lowered her hand, she was treated to the sight of the saber wearing a wry smile. But that does seem the likely explanation, yes. I believe he has cursed arm giving him regular reports as to the happenings. It wasn't ideal, but he was doing something, at least. Fine, she could tolerate this. Is there anything else that I should be aware of? Deanne remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Only that you should be expecting a visit from Her Majesty in the coming day. She will be inviting you to the dance and she desperately hopes that you will attend, but if you have work, I could pass along a message that you would be unable to tear yourself away from pressing matters. They were considerate, at least. Olga closed her eyes briefly, giving a slow shake of the head before opening them and replying. I shall decide upon an answer when she happens upon me. Until then, leave it ambiguous. A nod of the head and no further questions, the saber turned and departed back down the hall. Olga slumped her shoulders, turning around and retreating into her office once again. You did not deny them. The words were quiet, but their content made her jolt. If only a little. Turning to the speaker, she mustered up the best glare she could manage, but it was an empty thing that barely lasted a few seconds. Replaced with exasperation and a shake of the head, Olga turned and walked back towards her desk, moving around it and slumping down into her seat. Eyes fixed straight ahead and towards the closed door. The lingering gaze of the Valkyrie remained upon her. What, exactly, are you looking for as an answer here? The words came out curt, her eyes flickered onto the woman and narrowed. She wasn't even sure what business it was of the Lancer whether Olga did or did not attend a dance. Unless the woman just wanted the office all to themselves, but there were plenty of other locations she could hide in. Brynhilder said nothing for a few moments. Olga initially started to think the woman would say nothing at all and merely leave it as some statement she had made in the moment. I was just asking. The Lancer replied slowly, voice as gentle as ever. So that when she arrives, you can give your answer with confidence. I can handle dealing with her fine. Her voice was clipped. The Lancer kept her gaze for a few moments before dipping her head and going silent. Olga gave out a single internal scoff, lowering her eyes back to the table and folding her arms over her chest. Giving an answer in confidence. She knew exactly how to do something like that. But it was hardly as though she could really afford to use her time as frivolously as some. If Ritska wanted to go out and dance with the servants, then he was entitled to do that so long as it did not interfere with his work. Much the same applied to the staff, provided the breaks were short, they could enjoy themselves as they wished. Just as long as they were ready to deploy at a moment's notice, there would be no problems. Did that mean she could sit there and waste her time with them? The argument ran hollow when she considered her previous outings. A theme park in which she debased herself like a fool. And even more recently with that madness involving the servant who claimed to be from some distant future. The entire ordeal she was trying very hard not to think about, just so she could avoid any headaches. Closing her eyes, she leaned back into her chair. She could do nothing more than wait at this point. You'd really be hard-pressed to find anyone better at cutting than me. Martha looked at him with complete incredulity, brows pinched and then a swift scoff letting itself loose from her throat. If you think, for even a moment, that I am handing you a knife, then you are being optimistic. Quite frankly, your presence here is disconcerting enough already, especially as you have made it clear where your inclinations lie. The divine spirit merely sent her a mocking smile, bringing up his hands and holding them in mock surrender. I could just as easily pull out my scythe, and really, you think I would need a kitchen knife to kill someone? I'm just doing my best for the pack. You know, being a good little worker ant and doing all I can for the good of the hive. Honest. Martha narrowed her eyes further. Alma rolled his own and dropped his arms, nodding past them towards the direction of the makeshift kitchen they had set up in the room. And he is considered so trustworthy for all of you. I'm a little bit wounded by all that, if I'm being honest. She knew what he was talking about. And she was hardly pleased with the presence of the other one either. Perhaps because I am above the inclinations of a rabid beast, blood god. The dry voice echoed across the room, but I suppose not all could be as civilized as myself. Martha felt her expression sour a bit more. It wasn't something she was wholly used to, losing her temper like this, but something about Sullivan made it very difficult for her to actually rein herself in. Perhaps it was because of his title or the way he had used his faith for the sole purpose of corruption and slaughter. Or the fact he still wore the title of pontiff as some mocking title to further insult those he had slain further. Or it was his personality, which was utterly depraved. She could not decide on one reason alone in the short time she had known him, and he had made his own feelings clear to her. At least she had been warned by Jean as to what she should expect from the man. Alma made a small noise and shrugged his shoulders. Civilization is whatever the people decide it is. Besides, your hatred of me is so one-sided. I thought it was quite amusing the way that you used the faith and led the people to the slaughter. Quite nice, they really should have paid better attention, shouldn't they? I am not going to stand here and let you praise butchery. Martha interrupted before either one of them could speak further. Turning her body, she sent a sharp look between the pair of them. Get him by the ham. She paused, then turned to the voice. Jean glanced up and rolled her lips. I can watch him make sandwiches and it keeps him under eye. Alma beamed like a child. Martha felt a twitch form across her brow before she closed her eyes and dropped her head. Very well then. I'm curious myself as to how good one of your ilk could be at carving flesh. Sauntering off, the divine spirit gave a light chuckle. Because I wasn't initially sure how much experience you'd have. Then I find out you're quite the big shot for being a war leader. I'm so impressed. How many did you kill? Martha was tempted to march across the room and drag him back. But she had her own individuals to watch over. She turned her body and moved towards the kitchen once more, then folded her arms and looked down at the work of the caster. Why are you here? Because Gwendolyn will be able to recognize my food. Sullivan replied without even a moment of hesitation. And when he does, he will understand that I played a role in this little gathering that he is going to be involved with. It will vex him. His head raised, a featureless gaze rested upon her, then a grunt of annoyance. But I will not be attending. I have better uses of my time. Martha thinned her lips. And those better uses of your time involve purposefully annoying other servants in Chaldea. Yes. Her eyes narrowed. This is supposed to be a friendly gathering. If you are just here to start trouble, then you can leave right now. Because I will not put up with your brand of. My brand, he repeated with a mocking sneer in his words. Is that how it works for you? I see. Peace and union between peers until it comes to someone you do not enjoy the company of, then you cast them to the wayside and leave them alone in the cold and the dark. Truly, a loving faith you adhere to. Do not twist my words. I am not twisting them, I am speaking honestly. He straightened, moving away from the cutting board. Something you are not doing. I am here to offer my aid and facilitate this pointless gathering. Despite my personal reservations about it, I am here contributing to the greater good, and all you can do is complain because I have intentions that are personal. Your intentions are to cause discord. My intentions are to make food. He replied smoothly. Gwendolyn will be the one to cause discord. A distinction without a difference. Leaning forwards, her folded arms came undone. You are well aware of what your effect will be. Therefore, you are just here to cause problems. Then cast me out. Sullivan replied, cutting her short and giving her the strong impression he was grinning. Go on. Demonstrate the meaning of Valentine's Day by throwing me from the room. Show Chaldea that you understand the day about bonds as you ostracize me from my peers for the simple crime of volunteering to help. HMPH. A grunt, his shoulders dropped and he returned to his work. Such kindness. It burns when twisted against you, doesn't it? Martha glared, but then something in his words caught her. Her brows furrowed a little. It sounded personal. No, she was not going to press. Instead she stepped backwards and kept watch over him. Or better yet, stepping around the table, she moved to his side and then caught some of the equipment herself. Already moving through the process of peeling vegetables. Sullivan stiffened. What are you? You were preaching all about the joining of hands. She replied with a smile that came rather easily to her. I am merely putting those words into practice. I have quite a bit of experience in a kitchen making small meals. I am certain that I will be able to rend some capable assistance upon you. She did not need to look to know he was glaring down at her. But she did not truly mind that. It was not as though she was being petty, this way she would mitigate whatever harm Sullivan was trying to do. If he really did care about the day and not just spiting Gwendolyn, then he would not mind the help in the least. And if he departed, well, that was none of her business. That would be his choice. Martha hummed under her breath as the burning glare lingered on the side of her head. With an irritated growl, Sullivan returned to work. He was quite annoyed, it seemed. But he was not gone, though she doubted it was out of the goodness of his heart. Perhaps because he was a perfectionist and now that he had started, he wanted to see it finished. That was the impression he gave. Or he didn't want to admit she chased him off. Well, she wasn't going to let him chase her off either. It was clear that some of them had gotten off track as they made the decorations. Some had actually made a start on some of the heart-shaped petal creations, and others had been making crowns and bracelets. Flan did not have the same measure of experience as some of them. He was never one for going down and personally dealing with this manner of things, but it would have been poor form if other kings and queens were getting involved and he was on the sidelines thinking that he was above such actions. True, he was God and they were man, but it was the principle. And it was an argument that held little weight when he knew the sort of action Nud would be getting up to. Already he could picture the man cutting food into a pot or skinning some manner of game. So he contributed in his own way. Very impressive. You expected less of me. He spoke purely on reflex, turning his head from the sculpture and towards the speaker. Stopping for a moment to regard the small blonde ruler, then he turned back and resumed his work. Any ruler with an ounce of skill could put their mind to any task and perform beyond their peers. A comfortable lie. He had never done this before and was certain he was fumbling his way into success somehow. Whether through intervention or something else, his efforts to replicate the Tower of Haida from nothing more than paper match, as they called it, were somehow succeeding. True, he had aided in the planning but he had not partaken in the construction. Still, he had woken up and stared at that tower every morning for centuries. He doubted he would ever be able to close his eyes and not see it. Familiar indeed, the tower made in that theme park. He paused and suppressed a twitch, then lowered his hands and turned back to face the woman. Looking down at her in her oblivious face, still leaning past him and scanning it up and down. Nodding along in approval. It is, yes. Understandable. The woman replied without missing a beat. One should always love their homeland. Though I declare Rome the greatest of romance, I shall admit that your efforts have touched my heart as well. I can see the familiarity in your movements. As an artist myself, he found that claim dubious at best. I can recognize another, even if not in the same craft. Am I to assume that you intended to replace the burning flame at the summit with a heart? The thought had not even crossed his mind. Unsure what he was supposed to say, he instead responded slowly. I had several ideas that could be implemented. Then he frowned. And on the topic of implementation, should you not be busying yourself with your own works? You were adamant about the introduction of those flower bracelets. Do not tell me now that you have grown bored of your own idea. Nero looked stricken. Wah! Of course not. I have merely been resting myself. We have dozens of the bracelets already prepared. I was merely observing the work of the others and seeing how far we have progressed. It goes well, does it not? A wave of the hand, she gestured towards a direction. Even the nameless god over there is hard at work. The topic of conversation turned sour. Flan kept his face composed as best he could, but he was certain that some of his disdain must have leaked out from him. Not that the woman noticed beyond a light flinch, then glancing around and frowning. Did someone raise the temperature? She asked aloud. You imagine it. His emotions were stamped down. He did not turn his head to know that the firstborn was looking towards him, likely a result of the comment. The feeling lasted a good few seconds then vanished. Nero put on a puzzled frown for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders and seemingly accepted his answer. Turning around, she moved back to the direction she had come from. Flan hummed and watched her leave, then returned to his paper match. He stared at the summit for a couple of seconds, then placed his hands on his hips and pulled his mind back to the words of the emperor. His eyes lingered on it for a moment, longer, then he pulled his lips into a straight line. A heart-shaped flame, perhaps. He could endure such a thing. Ferrum watched Flan seemingly come to some sort of decision, then ignored the flame god entirely. Pushing another hole through the petal and looping the string through it. Dragging it along and repeating the process another dozen or so times before the loose-fitting bracelet was created. With a small toss, he added it unto the pile. He paused as he moved to the next one, hearing a faint humming tune, and slowly turned his head to the origin. He found himself looking across to the young woman, wide-brimmed hat and pitch-black dark robes. The Witch of the Woodlands, whose name eluded him. She was humming to herself, perhaps without even realizing, as she continued her work. Compared to his own efforts, she was superior. He understood why. As she had been from the woodlands, she would have more experience in this. Declaration. Caster, Beatrice, has demonstrated considerable skill. A deep echoing voice from the pale armored construct. Request. This fuselage requires instruction. The girl jolted upwards as though shocked by a small miracle. Ferrum watched with thin amusement as her head whipped upwards and realized that not only was Tamtamo looking at her, but he was as well. Instantly she froze up and whatever blood was in her face fled rapidly. Within moments, she was as pale as the metal plating of the archer. Her eyes darted down to the ruined pile of petals which lay before the archer. It was more like a casual butchery of flowery. Suddenly, Ferrum felt better about his own efforts. Meager as they were, this was never where his proficiency lay. Alright, I can, the woman fidgeted further, then shuffled and turned herself to grant the archer a better view of what she was doing. Reaching out a bit further with her hands and, with a voice still stuttering, she spoke out. Jay, just watch what I'm doing. I would probably make a bad explanation for you. Taintamo peered down at her, then spoke. This condition is acceptable. And leaned forwards, eyes aglow with focus. Farum silently turned himself away and resumed his own slow progress. Can I ask a question? He noticed their arrival, peering across to the other man who had joined them. Tan-skinned and emerald green armor, he recognized them as another of the archers. Though he directed a question to him, the focus of the man lay upon the witch and the construct. A faint, approving, smile on his lips before diverting his attention. That would depend upon the question. Farum replied quietly, looking down at the flower petals he was punching small holes through. Though I am to imagine it relates to my presence here at all. The man gave a wry smile. Something like that, but I can normally tell how people are, at least a bit. Not that I'm anything like some of the folks around Chaldea, mind you. Briefly pausing, Urash looked up at him. You've got no intention of showing up to the party, do you? The keen eyes of an archer. Farum replied, then nodded his head. And you are quite correct. This is hardly the sort of gathering I would have ever been found in. Not even during my time in Forasa did I attend the public spectacles, despite how popular they were at points. Let this dance be for those who can appreciate such things. It has no place for one such as myself. Urash hummed and nodded his head up and down. I can understand that, I suppose. Still, you have to admit that it's always good for warriors to rest up and clear their minds. Sometimes it's best for them to remember what exactly they are fighting for in the first place. Farum stopped moving for a moment. He did not even know why he was fighting. It had all seemed so simple when he answered the summoning. He had expected it to be a trivial affair from then onwards. And he had been met with attacks he could not counter, from directions he could not predict. But perhaps none more so than Valentine's Day. A cruel coincidence, he supposed. Your words hold weight, but you should save them for those whose minds you can change, Bowman. Flickering his eyes up, he met the gaze of the human and softened it slightly. But I am sure you have realized this already. Every hunter knows when the prey stands beyond his range, do they not? Urash rolled his lips and nodded his head. I suppose they do. Changing your mind wasn't something I was aiming for, not really. Just wanted to be sure, Master will probably understand as well. Sometimes I forget that he is a mere boy. Farum muttered, then rolled his jaw. But I have known those younger than him with a dozen names already carved into their blades. Put into the earth by their very actions. A low hum, the archer frowned. I can't say I disagree with that, but times have changed since the days of my kingdom. I can say it's a bit for the better as well. I'd rather not think about all the young men, to be honest. I would much rather they all have the chance to do this sort of thing more often. Farum inclined a brow. But not you. Someone has to keep the peace. He replied with a shrug. It's what I'm good at. What I've always been good at. What is it that people say nowadays? It's always good to take time to stop and smell the roses. I can go back to fighting when people need me to, but I'll take the chance to see the world a little bit more. I did not indulge myself in such things. He replied. A lie. He did. Once. A shame. Sounds like you missed out, but then again, I guess godly duties would take up a bit more of your time, huh? Something like that, he found himself muttering in reply. A brief pause, then he held up the latest bracelet and looked it over. I believe I might be improving. Urash looked at it for a second or two, then smiled. I'd say so, yeah. His hand closed to a fist. Another failure was discarded and he returned to work as though nothing had happened. Several days straight of work and his progress had been there, but it had been below what he had wished for. Especially if his hope had been to make the time for anyone else, but at current that was appearing to be little more than a fantasy. The door hissed and opened. Da Vinci had stepped out earlier for something. But it was not her who entered the room. So this is where you have been hiding, beast. Ash did not turn to the voice, instead he hummed in response. The lack of an answer did little to irritate the new arrival, instead they hummed in turn and paced into the room. Ash could hear the thud of their armored feet upon the ground and the clank of their armor. The shine of gold crossed the corner of his vision, but he dared not pull his eyes away from the craft before him. The movements continued for several seconds, then the shape came to a stop. He could feel the weighted look pressing upon himself. A measuring gaze, lingering upon himself and then to his completed works. Only when it was upon them, only when the man moved towards his finished items, that Ash raised his head and looked towards the golden-haired man. His expression blank, but his eyes promising action if anything befell what he had created. A smirk and a twinkle of amusement shone in the crimson gaze of the demigod. With arms folded over, Gilgamesh once more looked to him with the same amusement he had shown when they first met one another. Or rather, when they had first met in the halls of Chaldea. Did you come here for a reason? Gilgamesh scoffed. Surely you are not so simple as to ask questions to which you already know the answer to. Ash grunted. Clarification would be preferred, but I can see now why you came. Am I to be expecting some mocking comments soon? As if I would waste my breath on one who could not heed the wisdom of my words. A wave of the hand, the gaze turned dismissive and moved from him towards the finished ceramic cups. They still needed to be painted and have their designs finished, but they were perfect. Structurally perfect, at least. Da Vinci had told him as such. 705 failures it had taken to make 3 of them. And he had not even started upon the kettle yet. Gilgamesh looked upon the tea set, his expression betrayed nothing of his thoughts and feelings. Then he glanced back towards Ash and frowned. I am unsure whether to be insulted or amused by this latest effort. Hollow gestures and naught else from you, I would call it an insult to true craftsmen, but you made these with your own 2 hands. Closing his eyes, the man took in a deep breath. Yet that is worth noting, I suppose. HMPH. I shall allow the existence of these things. At the very least, even hollow as this gesture might be, there is more passion than in anything crafted by the faker. Turning his body, Gilgamesh paced towards the door and left just as suddenly as he had arrived. Ash watched him depart, then slowly turned his head to stare at the cups. Was there a problem? It certainly sounded as though there was, but he could not understand where the issue lay. His brows tightened, his lips drawn thin. A faint noise earned his attention, eyes turning to the door as a small shape pattered into the room. Light footsteps and shiny white fur. The distinct shape of Fu entered the room, the door having opened for the animal, and paced across, leaping upon the table with a single bounding push off the ground. He and Ash made eye contact with one another. Neither moved once settled, him with his arms rested on his lap and Fu on his hind quarters, head tilted and eyes filled with an intellect unseen. I think I am missing something important. He was unsure what compelled him to speak, further confusion as to whether the animal would even understand. But he spoke to the animal. I do not see where the mistake was, gifts are expected and yet he calls them hollow. What does that even mean, to call a gift hollow? There is meaning in that it is a gift, I do not understand and I am unsure why. His eyes turned away, then lowered themselves. It was a gift. And yet with a few sentences, Gilgamesh had introduced doubt where none had existed before. Do you think it is wrong? Fu. He wasn't sure why he asked, and the answer he got was exactly the one he expected. With a mule, Fu lowered themselves into a sitting position, legs crossed over, and then rested their chin on their feet. Eyes drooping closed and soon came the small snores of the creature across the room. Ash thinned his lips and exhaled, turning away and looking back to his work. The confusion remained. He pushed it down and continued his efforts, whether it was wrong or not. He had gone through so much effort that to abandon it now would be wasteful. He was committed, but now he was left with a deep foreboding. If he had made a mistake, then what was the purpose of the gift? It was something he made and gave to someone. That was right. It was Valentine's Day. He was supposed to give something to someone, it was expected, so what was the problem? He was doing what he was supposed to do. He didn't understand. His head twitched as he pushed thoughts into the mental link. Ritska, can you come to Da Vinci's workshop? I wish to speak with you about something. There was a noticeable pause. He knew the message had been received, but he felt the flash of hesitation through the link. At last, Ritska replied. All right, I'll be there soon as I can. He accepted the answer and slowed his work, doing nothing until he could come to a conclusion on what the problem was. Ritska had been slightly puzzled when Ash had called out to him, and a bit preoccupied, but with a few words to Medea and a small apology, the woman let him leave with the expectation that he would return soon. If there was one thing he knew about, it was that some of the servants were pretty predictable. There was definitely going to be a Valentine's Day dance and he was sure as heck not going to miss out on the chance. But that was neither here nor there. If Ash wanted him for something, then he was going to see what it was that was troubling him. Entering the workshop, Ritska immediately took notice of the table beside Ash. His eyes widened and a smile formed on his lips. Closing the distance and leaning over, hands on his hips. Sweeping his gaze over the assembled series of cups, he marveled at them and how well put together they all were. They might have looked simple, but Ritska knew about what Ash had been doing and how long the Avenger had been here. So he knew full well that the blonde had been spending all of his time getting them to look this good. Something like that deserved to be complimented because it was determination which Ritska wasn't sure he could match. These are coming along really great, Ash. He began with, nodding his head to them. I'm being serious here and so that's where Fu is. He took notice of the curled up white ball of fur further along the table, his eyes rolled and his lips pulled into a larger smile. Sometimes he never even noticed the small animal. Fu was certainly skilled in disappearing and reappearing. Turning his eyes back to Ash, he straightened himself. So what is there that you need? Gilgamesh stopped by earlier. I am puzzled by his words. And with that, Ritska felt something ball up into a knot inside his gut. A sinking feeling started to form in the back of his head, but he did not let himself lose any hope yet. Instead he nodded his head and hummed. I'm going to assume he said something that's troubling. I would not call it troubling, said Ash, face blank. Just puzzling. I do not understand where his problem lay. All right, why don't you tell me what he said? He called my work a hollow gesture and that it bordered an insult to true craftsmen. That was better and worse than what Ritska had been expecting, but still not great. What did he mean when he called them hollow gestures? Ritska turned around, then paced towards an empty stool, pulling it across and sitting himself down on it. I can't even begin to understand what he's thinking, he admitted with a shrug of the shoulders. But I haven't much spoken with him, so that's my fault. I'll need to be sure to do so later, but with everything that's going on, and he doesn't strike me as the sort to engage in a conversation with me about that sort of thing. Ash remained stone-faced. Ritska winced. Right, rambling. Scratching the back of his neck, he rolled his jaw from side to side. Calling it a hollow gesture, that would imply that you aren't really putting thought into the gesture. But that's not really true though. I know you are, so I don't get what he means. Ash's words left him confused now, his mind scrambling to understand just what Gilgamesh had meant. Across from him, the blonde watched silently, eyes drifting between himself and the ceramic cups that he still needed to finish making and painting. It seemed as though he was going to wait for an answer before he continued, but Ritska wasn't sure if there was anything that he could say. He was lacking an answer himself. I am doing it because it is right. Once more, the cold explanation. The certainty of his words struck Ritska as odd. He thought back to their first conversation. An unpleasant weight settled in his gut, the gnawing feeling pulsed through his mind and he found himself chewing his lips. With arms folded, he regarded the Avenger from head to toe, searching for something that even he could not speak of, but he knew he would find it if it was there. Ash. The single call of his name brought the full attention of the man onto him. A Are you doing this, because it's, he paused, trying to find the words that would get the point across gently and avoid sounding insulting. But he found none. There was only one way he could actually describe what he was feeling here. Quote, because it feels mandatory to you. He hoped that he was wrong, and that he had just insulted the person instead. Ritska would have been happy if that was the case. With a straight look, Ash spoke. I told you. It is right for me to present a gift to her. From the very beginning. That confirmed it, and it confirmed what Gilgamesh had said as well. From a certain point of view, at least. That isn't, Ritska lowered his eyes. There's nothing that forces you to give something to someone of Valentine's Day. It's just as much a matter of you giving as much as it is someone else receiving. It is a show of appreciation, the work you put into a gift and what they get out of it. I have put dozens of hours into this gift. Ash replied, confusion and frustration laced through his words, even as his face remained as blank as paper. Is there more that are required? Is there a basic? No. He interrupted them, raising his hand and waving the explanation away. But I can understand why Gilgamesh said what he said, but at the same time, it's not the same for everyone. Some feel more strongly about the matter than others, so letting their words affect you. Ritska. The tables were turned when it came to interruptions. Ash was looking at him with a sharp gaze, demanding too. He knew there was no getting around it, so he told the truth. He said it was hollow because you're treating it like a mandatory event. As if you're being forced to do this, not because you want to do this. I am doing it because it is. Because it is right, you've said. Ritska nodded along, feeling the exhaustion creep in. Raising his left hand, he dropped it onto the back of his neck and rubbed across, scratching away as he spoke. But the thing is, that's not true. It's expected for someone to give something to a friend or lover on Valentine's Day, but you don't have to do it. There's no law that requires it. It might be an unspoken social thing, but it's not enforced. Ash regarded him long and silent, then spoke in a voice small and quiet. Like a child. Quote, but it's right. That's, Ritska exhaled. Calling something right or supposed to isn't really how this works. But what really matters is what you want. Do you want to give something to Nobunaga? He searched the expression once more, finding nothing, but Ash did nod his head once. Then that is all that matters at the moment. Ritska finished, leaning back into the stool and shrugging his shoulders. If it is what you want, then that is all that matters. But for future reference, you should be doing this based on what you want, not because you think you're being forced to do it. No one would think less of you for not doing it. Ritska wouldn't at the very least. Ash dropped his eyes. I do not understand. I try and yet I find nothing. You claim it does not matter, but if that were the case, for what reason would Gilgamesh even bring it up in the first place? How can something matter so little and yet be worth mentioning in the eyes of a king? Personal preference, he replied, but even he was drawing up blanks on how to answer. Like I said, if this is what you want to do, then it is what you want to do. People can criticize you for it, but I can see the hard work you've been putting into this. Stepping up, he moved towards the cups and looked over them, hands dropping to his hips. No one can deny that you've been trying with these. I think if you didn't care, then you would have put in the bare minimum effort just so that you could hand over something. The fact you've been trying again and again to get them perfect shows that you do care. That was how he saw it. When he turned to Ash, he was met with a thoughtful expression. But that effort is what Gilgamesh calls hollow. Maybe it started as an obligatory effort. Ritska admitted, because he could not deny that it was how Ash made it appear. Him doing something for the sake of it, but there was something more to it now. At least, that was how he saw it. No one would go so far for an obligatory effort if they did not care about the person they were giving it to. Bringing up a hand, he gestured towards Ash. You might say it is right to give something to Nobunaga, but you wanted it to be as good as it could possibly be. Quote, Is the distinction that important? Ash asked, a brow raised. Should it not be expected that any gift is granted to the best standard it could be? Ideally, yes. Ritska agreed. But if it is something obligatory, most would put in the bare minimum effort. Basically, even if this was obligatory, it's still from you and that's what counts. What I mean is, it's not actually all that hollow. Or it was and isn't anymore. You took a hollow meaning and that gave it a purpose. I do not understand. Neither did he, not truly. Ritska rubbed at his brow, struggling to find the words to explain it at a greater depth than he was managing. Unfortunately, he was struggling to find the words. The reason was simple, but through your own actions it has become good. Or in working, you were passionate in your own way. The blank expression remained. It's hard to say, but I think that you did a runabout back into making a really thoughtful gift. He gestured towards the mugs. You could have stopped as soon as they were passable, but you kept going because you didn't want to give Nobunaga something below your own expectations. You wanted her to have the very best form of the gift you were preparing. That is an incredible level of thoughtfulness, Ash. The blonde furrowed his brows. It does not feel that way. It rarely does. Ritska chuckled. You do something for the person. You never really understand just how thoughtful it is. You can imagine, but for you it's like, it doesn't feel like a big deal. For the other person, it matters quite a lot because you've put effort into making them something. Real effort they can see with their own two eyes. This is difficult to understand. Ash muttered, confusing. I did nothing that felt thoughtful or heartfelt. I make something for her and it should be as it is. Maybe it doesn't matter. A blink, the blonde turned on him with furrowed brows. What? The reasoning doesn't matter. Ritska replied again, finding his footing and holding his hands up. I can't explain it further to you. You want to give someone a gift and are putting effort into it. That's all that matters, you and the person you're wanting to show appreciation for. In the end, that's all that really matters on Valentine's Day. That makes the conversation pointless. Yep. Ash frowned. Does that not concern you? I've tried to explain it, but maybe there doesn't have to be an explanation. Gilgamesh has his own opinion and he's entitled to it. I've told you my own thoughts, but at the end of the day, what matters is what happens between you and Nobunaga. Tell me, Ash, what do you want to do? Slowly, the blonde tilted his head to the side. A childlike innocence in his eyes. What do you mean? What do you want to do with all of this effort, all of this work? He waved a hand towards the clay. This tea set. What do you want to do with it? I want to give it to Nobunaga when it is completed. And are you going to stop until it's perfect? No. An easy smile formed on his face, waving his hand towards the blonde. Then you have your answer. The only one that matters. You are doing this because you want to, Ash. Maybe you think it's obligatory, but I remember a time when you would have avoided this sort of thing entirely and called it a waste. To go from that to this, I'm proud of you, really. I do not feel as though the change is worth much if I do not understand the full implications of the day in question. All Ritska did was shrug. People can be complicated. For now, I think you should finish your present. Talk to me again after you hand it to Nobunaga and see her reaction. We can speak again and decide if you still think the reasoning matters. Ash looked at him, truly looked. Ritska saw a thin hope in his eyes, but it was shrouded in trepidation. Do you believe my answer will change after that point? I can't see the future, Ash. I can only guess. With a shake of the head, Ritska stepped away and towards the door. But on that topic, I'm making a guess that there might be some Valentine's-themed party or something going on. I wouldn't put it past some of the guys around here. Ash grunted, their anxious expression wilted away and replaced with stone-cold lines. Nor would I. The absence of Da Vinci lends credence to this theory. Was that why Da Vinci wasn't here? If there is such a thing, would you be willing to attend? It is right. Ash, do you want to attend? Ash was silent, then he looked at Ritska and shrugged. I do not know. Maybe I will find my answer if I do attend. There was something more there, it looked as though the Avenger wished to say something else. But whatever it was, he did not follow through. Silence entered the room, then broken as the wheel spun and the clay turned on the table once more. With wet hands, Ash returned to work and resumed shaping the clay before him. As he had presumably done so 100 times, Ritsuko watched the effort in silence. Examining the care at which the blonde moved, cupping the clay with light fingers. He wondered how long he had worked to make himself capable of that single movement. How many failures Ash had endured just for this one set. Perhaps Ash did not understand the answer, but Ritsuko was sure he did. There was no doubt that Ash was really putting his own passion into the work. A perfectionist to the very end. Mash leaned back, then turned to Guinevere. There was a faint hope that blossomed in her heart as she watched the cake slowly rise in the oven. One that had not been there for the previous attempts. It was a look she could see mirrored in the eyes of the goddess, though not quite as obvious as she was sure she was making. It had been a long process and there had been many failures, but she had strong feelings about this latest attempt. Her eyes moved from the goddess and onto Boudica. When she saw the faint but soft smile on the face of the rider, and the small incline of the head aimed her way, she knew that this was the one that she had finally managed to get right. It was quite a relief. Far be it from me to put a damper on your celebrations. Even as he said that, Mash could have sworn that for a second she saw a glimmer of a smile on the face of the tanned archer. Yet just as quickly, his face was reverted to the thin line that she had grown accustomed to seeing whenever they stopped by the kitchen in the last few days of work. But there is still the matter of the decorations to prepare. The cake is completed, but the icing and the filling will need to be sorted as well. He made a small gesture towards assembled fruits they had prepared, a mixture of strawberries and raspberries. She knew that Senpei liked fruity things and she did want the cake to be just as healthy for them, as healthy as jam could be, as much as it was sugary. That and they were going to top it with strawberries as well. Right, Archer-san. With a thankful nod of the head, she moved towards the counter, flanked by the goddess and quickly taking up a knife in her hands. Swiftly moving to remove the stems from each of the strawberries and place them into a smaller bowl at the side. This has been hard work, has it not? It was a faint comment from the goddess, but Mash found herself agreeing with it wholeheartedly. Yes, but even at its worst, I still found it to be an enjoyable thing. Is that so? Guinevere did not sound questioning, just intrigued. I will admit that this has been quite an experience for me as well, one that I shall not soon forget. Foo, here I was trying to have you enjoy yourself, and I fear I too was swept into it. Mash was relieved to hear that. She had been a little bit worried if Guinevere had been forcing herself just for the sake of aiding her. That the goddess wasn't troubled was fine. I suppose the next time you make an attempt like this, you could bring the boy as well. Mash paused, almost slipping but catching herself at the last second. Her head whipped up and stared at the goddess with raised brows. With Senpei. Guinevere looked down at her, humming in her throat. Of course. A skill such as this needs to be practiced as often as one may find the time for it, and often a hobby is best practiced when in the company of a special individual. Special, individual. She felt a bit of heat creep up her cheeks, but she couldn't explain why. I'm sure that Senpei has other things to do. Nonsense. Guinevere dismissed with a good-natured chuckle, but the refusal came so swiftly it was as though the remainder of her words were sliced down. I'm certain that the boy would welcome the chance to spend time with you, and he would be quite silly to refuse. No, if this experience has taught me anything it is that even at the lowest points, there is the opportunity for growth in the relationship between two. A brief pause, the goddess hummed. Though, it need not be the boy specifically. I'm certain there are others who would be content, perhaps even pleased, to work beside you during such a mundane task. Mash inclined her head. You mean like helping Ash bake bread? It was a small moment, but the expression of the goddess froze before it loosened. Perhaps. He bakes good bread, I think. I shall take your word for it. Guinevere replied with a hum, her eyes fixed on the bowls. I have not had the chance to try it, even if I were so inclined, I doubt he would be pleased with my touching it. Mash shook her head. He made it for everyone but. She trailed off. Ignoring the issue would not help. She did not see Ash being angry, but she wasn't sure he would be happy either. It was something she wasn't sure she could speak with any authority over. She was upset over what happened to Ash, but then she had spoken with Guinevere and even with the looming shadow of what happened with Ash, with everything that Guinevere did for her, it was difficult to dislike her. Perhaps that was because Mash found it hard to truly dislike anyone. Not even after they did painful things. Her fingers itched. It was gone just as soon as it arrived. Her eyes drifted back to the fruits. We should continue, Guinevere-san. I'm sure that others are starting to want to get into the kitchen, and I feel bad for taking it for so long. Of course. With a smile, the goddess moved to resume her own efforts, bringing out the pan and the sugar. Perhaps I shall give this more thought. It would be rather wounding for my pride if I was not able to show a certain prowess in something such as this, and between you and I. With a glance left and right, Guinevere leaned down and dropped her voice into a conspiratorial whisper, her eyes danced with mirth. I would much rather the impression of myself covered in batter not be the first thought that springs to mind when one pictures my presence in the kitchens. Mash felt a small giggle rise in her throat. I think I looked worse, Guinevere-san. We shall have to disagree on that point, Mash-senpai. Valentine's. 7. Olga awoke to thudding on her bedroom door. Her eyes fluttered open, brief thoughts that it was nothing more than a hallucination were quickly, and cruelly, stomped out when the sound returned, stronger than before. The echoing drum of a fist on metal pushed itself through her. She lay there, hoping that whomever was at her door would eventually get the message that she did not wish to be disturbed. When the sound came a third time, she resigned herself to her fate. Legs sweeping over the side of the bed, her hands moved to rub over her eyes, spots blinked from her vision and slowly, a weight settled on her shoulders. The memory of what today was fell upon her rather suddenly, her eyes drifted to the door once more and she felt unease sweep through her. There was only one person who would be in such a rush to get her today. Or, well, perhaps two, but she wasn't sure which of them would be worse to be ambushed by. Olga understood that she could not avoid it. All she could do was face it with all the dignity she could muster and hope that the day came to a peaceful end. Perhaps it would not be as bad as she envisioned, but the words of Ritska drifted through her mind even before she finished the thought. An ominous warning, so potent that it was as if he were in the room with her now, delivering it so clearly into her ear. Don't jinx it. Yes, perhaps that was exactly what she had done just now. A breath escaped her, then a jolt of annoyance shot through her body as the door was knocked upon once more. This time with greater urgency, her brows drew tight as a brief pang of confusion drifted through her mind for a moment. Why wasn't Marie just bursting through the door? It was hardly as though the queen had even a basic notion of common sense, much the same with Nero. Maybe it was someone else coming to tell her that there was a problem. That was all she needed. Her mouth opened, tongue wetting dry lips as her voice echoed out to the door before the next knocks could come and drum themselves into her head. I will be there in a moment. Whomever was behind the door clearly heard her. The knocks did not come again for the duration of the time it took for her to get out of her night clothes and into her formal wear. She stared into her reflection as she wiped her face clean. It looked more haggard than she would have hoped. Her fingers moved up, tracing along the lines just below her eyes, evidence that she had not gotten as much sleep as she would have liked. Either it was early in the morning, or she had remained awake during the night for far longer than she hoped. Her fingers pulled back, a frown wormed its way onto her reflection. With a click of the tongue, she turned and marched out of the bathroom, door shutting behind her. Then her gaze snapped to the door to her room, now feeling more ominous than before, and she exhaled. Gathering what confidence she had, her features hardened and she marched for the door. Hand reaching for the button to open it and pausing just a hair away from it. She was going to refuse Marie. Yes, that was what she was going to do. She was going to look the writer in the eye and tell her that she wasn't going to some silly little dance. That was what she decided. She needed to maintain some air of dignity amongst Chaldea, to mitigate whatever harm had been done to her image with past outings. It would be for the best. What mattered was Chaldea and the sense of strength she could present, that the situation was under control and that she was on top of things. Even if that wasn't always the case, she still needed the staff to believe it was the case. Her hand pressed the button, the door hissed and slid open. Her words died on her lips as she found herself staring not at the grinning face of Marie, but instead at scaled bronze armor. Twice she blinked in puzzlement, her eyes drifted upwards and met the heterochromatic gaze of the berserker. What was he doing here? Sorry if you were sleeping. Berserker started, taking the first steps into the conversation. It was just, never mind. I've disturbed your sleep now, so I will ask what I came here to ask and then be on my way. He straightened to his full height, a head above her, and looked down. Mismatched eyes brimming with confidence which she had failed to notice before, or maybe it just wasn't there before. With a deep breath, his next words came out crisp and clean. There is somewhere I would like us to go. Can you accompany me? She squinted, then leaned back slightly. This wasn't what she was expecting. A few seconds of silence passed, then she leaned forwards and turned her head left and right. Eyes swept along every inch of the hallways either side of her, searching for any trace of the white-haired queen hiding in a corner. It felt strange that Berserker would remain so distant from her and then suddenly he would be here on today of all days. There was no sign of anyone. It was just her and Berserker. She returned to her original position, looking into the eyes of the servant, and then she spoke. Where? A small singularity. Berserker replied, not losing an ounce of confidence. Roman said that it will disappear by the end of the day, but there is something that I would like to do there first and I would like. He paused, then frowned. Olga raised an eyebrow at him as he cut himself short. I want you to accompany me there. The two of us. This was unorthodox. It was bewildering and downright suspicious. Her arms came up and folded over her chest, eyes narrowed. And why should I do that? You're asking me to abandon Chaldea for an undisclosed reason purely on a personal whim of yours. Why should I leave my facility and staff for such vague notions? Berserker nodded his head, expression unchanged. As if he expected the answer. It will not be for long. An hour at most or fewer. The explanation came with a shake of the head. But it is important to me. There is something that I want to show you and I cannot do it here. Closing his eyes, he took in a breath. I would not ask this if I did not think it was of the utmost importance. When his eyes opened, Olga saw something that nagged at her. There was a familiarity in his eyes that she did not recognize. I am asking you to trust me, sis, Olga. He corrected himself, then slowly raised his right hand and showed his palm to her. She understood the gesture a moment later as she stared at it, brows furrowed, and then brought her eyes back to him as he continued. She twitched. How can I trust you? I do not even know your name. You did not even see fit to share that with me. That could not be ignored. Now this servant comes and demands her trust when he showed her not an ounce of it before. No, she was not going to give ground on this so easily. She was not going to be like Ritska, pulled along at the wrist by whatever servant came up to him with some fanciful notion and a half-baked explanation. She demanded something more tangible. I know. Berserker replied in a quiet tone. His hand remained up. But not because I did not trust you. It was because it was not worth knowing. Perhaps it still is not, but that was unfair of me. His eyes dipped down. I should have told you that. When we first met, I should have told you exactly who I was, but I did not. Because, slowly, his head shook from side to side. Anguish present on his features before his eyes rose once more. It does not matter now. I am fixing that problem now. I want to show you everything. Who I am. There was a weight in his words that briefly left her speechless. Something about his manner of speaking, his posture, confidence. All of it was whipping through her mind as though she had seen all of it before. Even in those eyes that brimmed with life and expectation. She saw something that struck her as familiar, but there was nothing in the face of the servant that she recognized in the least. It was maddening. And yet, why did she want to listen to them? Why was there something telling her that she should go with them? It was a foolish notion that she should dismiss out of hand. To abandon Chaldea for such a thing that should have been given to her the moment they were summoned was not just laughable, it was pathetic. Following around a servant with the expectation they would give her mere crumbs of information regarding their identity. It looked as though the servant was in control and not the master. And yet this did not feel as though it was a situation like that. Everything. A singular nod of the head was her answer. Her eyes returned to the hand, the frown on her lips remained. It would keep her from what she knew would be a situation, at least for a time. Very well. She exhaled, looking back up and seeing the naked relief shine through the eyes of Berserker. He did not let out a breath, but she saw him fight it back. Clearly he had been preparing himself for her denial, rather than acceptance. In any case, knowing the name of her servant would certainly be better than not knowing it. Ritsuka woke up early. He always woke up early these days, so much so that it was now the norm. Shaking his head, he pulled himself up and rubbed at his eyes, dragging them down and blinking his vision into focus. A sweeping glance around the room revealed that it was just himself, at least for what he could see. Without checking the wardrobe or under the bed, he wasn't certain. But there was a good reason he had woken up earlier than usual today. It was because he wanted the finishing touches on what he had prepared the day before. What he had been spending nearly the entire day doing. It would certainly mean that a supply trip to a singularity would be necessary in short order, but there was very little that could help that. And he could not claim to feel guilty about it, the extra work more than made up for everything else. Rising from his bed, Ritsuka made his way through the usual checklist of getting himself prepared for the day. Once finished, he departed his room at great haste and moved down the corridors in a very near run, but not quite. He would have preferred to avoid stumbling into the kitchens with sweat on his brow, especially if he was to be handling biscuits. That would be rather unhygienic. As he moved, he spotted a shape at the far end of the hallway, standing near the doors to the elevator. "Morning, Archon," he greeted as he moved closer. The metal shadow turned and lowered their head in a polite bow. "My lord." Telling Archon and Leto apart was easier to do from behind than the front. Archon had the dull red cape while Leto's was a faint gray. "You are early, my lord." The comment earned a raised brow, but Ritsuka nodded all the same. If Archon saw it, then he assumed the knight patrolled this section of Chaldea frequently. "Yeah, I'm heading down to the kitchens to prepare some stuff," Ritsuka explained, not giving anything too specific away. Archon hummed in response. The elevator doors matched his tone as they parted. The pair stepping through into the enclosed space, the doors swiftly shutting behind them as they turned back around. "You two are busying yourself with this holiday." Ritsuka smiled. "Yeah, you've heard of it then." Archon gave a stiff nod. In this climate, it would have proved a challenge to avoid some measure of warning of what is to come. "Tell me, should we be expecting some manner of unique circumstances to befall us? To your knowledge, at least." He wanted to say no. Then he paused and pulled his lips thin. He also wanted to avoid jinxing it. "I'm leaning for nothing beyond what people are aware of," was his reply instead, "so it should be under control this time around. Though I'm guessing that you're going to be paying a close eye on everything happening today then." The knight nodded once more. "I have noticed a disturbing pattern in Chaldea when it concerns holidays." Unable to deny that, Ritsuka nodded his head once more. "So, are you going to be spending all day patrolling around then?" He did not hide his disapproval at the notion. Something that knight caught instantly. The winged helm turned and aimed itself down. Archon peered at him through the darkened visor. "That is my sworn duty. I think we would understand it if you took on a small break for the day." Ritsuka excused. "I mean, I would at least like you to consider taking on a break for a couple of hours. I'm not going to ask you to stop working entirely, but I don't think Chaldea is going to fall into the sea or burst into flames if you step away for a short while to enjoy a little break." Archon drew in a breath, then released it. "If this is a command." "Just a suggestion, not a command." Ritsuka hastily waved a hand. You can ignore me if you want. It's just, I don't like the idea of people not enjoying themselves on holidays, but if you'd rather not, then there is no helping it. He felt the stare of the knight linger for a moment longer. Then there was a faint hum. Archon turned from him and faced the door to the elevator. Ritska was not sure he would get anything more from the knight. Then Archon spoke. Lado will be there. Ritska caught the whisper, his brows furrowed at the strangely empty tone of voice. He might be. Well, you would probably know him better than I. Would I? Archon sounded strangely curious, then shook his head. No matter. With Lado there, the establishment is at least protected. I shall see if my duties will be lessened towards the end of the day, but I can make no guarantees. Until the danger is sufficiently past. It sounded as though he was going to avoid the excitement. Which was fair to him. The elevator doors hummed open, 2 figures stood before the pair of them, stepping into the lift. My liege. Rrrr. Ritska immediately tensed and glanced between the two of them. From the moment the pair entered the elevator, the tension went from pleasant to suffocating. Verndari and Lancelot both, neither one made an effort to look at one another and, concerning above all that, both seemed to be armed with something shiny and metal. Peering down, he found himself looking at a helmet. Yes, that is what it was. Held in the claws of Lancelot was a helmet, smoothed over and relatively simple in design. Yet the darkened sheen to the steel was eerily similar to something else. The longer he looked, the more he figured it was similar to. A singular blink, he found himself almost at a loss. It looked as though it was made in the style of Masha's armor when she was a servant, but he did not want to make any conclusions. Yet now the thought was there, he could not dismiss it. Closer inspection revealed that the design was a touch similar to Lancelot's own, at least hidden under the cloud of dark smoke, but with the face exposed to the air and missing the plume. Something tickled his senses, his eyes drifted upwards from the helmet in Lancelot's hands. Crimson Red looked at him. The visor of Lancelot remained fixed on his eyes. Ritska froze, then pulled a polite smile and nodded to the berserker, shuffling himself and turning away. The stare lingered for several more seconds before it at last departed from him. His eyes now turned onto Verndari, then glanced down to what he held in his hands. A sheathed blade, smaller than a longsword. It looked fairly standard, but with the combination of the two of them coming from the same location. So, were you two in Andre's forge? He expected no response from Lancelot, but he got one from the pair of them at the same time. Gah. Yes, my liege. 2 answers. The pair glanced to one another, then broke contact and let the silence come about once again. Valentine's Day presents. Verndari shifted at that, carved face turned on him and gave a single nod of the head. That was the intention, my liege. That's nice of you. Ritska smiled, then gestured to the sword. Not surprised, actually. I found Altera making up a staff for Beatrice as well not that long ago. Using some of the gathered materials out of storage to make one. It looked fairly alright for a first-time project. So you made a sword. Verndari gave yet another nod of the helmet. Ritska wasn't going to inquire as to who it was for, that would be a bit pushing. Though, it seemed, he did not need to ask as Verndari spoke a moment later. It is, for Sir Gareth. That answer didn't surprise him either. You didn't need to tell me. Given that I intend for her to use it, there would be little point in it remaining a secret. Explained the knight, only to pause and bring up the blade to gaze down at it. Ritska could sense the slight anxiety about them, then the knight turned on him once more. This is considered an acceptable gift, yes. His first thought was that it was a little late to be asking that now. His second thought was that he had no problems. To each their own. I'm sure Gareth would definitely appreciate it. Verndari made a noise. I cannot think of a knight who would not appreciate a blade. Archon made a small grunt. They speak truly. If Sir Gareth has any sense, they will accept the gift graciously, though I do hope that it was made with skill. The knight stiffened ever so slightly. I was given assurances by the blacksmith himself that it was of good make. This is hardly the first effort that I wield, it took several days to perfect it before I considered it acceptable. I have tested it myself. Archon hummed. Then there shall be no problem. Ritska, despite himself, felt a smile come across his lips. Of course, he did not realize he was smiling until Vrindari turned on him and inclined his head. Something pleasant happened, my liege. Ritska blinked, then shrugged. Just happy to see everyone getting into the swing of things. And he was. They have turned out rather splendidly. Sigurd rumbled, a smile on his lips. Ritska nodded by the side of the saber. Yeah, never made so many though, normally 3 or 4 but. It had taken quite a bit of time, but he had managed it. All that came next was filling in the bags. And for each of them, he was going to write out a handwritten message for all of them. Personal notes for everyone, just so he got across that he did appreciate them. Well, some of them. Aldrich and Sullivan felt more obligatory than anything else. Much like with Guinevere. Still, he was going to give them something at the very least. Even if it was just an enjoy note. 4 biscuits per bag, and then into the bag they went, pen in hand and scribbling down the names of them before sealing them up and setting them to one side. The process fell into a pattern. He'd write out one note and then already be on to the next one. Sigurd had offered, but Ritska had wanted to do it himself. You giving anything to anyone today? Ritska found himself asking as he finished up the latest one for Sasaki, that one he had been particularly pleased with. He'd made the biscuits into the general shape of swallows. Something that he was certain the assassin would find amusing. Sigurd gave a small hum. I would have, but the time got away from me. Ritska turned on him with raised brows, then felt a bit of guilt creep into him. It isn't because I asked. Oh no, don't worry about all that. With a deft answer, the man cut him off with a wave of the hand. I hadn't given much thought all the same. Perhaps I could have dragged something up, but. He gave a shrug. Ritska straightened. With the way the pair acted at times, he assumed that he might have given something to Boudica. He was sure that he hadn't been imagining it, but it might have been they were just friends. Well, they were friends, but always felt he had a nose for something like that. He slowly turned and started writing the messages again. You could probably whip up something quickly if you wanted to. I'm fine here, actually, if you want any help. And steal you away. Sigurd sounded amused. Nonsense, I'll not put you on hold. Keep writing out your thanks to your fellows and, Maybe I can act swiftly and make up something small. I'm sure I could manage that with what we have left. Yes, I suppose I could do that. The knight turned from him and paced away, muttering under his breath all the while. Ritska did not even try to hide his smile when he heard the words, shaped like a chariot, because he knew who that was going to be for. A laugh bubbled away in the back of his throat, turning down and resuming. The door at the far end of the cafeteria opened. His head snapped up a moment later as a shape skipped through the open doors and towards him. He straightened and briefly set aside his pen, raising a brow and putting on a warm smile as Marie skipped towards him. Excitement rolled off her in droves. It was in her posture, it was in her movements, and it was all over her face. As if she had been the avatar of the very emotion. With a graceful spin, like that of a skilled dancer, she twirled on the tip of her toes and then appeared before him, on the other side of the counter. Sporting her own smile, which was nearly from ear to ear, eyes abuzz with giddiness. Bonjour, master, she purred, leaning forwards. What a wonderful morning it is. I see that you're an early riser for such a splendid day. I could hardly keep myself still, beside myself with such energy. From the way she was on the verge of singing her words, he could see she was still like that now. I'd be surprised if you weren't excited. Ritska agreed. This sort of day seems right up your alley. Well, I would hardly brag. Marie humbly replied. But I would consider myself something of an expert in the field of romance. Valentine's Day is certainly one such field, but never mind that. She looked down, leaning forwards and smiling even wider. A breath escaped her. What is this view magnifique? He looked at the ones he had already prepared, then back to the queen and gave a shrug. Well, I'm something of a dabbler in that sort of field myself. I was never going to let this day pass without showing my appreciation for all of you, and on that note. He knew he had already done Marie's, something she clearly recognized with his tone as he moved across the line and reached towards the bag. Checking the note and nodding to himself before picking up the small red paper parcel and pacing back to the rider, reaching across he handed it to her. "Happy Valentine's Day, Marie." He paused for a moment, then spoke again. "J'espère que c'est amusant." He hoped the pronunciation was good. The perfectly blank face from Marie gives him a momentary pause, a twitch of embarrassment flutters through him as he considers he might have messed it up. He spent a while practicing a couple pleasant sayings in different languages for these moments. In the next instant, Marie is all but lunging for him. For a brief second he thinks she's going for the biscuit bag. He barely registers her hands going right past the Valentine's Day present before they've secured themselves around his collar. With a feat of strength that reminded him the queen was still a servant, she tugged him forwards with a single powerful movement. Her lips crashed into his own for a few instants, his mind froze and his eyes remained wide. When she pulled back with an explosive sigh, she released him and allowed him to stumble away, but not before she removed the present from his hands and clutched it close to her chest as if it was a delicate treasure, a smile still showing on her face as she gave a melodic giggle. "Thank you," she cooed and then turned and skipped away, only to pause a moment later and turn back to him. "Oh, and you're both invited to a dance. Don't worry, you'll be getting your invitations soon. Make sure you dress, I'll be taking you and Olga dancing." He barely registered the words, remaining frozen as the queen gave a single wave and darted out of the room with her prize. It was not until Sigurd clapped him on the shoulder that he was jerked back into the realm of conscious thought. I have to say, I saw that coming. Ritska didn't. But with the benefit of hindsight, he really should have. The French are really, Ritska paused, searching for the right word before finding it. Intimate. Are you expecting everyone to react as such? Ritska paused for a moment, then squinted. A second later, he let out a loud bark of laughter. I should think not. I don't see the director getting into that sort of mood. Ha ha ha. The two shared a brief chuckle over that. So, are you going to the dance? Sigurd shot him a curious look and let out a long and ponderous hum. I cannot see myself being a particularly good dancer, though I shall arrive for the good cheer of it, if nothing else. Ritska hummed and nodded his head. I'll find something to dress, could go to see Medea, actually. Medea. The surprise in Sigurd's voice was tangible. She has a talent for such a thing. I'm rather shocked, but not unpleasantly so. Of all the hobbies I saw in her, that was perhaps the one that best suited her. With a raised brow at the comment, he wondered why the knight had thought something like that. But Sigurd was still smiling over it, for some reason. I'll be sure to ask her when I stop by to give her the biscuits. He replied, turning back and grabbing the pen once more. With the next name already written down, this one styled into the shape of fish. Because he got the feeling Nud would appreciate those. Do you think it is possible for his servants to get conditions even after death? Blackbeard shot a sour look towards David at the comment, his own hand wrapped around his wrist where it still ached from all the writing he had been doing. Don't joke about that, man. Okita, Daishori, Soji is still hacking up blood whenever no one is looking. With a bemused look, the archer hummed and then nodded his head. Well, we can consider such a thing to be nothing more than a worthwhile price for such a display of good favor. I, for one, consider this to be quite the success. The scowl on his face grew a little deeper. You did, barely a third of them. David looked shocked by the accusation. I provided you with some rather heartfelt moral support and played a fine tune. After all, a motivated workforce is an efficient workforce. I can tell you now that without my help, we would probably have taken even longer to finish all of these cards. His eye twitched. It would have gone faster if you actually did something. David's reply was cut off by a low grunt. Havel slowly turned around from leading them, looming over Blackbeard ever so slightly. I liked the song. Blackbeard took a few brief moments to consider the situation and how healthy this would be for his spine if he disagreed with the berserker in front of him. The man famous for killing dragons with his bare hands. Dragons made of solid stone. And was also wielding the tooth of said dragons like a club. He decided to put on a wide smile and eagerly nod his head up and down. On second thought, it was a lovely tune. Couldn't agree more. In fact, I feel like I could write another 100 cards if that guy played another song. Shooting his elbow out, he struck the angel on his right with a light thrust. Don't you agree with me, Sammy? For the first time, Sammy was silent. Well, he was always silent. But this was silent. Throwing a sour look at the angel, he turned back to Hovel and wore a smile once again. With a grunt, the berserker turned back around and approached the door, hand moving into the bag of cards they had all drafted up, sorting through all of them for a few seconds before pulling out the one which belonged to the owner of said room. Lowering himself, he placed the card on the ground and then rose back up, moving off to the next door. Privately curious, Blackbeard moved forwards and looked down at the card. It had been for one of the recent arrivals. He didn't know the guy's name because he was, well, a guy. Some dude in white who looked like a cliché scientist. Blackbeard felt his lips thin as he stared words on the envelope. To sorcerer scum. He threw an incredulous look towards the back of the moving berserker, then turned his head towards David and pointed down to the ground. What the hell? I thought you said you were watching him. David blinked, then nodded his head. I was, yes. His brows rose up his forehead. Did this guy not see the problem? You watched him write that? Shockingly enough, David nodded his head. It was much better than the previous ones, which I shall admit, were involving words and phrases that should not be uttered in polite company. Especially if we are considering the day to be a celebration. With a singular blink levied at David, Blackbeard let slip the question that sprung to the front of his mind. Was he telling people to kill themselves? The silence was staggering. He felt his brows climb higher as his lips were sucked further into his face. What? David coughed. That was just for a couple of individuals he had personal problems with, I assure you. Not all of them were as colorful or blunt as that, though the contents were hardly charming either. Blackbeard dropped his shoulders. Did he write anything nice? The archer made a face, then cupped his chin. They were positive if looked at through a certain lens. I believe one of them, I was able to convince him not to write it, merely said that he was sure at least one soul in hell loved them. A cough rippled through the writer, shock and mirth mixed together. The sheer audacity to write something like that was almost amusing, but then came the realization that those were fighting words and would end up reflected on him as well. He didn't want to be on the potential shit list of a caster. He only had E-rank magic resistance, damn it. Blackbeard raised his hands up, pressing them against his forehead. Why didn't you just write the cards for him? David only chuckled. He seemed to be having a merry time and there were quite a few messages that were positively charming. Truly, I was surprised at how poetic some of his words were. Let me see. Raising his hand, the archer tapped a finger on his chin, trying to summon the memories. But all Blackbeard could do was stare in a mixture of shock and incredulity. Why did this guy even think to let a known mage hater write messages for the mages? Aha! With a faint cough, David reached out a hand and shifted his expression to something more hammy. To you, a sanctuary of tranquility in the sea of life's woes, may your soul never be tarnished by the troubles that we might face. Blackbeard blinked. With a straight back, he stared into the eyes of the archer and searched for any sign of mirth or joking. There was nothing but sincerity. What? He sputtered. Who did he write that to? David inclined his head, lowering his hands to his hips. It was a private message. I'm hardly going to let that much information slip. I'm never going to invite you to help me again. Another blink. That's a touch harsh. I thought I lended quite a capable hand to your conundrum. You've lended me a loaded flintlock and painted a target on my face. Colorful. It seems there are many poets in our little group. Light pulsed and flashed. The empty field rippled with movement as a pair emerged from a single ray of luminescence. Just as swiftly as it had appeared, it promptly vanished and left them alone, with only the moonlight shining above them to illuminate their forms. Berserker stepped forwards first, coming to a halt and gazing across the fields. Olga was behind him, watching him pace a few steps from her before he went still. France. It was a minute singularity that had been discovered and, sure enough, Romani had confirmed that it would be gone soon. The sort that would be naturally solved by the world without their need for intervention. She was, however, privately curious why Romani had even been awake, but it had only lasted until she realized that Berserker had somehow managed to win over the aid of the doctor for whatever this was. It begged the question if the doctor had somehow established a better relationship with her servant than she had. So lost in her thoughts was she, that Olga very nearly missed the words that slipped from Berserker's mouth. It would have been easy to do so, for how gentle they were. Almost as light as the cool breeze which hummed around them. This is where Chaldea first met the dragons, was it not? She straightened and nodded her head, not that he could see her with his back to him. A low hum of affirmation slipped out of her. Berserker turned his head and looked up at the sky. I understand how humans see them. He continued onwards. I did not before, but I do now. I know what I looked like to them, as the gods looked to me. Her eyes narrowed, but she said nothing. There was a phantom weight that settled on her tongue, keeping it still. An urge, a need, to hear what Berserker had to say before she could even think to offer anything else sat within her. And you, all of you. The blonde turned, but not to face her. Instead his gaze swept over the grassy knolls and focused on a sight in the distance. This was the first sight that greeted you. Dragons, wyverns, animals, really. They destroyed and murdered, butchered and broke, because that is what this dragon witch saw them as. Tools for vengeance. I get it, though. He shrugged. It is easy. There's a satisfaction in breaking something. Especially if you don't like it so. An exhale. At first I was mad, then I stopped and thought. We're good at breaking things. We have always been good at breaking things. We probably always will be as well, but that is not all that I wanted to be. Armor creaked, his right hand came up. Sharpened fingers curled into a fist, held so tight that the metal groaned as it was pressed tight against itself. I did not want to be seen as that. I wanted us to be seen as more than that. I don't think I will ever change how people look at us, though. I tried and I failed. Berserker shifted on his heels, body turned side on and his eye fell upon her. From the very corner, he shot her a sideways glance. I did not tell you my name because it just wasn't worth knowing. I was good at breaking things, so that was all I needed to be for you. Someone who breaks things, but I tried to be like that, but I couldn't. Slowly, his eyelids fell. I could not let go of it. Maybe the others knew, maybe they just wanted me to be better, but it does not matter now. It was not fair to you or anyone in Chaldea. Who looked at me and saw more than a monster who smashed things, who destroyed homes. You looked at my goal and said it was something. Berserker fully faced her. His face gentle, a smile on his lips that was perhaps the purest form of one that could exist. You showed me something I cannot repay. In this world of disparity, you showed me equality. So it was rude, insulting to you, that I did not return the favor before today. I'm not good at explaining things, actually. A brief chuckle, almost abashed, and Berserker brought up his left hand and pressed it against the back of his neck. The sound of claws running through hair filled the silence as the Berserker scratched his nape. What I'm trying to say is that. His eyes closed. What I want to say is thank you. He stepped backwards, putting further distance between the two of them. And I want to show you what you showed me. Everything you were was put on display. So against my rival, my equal, my sister. I should have showed it to you, even if I didn't think it was as good as yours. She knew his name. She knew who this was. Her lips parted ever so slightly, eyes widened, and she cursed herself for not seeing it before. Her words died on her lips, even if she had more, berserk. No. Calamate raised a hand and shook his head, indicating that he was not done. Even if it isn't much. Even if I cannot show you the stars as you showed them to me. I can at least show you the skies that my people ruled. He took a deep breath and lowered his arm. Then his voice came back, full of strength and each word delivered with power that took on a weight in the air. Ours is the legend from before the dawn. Ours is the legacy older than time. Ours is the shadow which blots the land. Ours is the final whisper from the ageless fog. Upon disparity, upon flame, witness our shadow on all that stood on our foundations. His eyes snapped open as air rippled around his body. Living calamity. And then it split. The air crackled and burst, it washed over her like a tidal wave of presence. It was as though hands had gripped her and held her in place. With eyes unblinking she watched the human shape of Calamate vanish in a singular flash of light and shadow. Flames spilled from the dark mass and bubbled, twisting and turning as the sound of crumbling stone and sound of dry snapping wood drummed through her ears. The flames, mustard yellow and laced with pure obsidian, climbed higher and higher before they held themselves still. A singular pulse fell across the air, rushing outwards and parting the flames. He loomed over her, from blotting out the moon behind his head. The diamond-shaped eye mounted on the arrow-headed skull focused on her with gentleness which was daunting. The earth shuddered as great steps brought the posture of the dragon to its height. Tar-black scales that melted into the midnight backdrop, offset by the bone-white protrusions that jutted along the back of the neck and ran down the spine and out of sight. Calamate slowly lowered his head towards her. She stumbled for a moment but remained upright despite what every logical part of her was screaming about this situation. Utterly rooted to the ground, she could only stare in shock as the dragon placed its neck flat against the ground and bore it to her. For moments, she stared without understanding. Then it dawned on her and she turned her eyes to the dragon's own, searching for confirmation. Calamate looked back in silence, but when she met his gaze, she knew what it was he wanted. Olga stepped forwards, movements slow and hesitant, but with each one, she found herself gaining a little bit more strength. Her hand reached out, the scales of the dragon seemed a million miles away. And yet, within a few short moments, she felt the roughness against her palms. It was a texture like sandpaper, yet she found herself unwilling to pull her hand away from it. There was a sweeping noise, air being shoved aside and a thud which traveled through the ground and into her body. She turned her head after a few seconds and looked at the wing which had been lowered to the ground in such a perfect position that it was almost like a ramp leading up to the back of the dragon. Olga felt her eyes widen. She turned her head back and looked down. Calamate stared back in silence. He did not even use the mental link. She should have been content with it, but then she thought of everything. And she thought of what this meant. She was not sure what compelled her, but she slowly nodded her head and without a single noise, she moved purely on instinct. Clambering up the wing, it was easier than she imagined it would have been, and then finding a decently sized gap between the jutting vertebrae. Shuffling into the spot, she reached out and took a firm hold on the spines, parted at such an angle that she was provided a clear view of everything in front of her. Her body shook as Calamate shuffled about, rising up and standing upon all fours. His neck turned, giving him a view enough to look down at her. When she caught movement in both corners of her eyes, Olga slowly turned her head left and right. Watching the great wings extend outwards as far as they would seemingly go. Membrane stretched to the furthest point, muscles tenses and bulged. She could see the raw strength and feel it channel through the dragon in that very moment. Calamate turned his head away from her and stared at the front. He moved forwards, slow and lumbering steps at first, each one sent a shudder through her body. It was hardly a comfortable feeling, but she was sitting upon scale and bone. Yet she did not complain openly, instead she sat in what she could only describe as muted resignation. Then Calamate picked up the pace, the slow steps quickened and the scenery moved a touch faster. The wings started to rise and fall, only mere inches at first, and then it turned to feet. Pushing up and down with increasing frequency, she could feel the moment before Calamate took off. Everything around her seemed to freeze. A perfect moment of stillness. Olga found that she could not even breathe. Then the world exploded. She felt the wind slap against her face and shove into her chest. She was pushed back and her eyes snapped shut. The howl of movement around her was drowned by the heavy beats of the dragon's wings, a sound like deep drumming with each flap of the powerful limbs. She kept her eyes closed through all of it, not daring to open them. And then, just as swiftly as it started, the sensation was over. The stillness returned, the breeze against her face was akin to a gentle kiss. The wingbeats sounded less fierce, slowly their sound turned to a welcome companion for her ears, there was a consistent pattern in them which provided her with a comfort. A feeling of security as well. Slowly, her eyes cracked open. Nothing came to mind. There were no words to describe it. Bathed in the light of the moon and under the stars, Olga sat upon the back of Calamate as soared through the sky. She did not even believe they were flying until she dared to look down. Just as quickly she found her eyes twisting back to the night sky, the deep black above with a trillion points of light painted across its infinite depth. The moon hung in the distance, watching over them in silent vigil. Olga said nothing, there was nothing to say. For a brief moment, she let herself forget everything. It's beautiful. The words slipped out without her meaning to do so. But it was accurate. A response came from ahead of her, the unmistakable voice of Calamate with that same gentleness in him, even though his words came from the tongue of a creature dozens of meters long. It truly is it not? You brought the stars to the ground, so let me return this one back to the sky. It was a line she would have laughed at any other day. Perhaps to anyone else too, she would have shown annoyance. Instead she just nodded her head. She took in a short breath. Calamate. ... MMMMH. ... Thank you. ... Happy Valentine's Day, sister. If Ritska were here, she knew he would be grinning from ear to ear. Probably because it was an expression that would mirror her own. He smiled easily as he stared at the screen, then reached over and turned the audio off. Adjusting himself, he leaned back and fell into the chair. Keeping reading on the measurements in case anything did happen, he left the emergency channel open, but he wasn't going to eavesdrop on something like this. You let her go. Gah! A shout tore its way through his throat. Swiftly rising to his feet, he turned around and sent a wide-eyed panicked look towards the direction of the sudden speaker. He did not relax when he saw them, looming through the doorway, eyes hidden behind a pair of shades. Yet even with them concealed, the glow of the iris shone through, giving an eerie look about them. His heart remained at a rapid pace, but slowly lowered himself back into his chair. ... You're up early. Earlier than he would have liked, is what he meant to say. Chrysor said nothing, not at first. She instead gave him a deadpan look from beyond her sunglasses, stepping fully through the doorway and sauntering towards him. There was a slowness in her gait, something that reminded him of a cat stalking a mouse. He knew which of the two he was in this equation. I wake whenever I please. She answered his question with a quiet grunt, tearing her eyes from him and focusing on the screen at his side. Her gaze lingered for a few seconds longer than he would have assumed. Romani could feel the silent judgment. You have not answered my question. He blinked, then nodded his head. I did, yeah, though it was never up to me if she goes or not. Chrysor turned towards him. She went alone. Not alone. He corrected, though it was more out of confusion. His head turned, a brow raised itself. She had the dragon with her. Chrysor stated, confirming that she was similarly aware as to the nature of Berserker. You let her go alone with him. I thought you were supposed to keep her safe. Safe from. He paused, then straightened. It occurred to him what she meant. His expression turned briefly incredulous as he shot a glance between the saber and the screen. Twice he turned and twice he found himself unable to come up with a reason for this. She's in no danger from him. Chrysor looked, then made a small noise. Oh, he owns her then. That, he moved to correct her, then thought better of it. If there was one thing that he managed to glean from Chrysor, it was that they did not think in human terms. ... They're in the same pack. Another pregnant pause, then a quiet. MMMH. Romani felt the silence more acutely than the saber, of that he was certain. Having her in the room made the air heavier. He was afraid to breathe too loudly, in case she took offense to that. It might have been his own natural fear though. His previous interactions had been strange. If he were to call it something, he would have said she was projecting the image of someone else over him. Why? Romani turned his head once more, flinching and fighting back a gasp of alarm as Chrysor had someone come up right beside him without even realizing that she had moved. If she noticed his immediate unease, she did not comment or even acknowledged it. He gulped back his fear, then answered her slowly. Why what? Why not you? She turned on him, a sharpness in those glowing pupils. Romani paused, considering her question. Then shrugged. I'm not really what she needs. I can't help her like the others can, but I can give them what they need to be in a position to help. You are both human, Chrysor stated. You are a healer. He nodded along. Yeah, but not that sort of healer. I could fix up any cut or bruise she got, mend the odd broken bone, but what she needs is a type of help I could never give her. You care for her though. I do. He nodded once more. I was a friend to her father and… Trailing off, Romani found himself unsure what to say. He did like Marisberry, he considered him a friend despite what had happened and everything that transpired. He was friends with the man because he owed him quite a bit. But just because they were friends, did not mean there weren't things Romani didn't agree with. Olga needs her own pack, she needs a pack she can rely on, and I'm not really that sort of person. I can at least spot the people who will help her, but I can't manage that because it's just not what I am capable of. Chrysor straightened, peering down at him for what felt like hours. HMPH. She turned away without another word, pacing towards the door. Happy Valentine's Day, by the way. She stopped, then turned. Why tell me that? Romani shrugged. I am still a healer, I'm supposed to be indifferent. Besides, I can still hope that you have an alright time today, even if you probably aren't going to be caught dancing anywhere. The saber thinned her lips. No, I am not making an effort to find a mate. He sputtered for a moment, then realized he should have thought about. Not what I meant, but I figured you might go with Hanleth. Chrysor was looking at him. Why? No reason, just that you two got along really well. She stared at him for a moment longer. Then turned and left, departing in silence. Romani allowed himself to relax only when he felt as though a comfortable amount of time had passed to let the saber get a good distance from him. Naturally, that wasn't until 3 full minutes later. His knocks on the door were swiftly answered. Medea stepped forwards, unable to get so much as a single word out before he thrust the crimson paper bag towards her and smiled. Happy Valentine's Day. What Ritska was expecting was a reaction of some sorts. What he did not expect was for the caster to recoil away from him as if he had just set something on fire in her face. His smile faltered a little as he stared at the wide-eyed expression and slightly agape mouth. Sorry if I was a little loud. He didn't have a watch to check, but knew it was early. A wince as he watched the woman raise her hand and rub the side of her head, nursing a possible headache with her eyes closed. That is hardly the problem. He froze at the tone, it was one that he recognized. It was the same time of one the director would use if he had done or said something troublesome. Lips rolled inwards and his throat suddenly felt quite dry. As Medea pulled her hand away from her temples, she fixed him with a rather exasperated look. Eyes flickering between the bag in his hands and his face. I did not know that you could muster up such free time as to embark on such childish efforts. Taking the bag from his hand, she then pulled it open and looked inside. Raising a brow and giving a low hum. And with time enough to make them specially made in the image of my staff. Crude, but you were working off memory, weren't you? His arms dropped to his side, expression remaining fixed as he suddenly felt quite small. Well, it's his words trailed off as her eyes came up and locked onto his own, the expectant look threw him off as he stumbled for an answer. It's Valentine's Day and, I just wanted to give you something for all the help and, are your duties as a master so few and far between that you manage this for all your servants? Well, no but, so you decided to exhaust yourself in the hours where you should be resting then. That is, with each sentence, it felt like she was driving an invisible knife deeper and deeper into him. Everything she was saying was factually correct, but he didn't think that made it right. I didn't want the day to go by without doing something, so I hope you enjoy them. It was a lame finish to a rather awkward conversation. Medea merely raised a brow and frowned. So you are off to every other servant and person in Chaldea then? It is a wonder you will be able to find the time to rest. Ritska shrugged his shoulders. It's just something I wanted to do, and he paused when he noticed something that was out of place with the image that the caster was presenting. It was a small tremble in the upper lips, combined with the faint gleam in the eyes. He suddenly felt as though pieces of a puzzle were snapping into place in front of him. The worry which had been slowly building a home in his gut was abruptly turned on its head, now replaced with a tinge of exasperation, but also some small amusement. You're teasing me, aren't you? Medea's lips shifted into a small, but noticeable, smile. Now whatever would give you that impression, master? A drawn-out sigh escaped him, his shoulders dropped down and his head shook from side to side. I felt like I was going to fall into the floor there, you had me worried. I could tell. The caster replied with the amusement now replacing the once chiding tone of voice. I thought it was quite cute to watch you fumble around to defend yourself. I am aware of the nature of today and hardly expected you to let it pass without some manner of acknowledgement. She trailed off, then reached in and took out one of the biscuits, giving it a brief once-over with an odd look in her eyes. Though I was not expecting this level of personal attention. This time, his tired expression wasn't a result of her. You were sort of spot on with the free time thing. I was up most of the night with Sigward getting them all done. Well, he helped prepare all the ingredients and I was just mixing them all together and putting them in the oven. Even then, it was clearly quite a while. Medea hummed to herself, then took a small bite out of them and leaned back, raising a brow as her jaw worked. The small sample elicited a faint hum from the caster, her eyes roamed back towards him. For one who made batches of great quantity, the quality is rather amicable. He felt a bit of heat in his neck, raising a hand and rubbing his nape. I dabbled a little before coming to Chaldea, but that was always here and there. Never really something of this scale, but I'm glad to hear that it worked out all right. I would say that you've encountered quite a bit of luck in that regard. He doubted it had anything to do with Caffrey, but he could not dismiss the possibility. Oh, and what's this? Medea turned her eyes to the small message he had written on the side, placing the biscuit back in the back and twisting the small paper note over to give it a silent read. It was difficult to read her expression, but the way it softened told him that she did appreciate it. Should I be worried about your silver tongue, master? She looked at him with a raised brow. Are you trying to seduce me? His face felt like it was on fire. He tried to open his mouth to give some sort of response. All he could manage was a dry wheeze. Swiftly, his hands came up and waved from side to side, dismissing the idea even if he was sure the caster was only teasing him. And no, that isn't. The heat started to leave, his arms fell back down and a groan bubbled in the back of his throat. Really? You should blame yourself for reacting so strongly. Medea responded, wholly unapologetic. You were the one who contracted with a witch, you understand what you are in for if you do something such as that. Ritska grunted and folded his arms. Yes, what a fool I have been. His voice was dry, but changed as he turned the topic to the secondary reason he had come. By the way, there is a Valentine's dance coming up. Medea raised her brows and blinked. I was merely jesting when I asked if you were trying to seduce me. No, that isn't. He rubbed his temples. I mean, I was wondering if I could have something to wear. The expression on the face of the witch changed, her eyes squinted. You have certainly left it rather late, but fortunately for you, such meager time constraints are nothing to me. I believe this serves as a suitable commission, and is this a suit or something else? He debated, then internally said, what the hell? And went ahead. Something else. Medea's lips curled into a faint smile. Then if it is what my master asks, I can spare the time. Vrindari felt her hands quite clammy. It was far more nerve-wracking than she would have ever previously experienced. For more reasons than before, she found herself glad that she wore a helmet to hide away her face. It would have stopped anyone from seeing how tense her expression was, the sort that one would have worn if they were going into battle. Perhaps this was the same sort of experience, at least for how heavy her heart was pounding away in her chest. A rattle had followed her as she walked, only now did she finally turn her eyes down and see that it was the sword held in her left hand, clattering up and down with each step she took. A frown formed on her lips, her right hand moved across and pushed the hilt into the sheath, the rattle fell silent. It made the beating of her heart all the louder. The path to Gareth's room was one she knew off the top of her head, but she had only just become self-conscious of that. The real question was why? Why was it that she was so aware or so nervous? This was nothing more than her looking out for an ally, dare she say, a friend, so there was no true reason that she would have experienced this level of unease or worry. It was an unpleasant feeling, she realized. Because all she could think of now was whether Gareth would even appreciate it. Any other day she could have gotten a sword, but this was some manner of holiday related to the passage of food. Something that Verndari could not do, this was the best she could manage on such short notice, and she knew that being allowed to cook in full plate armor would never be allowed. So she made a choice between exposing her secret, and doing something beyond the norm. It was little surprise what choice she had made. Doing what was expected was never something she was very good at in the first place. Her mere existence as a knight was proof enough of that. Verndari noticed that she had stopped moving, having done so without even noticing. Her head came up and blinked, she found herself staring at the smooth surface of Gareth's door. Twisting her head left and right, she realized that she had lost herself so completely in her thoughts, that she had landed right where she wanted to be. She swallowed, her throat forced whatever unease she still held down her gullet. It sank like lead in her gut. Pulling her hand away from the sword, she moved it up and curled her hand into a fist. The rapping of her knuckles on polished metal echoed like thunder in the halls, now feeling more like a cage pushing her forwards. She cursed herself for feeling like this, a weakness in her gut which made her feel ill. Every time she thought of Gareth's face now, all she could feel was that queasy boiling in her chest. Her heart hammering like she was riding to a battle, the nervous twitch of her hand seeking a sword, something she was comfortable with. She knew what it might have been. Or subconsciously, she did. But she squashed that possibility. It couldn't be that because that was the sort of emotion of weaker women. The maidens that she had distanced herself from, the emotional sort who were better off tending homes. Not like her. Not like Gareth either. When the door opened, it was both a comfort and a sudden dread. Whatever she wanted to say caught in her throat when she looked down at Gareth. The weight held her tongue still, even as the lancer gave a blink of surprise before giving a welcoming smile. "Hey, Verndari. Wow, you're here pretty early, huh?" Her eyes lowered down onto what was held in the visitor's hands. "That's a new sword." Verndari jolted back into movement, the words gripped her and pulled her back into a response. "Why yes. I worked on it these last few days." Looking down, she held it up in her left hand, sheath and all, and turned it back and forth, letting the lancer look over the short blade so that she missed nothing. Under the supervision of Andre, the smith was a decent teacher. "It looks good." Gareth leaned forwards, hands on her hips and letting out an intrigued hum. "Shorter than your other sword, but it's always good to have an offhand weapon. Just in case you lose the other one, or need to use something else. Sometimes my spear is a bit awkward in close quarters." Verndari was relieved to hear of the approval. "That is why I made it," she responded slowly, tongue darting out to wet her lips as she slowly pushed the sword towards the lancer. "Do you want to hold it? Can I?" Gareth's smile widened before she reached out, delicately taking the sword from Verndari's grasp and into her own. With a smooth, practiced movement, she unsheathed the sword and held it up before her face. Around the length of a forearm, it was shorter than a longsword and made for close quarters. Gareth gave a singular hum, then stepped out into the hallways and gave a few practice swings of the weapon, nodded once more, then stepped back and looked at Verndari. "That's a pretty good sword. I'm not really much of a smith, but it's good." "I am." Verndari swallowed thickly once more. "Glad you approve." Handing the sheath to the lancer, She took it with a confused blink. Happy Valentine's Day, Gareth. Gareth stared, then blinked. Then blinked again. Her eyes slowly turned to the sword and sheath held in each hand, then towards Verndari, then back to the sword and sheath. I will be on my way. Verndari started to back away. For some reason, she didn't want to be around for the reaction. The feelings from before had gotten stronger, turning on her heel and marching away. It was all she could do to not break into a sprint down the hallway. The hammering in her heart never stopped. Wah! The shout of Gareth echoed behind her. Wait, Verndari. Come back. She did not. Spirit form was like a blanket for her. She slipped from view and away. Ignoring the shouts of Gareth demanding she return. Even as she fled, because that was what she was doing, she felt the shame rise up that was just as bad as when she was stood before the Lancer. She had never felt like that before. And she didn't want to feel like that again. Neither of them said anything. There was no sound in the room save for the small patter of feet on the table, the furred paws of the white animal pacing back and forth across the table. Eyes narrowed and occasionally leaning forwards to take a quick sniff of the air. It was completed. I think it looks quite pretty. Surprisingly simple words from someone like Da Vinci. He had privately expected her to open with a drawn-out monologue about the ceramic tea set and how intricate it all was. Instead she had spoken those simple words. He was unsure if that was better or worse. The analysis would have likely gone far above his ability to understand, yet having her speak such short words sounded pandering. Like she was trying to spare feelings that did not exist. He turned his head, looking at her with an unblinking gaze and focused his eyes. Her expression betrayed nothing, or nothing that he could see. Lips curled into a gentle smile, eyes aglow with distracted interest. The same expression she nearly always had on her face whenever he saw her. If he was to speak honestly, he was not sure if she was even in the room with them. She might have just as easily been away in the furthest corners of her mind and working on a dozen other projects, gracing him only with those simple words because she was busy contemplating something else. Speaking only on reflex to give him some thin acknowledgement, before she carried on with much more important concerns. Maybe that was better, came the small voice in the back of his head. He could almost feel the dismissive shrug the voice followed with. His concerns were so small, so meager, when compared with the state of Chaldea as a whole, and to demand the attention of someone like Da Vinci for something as pitiful as a tea set that he had slaved away to perfect over the course of several days was laughable. Or it would be, if he had the capacity for something like that. Ash turned, eyes pulled away from the caster and back towards the tea set. Now he met the eyes of Fu. The small white animal had been present in the room for the majority of the time. He knew that purely because he had felt those small beady eyes on him. From the moment they entered the room, even when they closed their eyes and fell into a slumber, there was not a single instance in which the animal had not had its focus upon him. Ash couldn't quite explain how he knew, nothing more than a strange gut feeling, a small cautionary twitch in his arms which would have felt more comfortable if they had ease of access to a blade or a weapon. He had once diverted his attention between Fu and himself. The animal had watched him without blinking for hours, neither of them had done so. Now Fu was moving again, acting as it did whenever under the gaze of someone beyond himself. Curious whimpers and small mewls to attract the eye, even twisting and plodding over to Da Vinci, who had absently ran her fingers through his fur, before pacing back to the spot where they now resided. So when are you going to give them to her? The words of Da Vinci hung in the air without reply. Seconds ticked past before he eventually mustered up the desire to actually give her a response. I'll package them up, place them in front of her room. At once, he felt an acute look pressed up against the side of his face. He did not need to turn his head to know that he was being stared at. He could imagine the expression. One of shock, he assumed, or surprise. Perhaps even some incredulity or questioning. Ash did not turn to Da Vinci, instead he stepped forwards and reached out, gently taking the ceramic into his hands and with the utmost care, lifted it from the table. He was surprised with how light they were. He thought they would have been heavier now, but they remained almost weightless to him. As if they were not even there to begin with, as if the slightest twitch, the barest hint of tension, and they would turn to dust in his fingers. They probably would, given his strength. I thought you were going to give them in person. He had intended to, but the words of Ritska had come back to haunt him in a different way. Ritska had been well-meaning, but there was something foreboding about it. The notion that when he did get his answer, it would be one he didn't want. What if, when he stared into the face of Nobunaga, he felt absolutely nothing? What if, after working for days on those gifts for the archer, he looked at her gratitude and felt utterly empty? What would that mean for him? He decided that his current state was preferable, at least it would leave him with some measure of understanding. It would remain unanswered in that way, he could always try to believe that it would be a change. But if he received the answer, then it would be locked in place and he would know, without a shadow of doubt. I do not need to be there for that. He answered, giving away no indication of his inner turmoil. That is a matter of perspective. It wasn't, not to him. He did not reply, giving not even a grunt, as he continued to move. Placing the set into his bottomless box without pause. Yet it was only when he moved for the final cup, that Fu sprang into action. Pouncing, the creature bound into the space before the cup, placing themselves down between his hand and his target, then with an upturned snout, they glared at him with all the strength they could muster in their tiny frame. Ash's hand came to a grinding halt. He briefly considered just pushing the animal out of the way, but something stopped that thought short. As if, by doing that, he would be making a mistake. There was an intelligent gleam in the eyes of the animal, looking at him and daring him to make that sort of move. His hand pulled back and down to his side, keeping eye contact with Fu before making a sharp turn, twisting his neck and looking down at Da Vinci. You disapprove. You're not the shy sort. The woman fired back without hesitation, folding her arms and raising a brow at him. Searching his face for something, and clearly not finding what she was looking for, as the frown on her lips got decidedly more pronounced. And after watching you day after day, you don't seem the type to leave something half done. Half done. The words lodged themselves into his chest like arrows. He knew that she was right, it was expected to present the gift to someone in person, rather than leave it for them to find. He knew that. Da Vinci was perceptive. I am, unsure of the response. She gave a questioning, if bemused, hum. I think she would appreciate. It is not Nobunaga's response that leaves me concerned. Silence descended across the room. The brunette watched him for some quiet moments before letting out a soft, oh. Then she looked at him again, only this time it was far more piercing than the looks he had received before. The bright blue eyes shone, as if stripping the armor from his body and leaving him wholly exposed before her. Even his expression felt like thin paper, doing nothing to protect his real thoughts. You won't know until you try. Maybe that's the point. Can you live like that? I can. He cut himself short and turned, frowning deeply. Try. He was going to say, and they both knew it. Well, it is your choice. Da Vinci continued. He caught her shrug of the shoulders from the corner of his vision. But I will say that it would be a terrible waste if you went through all of that just to not be there to see her reaction in person. Besides, she would probably track you down. There is no guarantee she would know it was from me. At those words, Da Vinci stopped and turned, fixing him with a look as though she didn't quite believe that he had said that. There was a sort of amused disbelief in her face, like any moment now she was expecting him to reveal that he had made some sort of joke and that his previous sentence was the punchline. Not for the first time, Ash felt foolish. Maybe it was better to know, just to get it over and done with. A resigned sigh and a shake of the head. Clearly Da Vinci knew she had won if the upturned lip told him anything. He reached forwards, Fu shuffled aside without noise, and clasped the final cup before resting it inside his bottomless box. Turning for the door, he moved towards it and then paused for a single moment, grunting towards the caster. Your assistance has been appreciated. And your company was very pleasant. Da Vinci replied without pause, then paused and chuckled. But I will say that conversations were a little sparse. I did enjoy watching you work. Feel free to come back anytime you want. A pause, and that other item, were you going to leave that on his door as well? He would know it was from me. Shaking his head, he stepped forwards and out of the door. Happy Valentine's Day. The person in front of him stared, then squinted. Blackbeard felt his own failed attempt at a smile slide clean off his face, leaving the both of them just looking at the other in complete silence. The awkward nature of what they were doing seemed to hang over their heads and in the air. It was like stepping into a friend's room and spotting a moldy plate in the corner. Something you could not help but feel a bit disturbed by, but hoped that keeping quiet would avoid calling attention to it. With a pinched expression, the person reached across and slowly picked the card from the hands of the pirate. It was an agonizingly slow process, one that he hoped would end with them just tossing the card away without even reading it. But that wasn't what happened. Stone-faced, they slipped a finger inside and pulled it apart, eyes turned from him and towards the contents, skimming through them before giving a low snort of amusement, raising their eyes and looking back at him once again. I assume Havel did not deliver this in person because he would have killed me. Blackbeard gave a single sniff and folded his arms. I didn't want to give you anything. While he would never claim to be a good man, he had done many things that would be classified as evil, but if there was one thing that even he would be utterly disgusted with, it was the person in front of him. Armed with an oily smile, the fake priest known as Aldrich looked back. A face so greasy and slimy that Blackbeard was certain the rain would run right over his skin and leave him bone dry. Well, certainly a colorful message. Aldrich mused, snapping the card closed and wearing a tight-lipped smile. Do be sure to pass along my thanks, and my appreciation to the bishop. I'm rather impressed he could make time in his busy schedule to think of me long enough to write out a personal message. Blackbeard wanted this conversation to be over, sooner rather than later. Well, I won't keep you and your collection of crewmates much longer. He stepped aside, his boots slid along the floor without a single squeak. Blackbeard managed to fight the urge to stare at the spot where the man had been standing, just in case the man had polished the floor just by standing on top of it. Go, spread some good cheer around Chaldea. A flourished wave and the smile turned sharper, more unsettling and leaving the pirate with an uneasy feeling like he was being sized up. The pinprick eyes and barely visible teeth in the smile reminded him of a predator just waiting for the right chance. And given the habits of this man, there was a good chance that was exactly it. Sure, whatever. He grunted back, sounding more confident than he probably felt. Stepping past the shorter man and marching down the hallway, relying solely on those behind him to keep watch on the man and, if necessary, to act as a shield to allow him to escape. The feeling of being watched never quite left him as he walked down the hallways. It was all he could do to not swing around and walk backwards. His back felt open, exposed. Like any moment he would feel a sharp pain in it and it would be revealed that the man had sunk a knife into him. The pain never came, but the sensation didn't leave. It was only after a solid minute of walking that he eventually let himself relax. His shoulders dropped and he turned to face the people behind him, looking between David and Sammy with a frown on his lips. Did we have to give that guy something? David, for once, wasn't smiling. Instead he had a decidedly blank expression as he replied, and with a voice that was worryingly empty. It would be impolite to exclude certain individuals from the festivities because of personal problems. A safe answer, Blackbeard thought. With his words, he said, yeah, but the guy is definitely a scumbag. Low as they come. To that, David did smile, but it was a rather empty one. Most assuredly. But it is important to make efforts, meager as they might be, to form some manner of repertoire, after all. If something does transpire, it will not be I who swung the first blow. Suddenly it made sense why David had pressed the issue. He was covering himself in the eventuality of the man acting scummy. It was surprisingly more aware than Blackbeard had considered. Protecting oneself with society. Maybe he had underestimated David. Now then, let us be on our way. The smile turned a bit more cheerful. David clapped his hands, the noise echoed around them. I want to see who our silent friend here has been writing his cards to as well. Blackbeard blinked, then turned on Sammy and squinted. Yeah, you never showed me any of those. Don't tell me, are you writing out a confession? Sammy turned a blank, endless gaze upon him. Even without a face, the ominous void that served as an expression somehow managed to convey a sense of tired exhaustion. Just as quickly, the angel turned away from him and floated forwards, moving right past the pair and down the corridor. Blackbeard and David exchanged a glance. Then the pirate gave a teasing grin. That didn't sound like a denial. To which, David could only respond with a slightly bemused. It didn't sound like much of anything. News of a Valentine's dance spread across Chaldea like wildfire. Mash found herself a little surprised by just how unsurprising the news actually was. Yet, given the track record of Chaldea's involvement with such events, it should have been a matter of when, rather than if, the servants of Chaldea celebrated such a thing. Though what was really something of a surprise to her was just how enthused Guinevere actually was regarding the entire situation. Something with greater flair, the goddess said, dismissing the idea of her wearing just a simple dress. It was a decidedly better thing than when Mash had asked what the problem with her just going dressed as she normally was. That question had earned her an expression of utter shock and a pained grimace. She knew that the goddess would not have agreed, but Mash had felt the need to ask all the same. For that matter, she was sure that all she would be doing was just standing there. She did not know how to dance and had never given thought towards it, at least not before today. Flair. Yes, flair. Guinevere responded, back turned to her and pacing across the room with arms folded behind her. What we are looking for is something that will steal the breath of everyone who gazes upon you. Your position is first and foremost the chief defender of the boy, which means that everything must reflect that. Mash didn't quite understand, her expression turned slightly pinched. But what does? Guinevere rounded on her before she could finish, looking down at her with patience as she strode towards her and placed hands gently upon her shoulders. A light push guided her across the room and towards the bed, lowering her down into a sitting position on it. Mash. The goddess began. I have told you that such fields are akin to battles in their own right and we must act in that manner. You stand on the front lines, the vanguard. You want to be tall, proud, and defiant in the face of whatever obstacle is in your path, yes. That sounded right. She nodded her head up and down. Guinevere smiled, then stepped back. We have our answer. What we need is something that you wear which performs the same role as your mighty shield. Something that announces to the world that you are there and you are here to stay. Here to stay. Mash blinked, then frowned. Am I going somewhere? Not if we act. That implied she was going somewhere. But more than that, Guinevere continued, we want you to stand as your own character. You are not an accessory, nor are you some addition. The wrong dress will make you appear as little more than a walking bracelet for another's attire. Charming, in its own right, when outfits complement one another, but hardly suitable for establishment of presence. A lot of what she was hearing flew over her head, but the bits and pieces she did understand were leaving her a little puzzled, mostly lost. I'm not sure that I can do that. Mash found herself saying, then looked towards the goddess and tried to explain further. I think I know what you're talking about. You mean like Nero-san and Marie-san, don't you? A brief pause, then a nod of the head. You understand they have a certain aura about them. Guinevere confirmed. A charm that sweeps up the crowd and a personality which shines when under the rays of the sun. It can be achieved through a variety of ways, but beauty is hardly universal. After all, it exists within the eye of the beholder and more often than not, the eyes have different tastes. Once more, the string of words left her dazed. But there was one thing she was certain of. I'm not like Nero-san and Marie-san though. She looked down at her hands. I don't understand love or that sort of thing, Guinevere-san. You will find few who truly grasp the nuances of the emotion, Mash. The soft voice of the goddess reached her. It is a complicated emotion, but, what I want is for you to show yourself to everyone, so they can see you can shine in your own way. It sounded nice, but Mash was still unsure. Was it what she wanted? She thought of being under the same sort of spotlight that the Emperor and the Queen had, even the like of Steno and Euryale. She found it impossible to imagine. Rather, she wasn't sure if she really wanted something like that in the first place. What if, it was a small murmur that she didn't realize, it trailed into nothing. She hoped it had gone unnoticed. Guinevere stepped directly in front of her, then lowered herself down into a crouch and looked at her. Mash did not meet her eyes. What if that isn't what you want? She paused, unsure how the goddess knew exactly what she was thinking. A soft chuckle reached her ears. Guinevere reached across and with a gentle flick of the wrist, brushed aside the hair that covered her right side and exposed her face fully. Mash turned both eyes onto the goddess at that, meeting the understanding face of the woman as she regarded her with a gentle smile. Then you need only tell me what you do want, Mash. The goddess whispered in a quiet voice. This is for you, not for me. I can provide only ideas, but it is for you to take the first steps. What do you want in this dance? What did she want? She didn't know. She had never even thought of something like this before she trailed off, then looked to her fingers once more. Picking underneath her nails for the dirt that did not exist. Frowning as she tried to focus her thoughts. Everything that came to her told her that dances existed for people to go dancing. Mash did not want to be center stage or even spotlight. She, I want to have one dance. Just one would be nice, if only so she had the chance to do it. Then a dance you will have. Guinevere smiled and rose up. We shall find you a dress that reflects just that. Mash turned her eyes up, then rolled her lips. Can you teach me? No. She blinked. Guinevere shook her head. I could, but I will not. Why? Cutting her short, the goddess left the air devoid of words for a moment before smiling down with some sort of knowing gleam in her eyes. If I were to teach you to dance, then your very first would be cold. It is for the sake of courts that one spends hours learning how to dance, for the eyes of peers and acquaintances. That is not the manner of dancing you wish to learn for this. Mash felt herself go still. But what if she messed up? This is your first dance, Mash. Guinevere hummed. It will be special, but it will be memorable. You might make mistakes during it, you might even look back upon it and feel embarrassment, but it will be yours. I cannot explain an experience to you, for that is what it is. An experience. That, Mash winced, then rolled her jaw. I don't understand. I know. The words reached her ear, soft like a gentle breeze. But you will. A dance such as this is showing who you are. You will come to understand why I won't teach you now. If you wish to continue to dance after this, then you will find me a willing tutor, but not before. Ash's hand drummed on the door, then stepped backwards. Moments passed. It opened up. Yeah, what the? Nobunaga jolted backwards with a start. Of all the responses expected, that was not one of them. Not until the archer pointed squarely at Ash's chest. You're a woman again. Ash nodded her head. Yes. Why? Then the archer raised a brow. Ash would have answered her, but the sly smile that spread across her lips, the way her eyes seemed to shine with a teasing note and her hands dropped to her hips, told her that the archer had come to the conclusion without any sort of explanation. Oh ho! A deep chuckle rippled in the back of Nobunaga's throat. A spot of dancing. All right, I'm looking forward to it now. Ash said nothing, then shrugged her shoulders. If you say so. She had nothing more to add onto that, unsure as to why her presence would make it more or less interesting to attend. Ash certainly had no plans to go dancing, nor did she really want to go, but she had been invited, along with everyone else, and knew that her absence would be noted far more than her presence. Oddly enough, Nobunaga never asked why she was going as a woman, rather than a man. Maybe the archer cared as much for the gender as Ash did. She was merely going as a woman, she did not know the reason why. Maybe it was because it would be simpler to get a dress than it would be to get a suite. Between Medea and Da Vinci, Ash assumed the two of them could make something. So then, Nobunaga clapped her hands. If you're here to invite me, I will humbly accept. I am not. The archer froze on the spot, her expression caught midway through speaking. Mouth agape before her body deflated like a basilisk. For all of a few seconds, then her eyes bulged and shock was written clean across her face. "Wah, how come?" demanded the smaller woman, stamping her foot hard. "Are you really going to leave me without a dance partner? Do you know how awkward that is going to be for me when Okita shows up alone as well? How am I supposed to rub it in the face of the manslayer if I don't have a dance partner either?" Ash gave no thought to that. She just looked at the archer in near silence, then slowly moved her hand across to her hip and into her bottomless box. Nobunaga missed the gesture completely, so caught up in her own lamentations, until Ash pulled out the wrapped-up cloth. Then she went silent, going still mid-rant and falling back into her original posture. This time, it was lacking an expression completely, being utterly hypnotized by the plain white cloth that Ash held in her hands. Then she extended it towards the archer and lowered it into her hands when she reached out to support it. "Happy Valentine's Day," Ash said, her voice monotone. Nobunaga lowered the bag, so that it no longer blocked their line of sight with one another, then looked between the two of them several times before eventually speaking. "This isn't chocolate." It was difficult to know whether that was disappointment or not. "No," Ash confirmed. "It is not." A strange look flickered across the face of the archer as she stepped back, then jerked her head into the room. All but demanding that Ash follow her in. She did without much pause, stepping into the enclosed space and glancing around, aware of the rather loud hum which was missing from the other rooms. Searching for the source revealed nothing. "I'm situated next to the boilers." Nobunaga's flat voice answered the unspoken question, then it came back with a twist of irritation. "You would think that a high-tech base would have silent running, but guess we can't have everything." Ash paused for a moment, looked at the back of Nobunaga's head. "Do you wish to change rooms? I would not care about the noise." Nobunaga paused, then slowly turned around to face her, eyes alight with a desperate hope. "Really?" The crack of the voice was alarming. Ash had not considered the room was that painful for the archer. "You'd really swap rooms. If you want." She did not care. With an exaggerated movement, the archer rubbed her hands over her eyes as if flicking away tears, but her dry cheeks made the movement utterly pointless, leaving Ash questioning why she had even bothered with it in the first place. "What a caring retainer I have found." Then she clapped and all pretense of sadness was gone. "I can move by the end of the day. I do not have anything to pack and have never used the bed." Nobunaga paused, then fixed her with an odd look. "You just sit on the floor and look at the wall, don't you?" Ash wondered how she knew. Red eyes rolled, Nobunaga shook her head and turned around, muttering to herself. "Might as well just have both of us in there if you're just going to do nothing. It would be like having furniture or—" Her voice cut short the moment she opened up the back, staring into it with an expression Ash could not see. Seconds ticked past. Then Nobunaga reached into the bag and slowly pulled out the first item. The bone-white teacup, smooth-surfaced and with the black symbol of the Oda clan painted onto the side of it. She held it in her hands and slowly turned it over, looking over every inch of the cup without turning to face Ash. Then, with deliberate slowness, she set it down on the bed and reached back into the bag. One at a time, she pulled forth the 3 remaining ceramic cups, each one like the first in every way. Then came the teapot, matching with the others, the mound-shaped design with a small curved handle on one side and the upwards pointing spout on the other. Like with the cups, this one had the symbol of the clan on the side. Ash had found that to have been the greatest challenge to get right. He had spent hours practicing, painting on angled surfaces. Nobunaga sat it down, then took in a sharp breath. She took a step backwards, still staring at the bed. Then her voice came out, slow and quiet. "You got me a tea set." "I made you a tea set, yes." Ash replied. "You had expressed an interest and I was aware you lacked one. I decided that you would get more use from this than you would get from chocolate." "More use?" The archer rumbled back, then slowly turned around and faced her with a blank expression. Ash looked back at her, then felt a small twist of something in her gut. The lack of any real reaction from Nobunaga slowly filled her with a sense of profound disappointment. Not in the gift, but in the wasted time she had spent on it when she could have done something else. Yet it was in line with what Gilgamesh had said, was it not? Hollow efforts would appeal to no one. Ash blinked, thoughts grinding to a halt, then slowly craned her neck down to where Nobunaga was currently pressing her face into Ash's chest. Having stepped towards her and then fully leaned into it. Perhaps it was wise that Ash had foregone armor, otherwise this would have been more uncomfortable for the archer. The position the two were in remained that way for some time, at least 20 full seconds. Ash counted the drag of time and remained still. Saying and doing nothing, not until Nobunaga did something first. She pulled away and took in a sharp breath, hands on her hip and nodding her head up and down. That's, Nobunaga moved her hand up and rubbed the underside of her eye. Ash saw her brush away something that twinkled in the lighting, taking another sniffle, but this one sounded wet. Thank you. Ash straightened. You are not disappointed. You could have given me a bar of chocolate and I would have been pretty pleased. Nobunaga confessed to her, turning her head towards the bed and staring at the set for a good few seconds. You went and made me a full tea set with my own emblem on each of them. How long did you spend on this? 85 consecutive hours. She replied. Archer whipped around and stared at her with wide eyes, mouth dropping open. I ensured that each of them had been crafted to structural perfection, those lacking in quality were destroyed. A noise bubbled in the back of the archer's throat, taking a single step backwards and bursting out. Something between a laugh and a gasp. Her shoulders fully dropped, arms limply wobbling by her side as her shocked gaze remained firmly planted on Ash's face. The surprise was unusual. Ash was unsure how to phrase this. Did you believe I would provide you with nothing on Valentine's Day? I was expecting chocolate. Nobunaga all but shouted back at her. Whatever had been keeping her voice in check finally shattered, waving her arms around and sweeping them both towards the bed where the present lay. Like a little, here's something for you, and I would have patted you on the back and given you a thanks. What the actual hell is this? Ash leaned back, her frown deepened. Nobunaga had thanked her for the present, but was now acting almost affronted. She did not understand how this had transpired. Ash turned and took a step towards the bed. If you would rather receive chocolate instead. Nobunaga dived between her and the bed, whipping around to face Ash and then pointing a finger squarely towards her face. You're not taking my tea set away from me. She hissed. Ash retreated. Then all is well. All is, with a choked gasp, Nobunaga looked at her with incredulity. All is, you how? How do you? Eyes closed, the archer straightened her posture and looked Ash dead in the eyes when they opened back up. I will repeat myself for you. Nobunaga smiled. Thank you very much. Really. You are the best retainer I could ask for, at the moment. Ash gave a content nod. Nobunaga liked the gift. Then all is well. She turned away and walked towards the door, stopping only when Nobunaga grabbed her arm. Why aren't you expecting a return present? No. You are, Nobunaga exhaled. All right, just wait. I'll find a way to one-up you. I can't be seen up by my own retainer after something like this. Ash never considered getting anything in return. It would have been wasted on her. But she did not voice that aloud, she instead nodded her head and turned to Nobunaga. Then I will wait for your return present. The grin on Nobunaga's face got wider. Of course you will. Wahahaha. Just you wait. You're going to be utterly blown away by my return present. The excitement in the face of Nobunaga was. Ash grunted in response, then walked out of the room, stopping when the door shut behind her. Her left hand came up, then pressed itself against her chest, just over the top of her silent heart. She remained standing for a few moments, then slowly, her expression morphed into a frown. She was content her gift was not going to be wasted. Yet beyond that feeling, she had nothing. Relief that she had not wasted all that time. That was more than enough, she told herself, ignoring the small part of her mind that had wanted, expected, something more. Valentine's. Ending. Olga was barely out of the rayshift chamber, her legs felt utterly weightless. She couldn't be sure whether it was numbness from an uncomfortable sitting for so long, or if it was the leftover excitement of the flying. Perhaps it was a little of both, but she kept her complaints to herself, as she did so for the duration of the flight. Neither one of them said anything as they walked out and into the hallway. Yet Olga did not find the silence awkward or unsettling, it was perfect. Everything that had been said had been aired, everything else was better left unsaid in an unspoken agreement between the two of them. She paused, then turned, looking up at Calamate and meeting his mismatched eyes. His lips pulled into a small, almost childlike, smile, and then he turned and walked off. With nothing left to say, he retreated down the hallways with a bit more confidence in his stride. She noticed the differences with how he had been before almost immediately. Now he felt like an individual, rather than something else. It worked out well then. Olga turned immediately, fixing her eyes on the figure standing opposite her. The small berserker, minute smile on her lips, looked at her with a knowing expression. You do not need to answer that. I have my intuition to tell me how it went. I was just coming round to see how my advice had paid off. I would have felt rather guilty if my words had failed to help him. Kiyohime looked past her, searching the corridor over Olga's shoulder and finding something that pleased her. The tiny smile got a bit wider, at least until a click of the fan shielded it from view, but the eyes were still bright with warmth. Olga straightened and rolled her lips, finding whatever she wanted to say on the tip of her tongue. Ritsuka was involved as well, wasn't he? A singular nod of the head. Anshin-sama did his best, but I had a touch more experience in this sort of thing, but he was certainly instrumental. Though, the ultimate idea was the berserkers. Whatever he did with the two of you, that was all on his own. Olga pursed her lips. Your actions have been, you are. She closed her eyes, not willing to speak again until she could actually get words out. When her gaze returned once more, she spoke clearly. As director of Chaldea, you have my appreciation for ensuring the mental health of the current workforce. Kiyohime regarded her with a flat gaze. Then, just as swiftly, a quiet giggling filled the hallway, one that seemed to push right through her, like a wind sweeping away whatever confident foundation she had been trying to build up. That simple gesture undid what she had been trying. The berserker approached her, snapping the fan shut and showing off the smile on her lips. Stopping right in front of Olga, she brought the fan up and then guided it down with a single movement. When gently tapped her forehead, she recoiled away from the fan and stared in shock at the berserker. The brief loss for words allowed the servant to get her own in. You may thank me as yourself, but I suppose that is your own way of being honest. A small sigh. Though it is a bit too close to being a lie for my liking, I shall allow it. I'd ask you to not make a habit of it, though. Still, she shook her head, then stepped past the director. I think he could make you more honest, and you him, that is always a good thing. And then, without making another sound, she was gone. By the time Olga turned around, the berserker had vanished. Either into spirit form or merely just out of sight, she did not know. But she stood there for a few moments, unsure of what transpired. Her shoulders lowered as she considered the words, surprisingly enough. Close enough to a lie. Maybe. Perhaps she was just happy that Calamate was. Pale rose. A voice echoed down the hallway. Olga blanched and turned, just in time for the arms of Nero to wrap around her in a tight embrace. You have revealed yourself to me at last. She had almost forgotten why she had wanted to get out of Chaldea in the first place. It had been one of the meeting rooms, emptied out and converted into a ballroom. Or that was the initial intention, yet by the time Gwendolyn had arrived, he found himself wondering why his assistance had even been requested in the first place. The decorations that hung across the room, streaks of flower petals from corner to corner in a web of color, showed off some level of twisted detail. There was a chaotic order about it, as if with this splash of randomly assembled colors, they had managed to create something that could have been mistaken for cohesion. Nothing at all like the illustrious halls of an Orlando, however, the array of colors bordered on being offensive to the eyes. Already there were a dozen or so servants inside, some acknowledged his entrance while others continued about as they were, paying little heed to what he was doing. He stopped, briefly, when he caught sight of the very center of the room and pinched his brows together. Flan twisting his hands around a tower, constructed of something decidedly thinner than stone. Light pierced through the gaps, right the way to the summit of the mock tower, standing just a foot or two taller than the god who created it. Fires twisted and pushed through the grated hood, burning without heat and in a color far removed from their original. A faint pinkish hue to them, spinning upwards until they held a shape right above the tower, turning about and spinning. Vaguely arrow-shaped. Gwendolyn raised a brow, keeping his eye on the tower, then pulling it down towards the direction of Flan as the god turned and made eye contact with him. Neither said anything, nor did they feel the need to speak, and with only curt nods shared between them, they went about their business. Taking in a short breath, Gwendolyn reached out with an invisible hand. The floors, once cold steel, were blanketed with a velvet, the walls changed from bleached white to beige, a golden shine twisted into the vine-like patterns that rolled and climbed up them, stretching from floor to ceiling. The ceiling changed, the matching sensation suddenly looked to elevate, a perspective of it standing taller than it once did. From the summit hung golden chandeliers, each of 8-spoked decorations tipped with a cold orange flame. When his eyes opened, the room looked how he had imagined it. All the decorations that had been put up without his presence, the mismatched flower petals and the curious tower, remained untouched by his actions. He clasped his hands together, giving a single satisfied nod. Ooh. Turning, he was met with the odd expression of the White Queen, Marie Antoinette, as she turned on her heel and stared at the room with naked wonder. Stepping around and clasping her hands over her mouth, only to lower them and look at him with a pleased grin. C'est incroyable, she whispered in a voice loud enough for him to hear. The language filtered through his mind and he found himself feeling a touch taller than before. You expected less of me. He looked back at her, then turned his head. An illusion of this caliber is a trivial task. And that was the truth. Yet being praised for his illusions was something he had little experience with. I knew you were good, but this was beyond what I was expecting, the queen admitted with an expression tinged with guilt. Sorry for underestimating you. She sounded genuine. He regarded her with silence, then shook his head. It was not a talent that was utilized often. You would hardly be the first to think such things and I very much doubt you to ever be the last. The room holds the magnificence expected of my lord. He stiffened at the voice, turning his neck to face the approaching man, a gentle smile on the lips of the dark moon knight, purple eyes cast over the room as his hands rested on his hips. And I find myself troubled to even stand within it. Never did I attend such a place, nor do I recall making grand impressions during my own times. A chance for a change, perhaps. Gwendolyn found himself saying, though whether the words were for himself or for his knight, he could hardly tell. Instead he put what confidence he could muster into them and let them settle. There would be many who lacked the same experience and it would go without words that I was never present for such events. Sir Bedrick looked troubled by his words, turning a frown on him before exhaling. If you wish to excuse yourself, then I will explain to all those who would ask. Gwendolyn slowly shook his head. No, I will remain. As will you. It would not do for a lord to be present without his knight, would it? A surprised blink, then a glance shared with the queen before the knight gave a smile, small but warm. You are quite right, my lord. I will do my utmost to avoid bringing shame to your order. There was very little that one could do to shame his order further than others. Gwendolyn doubted one could make more of a fool of themselves than he did at a dance. For how could one achieve dancing when they lacked legs? His deformity felt more weighted than ever before. The clap of Marie's hands drew his eyes to her. Her own were alight with excitement, the emotion was rolling from her body in great waves. So thick that he was sure he could reach out and clasp it between his fingers. The queen glanced around before humming. We're going to need to wait for the band to show up, but it will be here, that much I know. Banned. He had a strange sense of foreboding. He glanced at Bedrick and moved to the knight, dropping his voice into a whisper as the queen paced away from them, muttering to herself all the while. Keep an eye on the entertainment. If you should see such a figure as a crossbreed approach the stage, inform me. Bedrick gave a serious nod of the head. Without fail, should I make plans to prevent her? No, I will not mark this day with problems, but I can mitigate the damage with sorcery. I will lend my miracles to your cause then. Good. Olga had not been to something like this for quite a while. Shuffling into the room, she could feel eyes upon her. That was not to say she was nervous, she had been to gatherings like this before, though they had been rather more formal, and she was able to find some of her old dresses for such events. She had forgotten she even had something like this packed with her belongings, but it seemed to have slipped in without realizing. She reached up and adjusted the headpiece, a garland of roses fitted into her hair. She tried to avoid the fact that they were crimson like that of the many flowers hanging above her head, or the fact that her red and white dress was somewhat similar to a certain attire of an emperor. Wide-brimmed with 2 rows of black-petaled flowers across the dress leading to the waist, she stepped forwards into the dance hall and found herself at a momentary loss for the decor. It was certainly the sort of place she would have been more familiar with, at least her dress no longer felt out of place. Yet as she looked around, seeing most of the servants wearing either simple clothes or their armor in some cases, she felt that hint of standing out. It was to be expected, but she hardly wanted to give the impression that she was vain. What she did notice, oddly enough, was a dark-haired figure in a blue dress stood beside a long-haired blonde. The latter of the two wore a long black gown, yet it was tight-fitting to the body and accentuated the curves rather flatteringly. Yet Olga could not place where either of them were from. Even staring at the dark-haired woman gave her some odd sense of familiarity, yet she knew of no one in the staff who looked like that, nor could she place a servant with that appearance. Her curiosity won her over, not least of all because they were both by the drinks table, and she paced across the room towards them. Already hearing the two of them engaged in conversation, she came up by their side and froze. Fujimaru Ritsuka turned and faced her, then gave a singular blink of surprise. Olga stared back with equally wide eyes. Then the tall blonde turned to them, swinging that mountainous weight she called a chest, and almost clocked Ritsuka in the side of the head. Frowning as she realized their closeness and leaned back a little, Olga diverted her eyes between the two of them. Then back towards Asha's face, the blonde slowly brought a glass of glowing golden liquid to her lips and took a small sip. Hair tied into a long ponytail which reached past her shoulders. And a diamond-shaped cutout to expose her abs to the world. Olga turned her head and stared at Boudica opposite her. The red-haired woman merely looked at her before nodding. "You look stunning." "Right, thank you," Olga replied rather mutely, nodding her head and reaching across, taking the glass into her hand and bringing it to her lips. She was unsure whether she should have been disappointed that it wasn't alcoholic. "Wow," she heard Ritsuka mutter. "Director you." Olga turned and looked at him, catching the slight hint of heat in his cheeks as he brought up a gloved hand and hid away half his face. Then brought his own glass and sipped from it, turning back to her and smiling. Yeah, you look amazing." Ritsuka. Olga wasn't sure what she was supposed to say. "You are, in a dress." Yeah. "It's a very nice dress." Now she felt a bit like an idiot, though the moment only lasted until Ritsuka afforded her with a rather cute smile. "Thanks. Medea really went above and beyond with it," the teen replied, looking down and examining himself with that same approving smile. "I was worried I would have been overdressed for it, but between you and Ash, I get the feeling that there's nothing to worry about." "Is there a reason?" Ritsuka looked to her, understanding what she was trying to say. He shrugged. "I felt like it." He felt like it. Fair enough. It was hardly as though he was the first person she ever encountered to have that sort of interest. There were some who studied in the clock tower, and she was sure that had this event happened with Team A still awake, Peperoncino Scandinavia would have shown up with an outfit which would have been as flamboyant as it was loud. You look, Olga searched for the right words, then decided on them. Very beautiful. She was unsure if that was the right thing to say, especially because Ritska paused and then slowly looked at her with wider eyes. When he spoke, it was in a hushed whisper. Thanks, I like to think so too. His smile, despite being smaller, held a great deal more weight. Maybe next time I'll wear a traditional suit. You know, if there ever is another gathering like this. Olga hummed, she would not dismiss it out of hand. Especially if it occurred outside of Chaldea, if there was ever a chance. Ritska seemed hopeful for it. Perhaps. Olga muttered, then brought the glass to her lips once more. I'm certain you could pull off a suit as well as a dress. I aim to be a jack of all trades. Olga huffed, then she glanced at Ash and raised a brow. And you? Ash looked back with blank eyes. It was easier to get a dress than a suit. That was somehow the answer she was expecting. With a huff, she glanced to Ritska. And the reactions to this? The boy looked a little abashed. You know, I don't think all that many people have really figured out that it's me yet. I mean, I think Arash might have cottoned on, but he just said I looked good and then went off somewhere over there, I think. He brought his free hand up and waved towards some direction in the corner. And Altera definitely noticed, but she just said that looking attractive for a dance was good civilization, though that might have been to you as well. Ritska turned and looked up at Ash. The blonde gave a faint hum of affirmation and took another drink of whatever was in her glass. Then there was Deanne. Ritska paused, then pulled a wry smile. They're somewhere with a dress of their own. Lovely white one, very classical. Very flattering. They had this knowing look, so I think they figured out what I was going to do before I actually went and did it, but, hey, we match. He looked very relaxed. Some sort of unflappable personality regardless of whatever situation he was in. Where is Mash? She found herself asking after a moment, turning her head about to try and find notice of the girl. It was normally difficult to find her so far from the side of Ritska, and yet he was here by himself. Ritska pulled a tight expression. I did go to pick her up so that we could come together, but she insisted that I go on ahead first. I wanted to wait, but Mash was a lot more stubborn than I was at the time. She said she would be very disappointed in me if she left her room and found that I was waiting for her. An exhale, he lowered the empty glass down and stared into the contents. She did say that she would be here soon though, and I haven't been here that long in the first place. He looked at her, then gave an odd smile. What about you? How come I'm not seeing a pair of monarchs hanging off either arm? Something about that smile made her want to slap his arm. She felt her neck turn slightly warmer as she straightened. Do not make me sound like some manner of philanderer. It was difficult enough to escape the clutches of that mad emperor. Her obsession with me is nonsensical. Ritska raised a brow at her, giving her an odd expression. I think she just likes you. She likes my body. Olga corrected with a half smile, taking a longer sip of her glass and wishing it was something stronger, not for the first time. There is a marked difference between the two of them. He frowned, then shook his head. I think there might be more to it than that, director. I'm sure you would. She offered him a dry look, then shook her head. Or did you forget that she tried to bet a certain someone for no other reason than because she had the same face as her? She caught the way Ash stiffened for a half second, green eyes narrowed for a moment before going back to drinking. Apparently it was not so forgotten with the Avenger. Ritska looked decidedly more uncomfortable now. What about Marie? Olga found the answer a little more difficult to come up with for that one, so she neglected to answer. There was a sharp gasp to her right. Ritska and Ash heard it also. The three of them turned and stared. Marie stared right back at them, hands clasped over her mouth. Belle, it was a low whisper, but the rider approached them. Olga was surprised that the rider did not have a dress beyond her usual attire. The ordinarily red dress was instead of pure white, a marked difference but not what she was expecting. The rider came to a stop, Her bright eyes swept over all of them as her hands slowly lowered down, clasped before her chest. All of you, you're all so beautiful. Olga shuffled. Well, thank you. I'm happy you showed up, Olga. Marie approached her and came up by her side. I was worried that you might have been scared away from it, but to see you here, Enritska, you're dazzling. I thought a suit would have given you a strong presence, but to see you in a dress, you're a natural. I'm feeling a touch embarrassed that I didn't have the time to get one. Olga rolled her lips and replied, without truly thinking. You look appropriate enough for the venue already. Marie turned quickly, surprise in her face, but it quickly melted away into warmth. Thank you for saying that, but compared to you and the others, goodness gracious, I'm a queen unable to attend a ball in a dress, certainly a touch embarrassing, isn't it? Not really. Ritska was swift to answer, smiling as he spoke. Like the director said, your clothes are extravagant all the time. We've just moved up to be at your level, that's all. Rather, I'm a little thankful. I'm sure that I would have felt underdressed if you showed up with one. Marie let out a faint giggle. You're certainly very bold today, aren't you? Perhaps you would care for a dance later. Ritska froze for a moment, then wet his lips and gave a nervous smile, almost a little strained. Only if you don't mind running the risk of having your toes stood on. You'd probably find elephants who are better dancers than I am. He glanced past them, then smiled a bit wider, reaching across without looking and setting his glass down. But if you can stomach that, I can do what I can to try not to embarrass you. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's someone I have to speak with. Director, Ash, Marie. Olga stepped aside as he walked, striding past them and into the hall, gliding through the crowd with only a light stumble. Evidently, he was not quite used to walking in heels. It was a small stumble, but it was almost amusing to watch him freeze and then splay his hands either side of him, as if prepared to leap forwards. Seconds passed, then he resumed walking, at a much slower pace than before. What about you? Olga blinked, then turned to Marie. What about dancing? You want to take me dancing? The notion settled like a heavy weight in her gut. She knew how to dance, she had danced before at formal attendings, but that was always impersonal. There was very little meaning behind them and, at most, she could tell the first name of the person she danced with before they went their separate ways. Olga rolled her lips. We'll see. Ash looked across and down. I would offer, but I do not know how. She was sure she wasn't the only one shocked at her words, but she was the first to respond to them. You would offer. Ash inclined her head and raised a brow. It is a dance. It is expected for those who attend to dance. Hence the offer, but I cannot, so. You want to dance. More silence. Ash looked away and brought the glass to her lips. You can dance if you want. Olga found herself muttering, aware of the look that Marie was sending her, but not turning her head towards it. She met the gaze of Ash as she froze and slowly inclined her head down and looked at her with those puzzled green eyes. Some of the slow dances are just walking back and forth. They are simple enough that even a child could accomplish them. For a brief moment, she felt a fool for even offering. Then, if you would be willing to do so, I will accept. Olga nodded, but was left surprised. Why had she even offered in the first place? Does this mean I can have a dance? The prodding from Marie earned an exasperated huff, but she found that it was hardly an annoyance on her nerves. When she turned to the queen, she gave her a half-lidded stare and managed to fight back the desire to roll her eyes. Fine. Since I seem to be offering them out freely, I can give you one. The smile on Marie's lips was smaller than she would have expected. Yet there was something about it that made it feel enormous. Gwendolyn found comfort in the corner of the room. He was unsurprised that Medusa had come to the same conclusion as he, leaving the two of them in the shade away from the servants and to their own devices. The music was a low hum in the background, a pleasant tune, a mixture of a slow and high-pitched piano with a barely audible drumming beat behind them. It was the work of the musician. A casual music, he supposed. Have you no interest in dancing? He found himself saying during one of the moments of brief lull. Medusa only shook her head. I am not much for dancing. Gwendolyn hummed back. Nor am I, though I am certain it would be more flattering for you than I. Medusa turned her head. She remained in her usual attire, visor above her eyes as she stared at him. He could imagine the look she was sending his way, even if her lips betrayed nothing. It was why he gave no reaction to her next words. Do you want to dance? I am content where I am, he replied, giving a faint wave of the hand as he did so. Being close enough to witness the dancing is a greater experience than I recall having. Though I am sure Quelaag will be along soon enough to pull me from my seat and toss me around in an effort of a dance. Medusa's only response was a low hum, yet there was something about it that told him a story of great words. He turned and fixed her with a blank look. Does such an image seem appealing to you? Perhaps. Medusa replied slowly, then she gave a short nod to him. You did not indicate that you would be wholly uncomfortable with her taking the lead. Resigned, would be the better choice of word. He replied with a sigh. I am merely gathering my strength until she should appear and then set herself upon me. You would not resist. The words pulled a faint snort from him. It deserved a louder laugh, but he reined himself back from such a display. He did not blame Medusa for feeling as such, but he would have found himself rather unable to resist Quelaag if she came for him. That is akin to asking the moon to resist reflecting the light of the sun. Medusa looked at him for a moment, then gave a single nod of the head and turned back to the dance floor. Gwendolyn turned his gaze, feeling the silence creep in once more. What if I set myself upon you? He recoiled, hand pressing to his right ear and cheek suddenly burning bright. He had his eyes fixed on Medusa, who had not moved. She still sat with her legs folded over and her hands resting on her thigh. Gaze turned to the hall. Gwendolyn would have called it his imagination for hearing her voice breath into his ear. Except for the small upturn of her lips. His eyes narrowed and he pulled at his clothes, adjusting them and returning to his original posture, feeling the weight of her gaze on the side of his face even if he could not see her eyes upon him. You spoke of your reluctance to dance. I could make an exception. For no other reason than to see my expression. Medusa let out a low hum. It rippled in her throat as her head bobbed from side to side. Seemingly thinking of an answer to give, even if her expression already spoke of the one she had decided on. Then she angled her face towards his. You want to try, don't you? Maybe he did, but he wouldn't. I hope you would, that would make coming over here a little awkward. Medusa turned to the voice before him. The only thing that stopped him was the immediate reaction of the rider. He watched her brows shoot up above her visor, her posture went straight in surprise and her mouth parted. Gwendolyn watched it all, a twinge of amusement at her very near slack-jawed expression. Then he turned his head towards Ritska's voice. He was sure he was making the same expression as Medusa now. Ritska stood over him, hands on his hips and with a confident smile on his face. Yet what really sent Gwendolyn's mind into a state of confusion was the clothes Ritska was wearing. Sapphire blue, covering more of the right side than of the left and with matching silken gloves which extended all the way to the elbows. Ritska stepped forwards and extended a hand towards Gwendolyn. If you're worried about it, trust me. His smile turned lopsided. You cannot be a worse dancer than I am. He stared at the outstretched hand, then to the face of the boy with utter shock. Why you? Gwendolyn could hardly believe it. You're in a dress. Ritska nodded. I am, yeah. Apparently I pull it off rather well. That is hardly the. Gwendolyn cut himself short, shooting to his full height and sweeping over the human. Have you not given thought to how this will appear to the others? What your pride will mean if they look at you now and see nothing more than me. Ritska cut him short, bringing up his hand and waving down. I am more than my clothes. Being in a dress is hardly going to do anything all that different and doesn't change what I am or am not capable of. Gwendolyn rolled his jaw. Ritska did not understand. This will. Gwendolyn. He stopped. Ritska had stepped forwards and placed a hand on his arm, looking into his eyes. Clothes don't matter for anything beyond looking good. That is it. Nothing more and nothing less. Besides, I'm sure you would look quite flattering in a suit and tie. This human really didn't quite understand, did he? Eyes closed, Gwendolyn felt the illusion wash over his body. When they opened again he had adopted a form of attire more suited for the humans of this era. Pitch black blazer, white undershirt and dark trousers. He felt his serpent limbs tighten ever so slightly. He reached across and took the hand of Ritska before exhaling. At least inform me if you suffer from talk as a result of this. I will act swiftly, as will Esser Bedrick. All Ritska did was huff. Let them talk but, thanks. Far in the flung corners, they barely moved. It was nothing more than a gentle sway back and forth, even though Gwendolyn needed to keep a tight hold on Ritska to stop the boy falling flat onto his back. Despite that clumsy nature, he found it difficult to express a sense of dissatisfaction with the performance. That manner of clumsy enjoyment, failing with a smile, was very much the type of reaction he expected from Ritska. Ash expected little of the dance. She got little. At least until she was all but grabbed by Nobunaga and dragged away to the dance floor. What came next was hardly something that could be called a dance. At least by her own metric of understanding. Nobunaga just swung them both back and forth, smiling all the while. Ash went along with it, keeping her expression still even as she saw the smiles and the mirth from those who surrounded the pair. Oddly enough, whatever Nobunaga did seemed to have an additional effect, as soon enough they were surrounded by servants doing much the same as they currently were. It did not matter who they grabbed, the end result was just a large collection of them swinging back and forth on the dance floor to a rapidly rising beat of music. It was swift, hammering like a heart, yet there was no worry. Merely a palpable sense of excitement as they were pulled around. I wanted rock and roll. Nobunaga called out, speaking loud enough to raise her voice above the crowd. Not sure if they ever agreed with that or not. Ash shrugged, then spotted someone twist another, raising their hand and spinning them around before catching them. She memorized the movement, then opted to follow through. She turned down to Nobunaga. Perhaps the archer sensed that something was about to happen to them. Ash wasn't sure if there was something that gave away her intentions. But she acted as she always did, moving first and, with a tight hold on Nobunaga, she pulled her hand up and above her head. Wah! Nobunaga released a sharp gasp. Ash placed her other hand against the waist of the dark-haired woman and gave a gentle push. Spinning the servant around on the spot, ignoring the sudden gasp of alarm, when they were looking back at one another, Ash lowered the arm down between them. Curling her arm around the back of the archer, she stepped forwards and leaned into them. The footing of Nobunaga slipped completely, falling back into Ash's embrace and staring up with wide red eyes. Held up only by the arm acting as a support across her back. Ash looked down at her for a moment, then leaned backwards and pulled her back to her feet. The swift movement had jerked some strands of hair out of place. They hung loosely in the line of sight of the archer. The hat on her head was also slightly ajar from the normal position. Ash reached across, pulling the hat off her head with one hand while the other brushed the hair back, curling it around the ear of the archer before pressing the hat back onto her head and giving it a firm tug to ensure it remained upright this time. Was that acceptable? MWHA. That hardly sounded like a comprehensive reply. Ash stepped closer and leaned down, searching the expression of Nobunaga. She did not get much of anything. Instead the face of the servant turned a touch brighter with scarlet, then she backed away and swiftly turned on her heel. Before Ash could get out even a word, she had already disappeared into the crowd and out of sight, leaving her alone on the dance floor. Was her dancing that bad? Frown still on her lips, she turned and stared down at the closest person to her. It happened to be Okita. The smaller woman was looking back with an expression of shock, staring at Ash with wide eyes as if she had witnessed some act of bafflement. Her dancing must have been truly awful, she thought, if it brought about such a state of affairs. Perhaps dancing with Olga would yield a similar result. An apology would suffice, she hoped. Mash felt herself feel under scrutiny the moment she stepped into the hall. She immediately sought out a familiar face, or someone she would have been comfortable standing near, to the point she would have actively sought out Dr. Roman. Not a slight against him, but she did not see him actively taking up a dancing role in a situation like this. With a deep breath, she carried herself forwards. The room felt tight, Even spacious as it was, there was a claustrophobia that surrounded her. Warm bodies pressing against one another, yet not one of them physically touched her. She could hear voices, dozens of them, from all around. A mess of conversation poorly woven into the music that filled the room, a jumbled array of sounds which drowned whatever thoughts she wanted to have. A part of her regretted not coming with Ritska when he had come around to invite her, but she was still trying to get the confidence she needed. With him at the door, she was sure that there would never have come a time for it, which would steal him away for the night, and she couldn't have that. Her posture was tight, pulling herself inwards and walking just out of reach of others. Worried that she could accidentally step too close and be drawn in, the corners of the hall seemed more appealing than ever before. A nice spot of shade out of line of sight where she could breathe. She turned. A hand fell upon her shoulder, a faint squeak rippled through her throat as she turned to the individual. Her eyes craned upwards. Quelaag stared down at her, expression unreadable. Yet Mash could feel only relief as she noticed, first and foremost, the bright right jumper the woman wore. She had the feeling that it was part of why she had been stopped, but she could not ignore the sense of ease she felt. Her tight posture loosened slightly, turning full to face the rider and exhaling. "You're wearing it. After you dropped it at my room and ran." Quelaag answered, dipping her head low and releasing her hand from her shoulder. Quelaag brought it up, pressing it against the back of her neck and scratching. "You spoke of it but I hardly expected it so soon." Mash smiled. "I wanted to give it in person but there was." "You." Quelaag clicked her tongue, not meeting her gaze. "It's fine. It's comfortable and hasn't set aflame yet. I suppose the little knight has finally succeeded in protecting the virtue of the maiden. Even if your aim has been a little off, you're not supposed to show this level of concern for the monsters, you know." The derisive words had Mash frown. "You're not a monster, Quelaag-san. Any mirror would disagree." She answered flatly, then folded her arms. "My visage can hardly be called equal to yours, can it? A wonder you constantly walk around with a suit of armor. You fit this dress far better than that clunky metal plate." Just like that, she was reminded of what she was wearing. The room felt small all over again. Her face felt rather warm. That is. You're going to need tougher skin, Mash." Quelaag muttered, "You're much too easy to tease, you know." Ahem. Then Quelaag turned her head, smile crooked. "Now where is that gallant master of yours? Surely we can expect a knight to come sweeping in for the fine maiden." Mash. For a split second, she thought the voice imagined. But when she felt the set of eyes upon her back, she slowly turned and then found herself already calling out to the speaker. "Sen." She froze solid, barely aware of the sputter of Quelaag from right behind her. No, she had much more important things to worry about. "Senpei in a dress. Senpei in a dress. Senpei in a dress." The words drummed louder and louder in her head, everything else fell into muted silence. The world went quiet, all that existed was the sight before her. That being Ritska approaching with an ecstatic grin, adorned in a blue dress that looked tailor-made for him. He stumbled, catching his foot on something. Mash had him in her arms before she even noticed she had moved, hands braced at his shoulders and stopping him from meeting the floor. Yet she did not once tear her eyes away, instead they now roamed freely, absorbing every detail of the sapphire blue dress and the way it clung to the master. Her throat bobbed and swallowed a lump of air. The noise was loud, loud enough that she was shaken from her trance. "Hey, are you all right, Senpei?" "Yeah." Ritska chuckled, stepping back but actively reaching out. His fingers gently laid themselves upon her forearms. Her eyes snapped down to the gloves, staring in wonder and finding her attention stolen by how soft they were. Still not used to walking in heels. "This is really tough, mind you. You, dress, you, amazing." Mash was sure she had meant for that to sound like a coherent sentence, yet her nerves sabotaged her at the last moment. The heat crept through her once more, aware that her hands were still holding on tight around the shoulders of Ritska. She did understand that she should have released him by now, yet when she attempted to transmit that message through her mind, she found that it did not reach her arms. They remained fixed, glued even, to the shoulders of Ritska. With a small flex of strength, she righted the boy and looked at his face. Why was her heart beating so slowly? There was a methodical thud in her chest. Where it should have been hammering 100 miles a second, there was instead a slow and steady drum. It was too slow, too calm. She knew what she was feeling, her thoughts a whirl trying to understand everything, yet in her chest it was a singular thud, one after another. Fancy a dance? Yes. The speed at which she answered surprised herself. Ritska looked momentarily surprised. It was a strange thing to see, she supposed, when she thought of him. There was this aura of collected nature about him. Even in the times when he looked panicked or on the back foot, there was still that sense he would turn things around any moment. Looking at him now, she did not see that. He just looked surprised. It was a battlefield, Guinevere had told her, and Mash reacted accordingly. The moment of weakness was capitalized on, her body moved immediately and she took one arm into her own and moved it outstretched. Her other dropped onto his waist and then she stepped to the side. She was unsure where this strength had come from, but she held onto it, wishing that it would not leave her. All the while, her chest beat out a slow and steady rhythm. Her face felt stiff, or perhaps stony. Without an expression, she led her master back towards the dance floor and into a space enough for the two of them. She did not know what she was doing. Her master almost stumbled, yet her grip on him stopped him from falling over. She stopped, jerking them both to a rather sudden halt. Another stumble and Ritska almost went slack. Legs shuffling as he nearly toppled down to the ground, she gave another tug and pulled him back to his feet, letting his heels stand tall. He had a good few centimeters of height on her, he always did. So why did he look so small to her now? It was so strange. Yet she stepped forwards. It was a small thing yet it felt like such a massive stride. Ritska dragged along with her. Still with that expression of surprise that he hadn't corrected. She was getting used to it. Then she stepped backwards, then to the left, then to the right. Step after step, push after push. It was more like a march with her carrying a weight around. For a moment she felt that feeling of shame in her. Unsure if Ritska was actually happy. Then she heard a noise, small at first, but it grew louder and louder. She saw his lips close, then tremble. She met his eyes and saw them burn brighter under the lighting. The mirth swept through them. He turned the grip in her hand and clasped it between his own fingers. Such a movement should have yielded a flustered reaction from her, perhaps it would have any other time. Yet she felt none of that. His hand slowly placed itself on her own hip and the shock slowly morphed into a smile. "Let's do our best then." It was all he said, between his faint laughs, and then he matched her step. Or tried to. The end result was the two of them making an awkward fall back and forth. Once or twice they might have trodden on one another, yet neither reacted to it. They just kept staring at one another. Mash felt her lips twist, curling upwards. It was a clumsy display, certainly embarrassing to watch. But she didn't care. Because right here and right now, it just felt like the two of them tumbling around. Mash smiled, Ritska smiled back. It was a moment broken only by a sudden shocked gasp. Only then did Mash realize there were others in the room. She turned on the noise, it sounded alarmed and she almost went into a defensive posture. Only to freeze when she saw what the source of the noise was. It took her a moment to realize that it was Ash, but the fact he was a woman again threw her for a couple of seconds, but that was hardly what caught her eye, nor was it the fact Ash was wearing a rather flattering dress. No, it was the beet red face of the director held in the arms of Ash, having fallen back so that she had little leverage on the ground, her body at a rather sharp angle with only the single arm of Ash keeping her from hitting the ground. Just as quickly, Ash pulled her back to her feet and held the arm up, giving the director a short spin before letting her go. The woman stepped backwards and stared with wide, rather surprised, eyes. Even Mash was at a loss. She had no idea that Ash-san was so good at dancing. Ash brought her arm down, then with one arm folded over her midsection and the other behind her back, she gave a singular bow of the head before rising up. "I apologize if my performance was unsatisfactory. I have never danced before. Me next." Ritsuka called out from right in front of her. She whipped around and stared at him. Senpai. She cried out. I wanted to ask Ash-san first. And she did. Ash-san had made it look so easy, she hoped that a little bit of time would let her learn something. Ash blinked, then turned on them with furrowed brows. Tilting her head to the side. You want to go next? Oh. There was a voice. Mash turned and blinked. Scathach sauntered through the crowd, in a dress which matched the color scheme of her regular attire, with a black laced accent. There was a sharp smile on the face of the woman. I believe that I am entitled to a dance. A brief pause, then she made a half-hearted measure of glancing at Mash and Ritsuka. To ensure that it is safe for Master to be held in the arms of such a person. Mash knew right then and there that Ash would accept the logic. Sure enough, the blonde gave a single nod of the head. If you feel that wise, I accept. Scathach smirked. Excellent. She stepped forwards, then immediately took the Avenger into her arms. Then, perhaps, we can see if your talent for dancing is as good as your talent for fighting. Blackbeard was making a mental note of everything that was happening here. Hey, Sammy. He felt the angel turn on them, a questioning aura permeated through the space between them. I ever told you how much I love Valentine's Day? He continued on, lips pulled into a wider smile. I mean, I had no luck with women this time, but I got to see this. A pair of women doing a romantic dance. It was a blessing. A blessing. Finding meaning in the joy of others. A most worthwhile feeling it is. I'm impressed with you, Edward. Blackbeard cast a look towards David and raised a brow. He supposed he understood what the man was speaking of, but there was little doubt he might have misunderstood what exactly Blackbeard was so pleased with. Well, he wasn't going to bother correcting him. Yeah, sure. He answered curtly, shaking his head. Not like anyone is going to ask me for a dance, let's face it. Actually, I sort of hope they don't. I can't dance. A surprised look came upon the archer. You cannot. He sounded genuinely shocked, as if he had not been expecting this turn of events. What the when would I get the time to learn how to dance? Blackbeard stared back, incredulity warped his features. Our concerns were looting and robbing, not, can I do the tango? Or, do you think we might step on toes during a slow dance? David chuckled, raising his hands in a show of surrender. When you phrase it like that, I'm a touch embarrassed to have even asked. But as some have demonstrated, you hardly need to learn how to dance to enjoy yourself. They both turned to the source of the dull drumming, the heavy cracks, like a hammer on metal, which had been playing as a backdrop to their conversation. Havel stood a short distance from them, great arms folded over his chest and otherwise completely still. Standing like the statue his stone armor depicted him as, save for one small break in the image. That being his right foot, rising and falling in a tap along with the rhythm. Blackbeard and David glanced back at one another, the former held back a grimace. You find me a girl who'd dance with me, and I'll go out there and do the splits. David smiled wryly, then paused and glanced at something just over Blackbeard's shoulder. The pirate blinked and turned his head, his brows immediately shot clean up his forehead as he stared at the sight before him. The hell? Sammy had used the conversation between himself and David to make an escape, but that was not what managed to shock him. It was the fact he had gone over to where the twin goddesses and Asterios resided and had lowered himself to the ground, resting on one knee and with his body performing an archetype bow, like that of a prince finding the princess he had searched of for so long and armed with a rose and a card. Sammy extended the rose hand outwards, into the hands of one of the goddesses, Steno, he assumed, and then brought themselves back into the air, turned and drifted back towards himself and David. What, when, how, what? Sammy drifted past him with nary a hint of acknowledgement. Blackbeard blinked twice more, then opened his mouth to speak. He paused when something moved in the corner of his eyes, his sights turned up and squinted at the shape floated through the air towards him. It took him a few moments to understand that it was some manner of paper creation, an origami bird. He blinked and watched as it twisted and opened up, falling down towards him. He did not know why, but something told him it was precious. Shooting his hands out, he He snatched it before it could fall to the ground. Holding it out at arm's length, he pulled it closer and looked down at the paper. Then he immediately noticed the writing across it. Good tidings come to those who wish it upon others. For you, who offered prayers of happiness upon this day, take this blessing from the goddess of fortune. Enjoy your Valentine's Day. Blackbeard lowered the paper down, then brought his eyes up and stared at nothing. I got a Valentine's Day card. David's hand fell upon his shoulder, clapping it twice. Hanlith felt it through the base, the warmth and resplendence. It seemed everything was going according to plan, which was good. It was a relief to feel something go well. To know that there was no danger of things going wrong or some hidden disaster brewing. Instead, she felt a sense of serenity. She took this as a victory for her, even if she had made meager contributions. Nothing beyond pointing individuals towards what she felt they would succeed at. But then again, that was always what she was good at. Pointing people in the right direction to enjoy themselves. Pacing through the empty halls, she moved for the direction of her room. With the party in full swing, she would be able to have a stress-free nap and then hear about how well everything had gone later. Something panged through her mind. Her feet slowed and she came to a stop. Her brows furrowed, her head turned and she searched for where the sensation had come from. It had struck from somewhere beyond her mind. Like something bouncing off the side of her head and vanishing into the distance. Yet it did not quite leave without an impression, the unmistakable sense of loss. She felt her body recoil from the inside out. The feeling was old. Rusted, chipping away and made her skin shudder. It had been a loss which had festered for so long, perhaps longer than she had lived, and was somehow still living. It never healed. For her, it was something that she found disgusting on every level possible. For her, who existed to bring bliss and joy, this was as welcome as fire was to wood. Her mind drifted for the sensation, the path it had retreated was mapped and she was moving towards it. She had rarely ventured far beyond her own room, but this was something that she would not rest until she had seen. Her steps brought her closer and closer to whoever it was, that had sent out the emotion. Then she stopped and stared. A faint scent hit her nose, one she knew quite well, even if she had never partaken. Alcohol. A frown, the rusted feeling was dying away, but it was akin to being drowned. As if someone had taken it by the back of the head and forced it down. Driven it under the water and held it there, thrashing and snarling, to try and keep its offensive nature from bothering anyone else. From bothering her. Yet even that reprieve was unwelcome, for she knew it would not die from such an effort. Her hand reached out, her sleeve slipped back and her hand extended beyond the jumper, pressing flat against the control. The door slipped open and revealed a room with low lighting. Compared with all else in Chaldea, this room was far flung from what the others were. Shelves lined with glass bottles beyond a waist-high wooden wall. Rows of stools positioned along the perimeter, and in the far corner, she glimpsed a shape moving. Her feet carried her forwards, drifting towards the sight, and her heart slowly dropped as she recognized the shadow. Uncle. HHMH. It was a muffled grunt of surprise. The shadow turned on her. Even with their dim lighting, the twin eyes of gold still glowed. Looking right through her, as if unable to place what she was, and then they brightened with clarity, and with no small amount of shame. It burned through them immediately. His head whipped away and back to the table. You should be at the party. Her uncle spoke, a slow and forced calm. Yet she could hear the faint crack. Whatever wall was keeping his emotions at bay was already failing. Perhaps it had been failing all night. You put such effort into it. Tea would be wasted if you were not present to see the fruits of your labor. Hanlith moved closer, footsteps nothing more than gentle patters on the floor. I go where it is needed for me to spread bliss and joy. She replied in a soft voice. It has always been that which drives me, pleasing as it would be for me to watch over the party, to see the faces of those who benefited from my meager aid. It is not where I am needed as of this moment. You do not need to be here for this. Her uncle took in a breath. It was a dry heave. Sucking in whatever moisture would have otherwise coated his words. Go. Do not spoil your night by standing in my shadow. Hanlith stepped closer still, until she was right beside him. Her eyes glanced at the bottle in front of him, then she reached out and slowly took it by the neck. For a moment she imagined his arm snapping out, grabbing her and pulling her away from her intended action. When she turned, she looked at his eyes and saw them staring back at her. Even sitting, he was still looming above her. Those golden eyes shone with defiance, a subtle warning for her to not push further. Hanlith did just that. The drag of glass across the table was loud. A veritable shriek that obliterated the silence and sent the tension soaring high. Neither broke gaze with the other, and Hanlith did not stop until the bottle was at the other side of the table. Still within arm's reach of her uncle, if he wished to be petty about it. The defiance in his eyes faded, replaced with resignation. He slowly turned away from her and looked down at the table. Stubborn. Like your mother. Hanlith felt herself give a wry smile. I have been told that before. She glanced to the side, then back to her uncle. With renewed determination, she moved around and lowered herself into the chair at his table. Pulling herself closer and then sitting, a smile on her lips and her hands resting flat on the surface. Her uncle merely spared her a short glance before he grumbled something under his breath. That pang of loss spoke something ugly to her now. And she felt a great swell of pity. I never thanked you for your help, uncle. He made a small noise and nodded his head. I should have taken her dancing. Hanlith froze for a moment, then fell silent. Her uncle's words came out as a hollow whisper, perhaps he did not even realize he was speaking them aloud. Just once. Perhaps just once. I should have. He slowly lowered his head, the gold in his eyes dimmed until they could not be seen. Next time. I told myself. Next time I will, and I never did. Hanlith sat there, staring at him in silence. Neither said anything. Perhaps it was for the best. The party had gone from chaotic to quiet. Yet it was a silence filled not with comfort, but with an encroaching sense of dread. Especially as many observed the speakers and microphone being placed at the very head of the hall. There were some who hoped, who prayed, that it was not what they thought it was going to be. Ritska could only watch with a perturbed sense of dread as he watched the familiar color scheme take shape. The knowledge of who was about to start singing settled in his mind like a log in water. Sinking to the very depths and just lying there, unmoving no matter what he did to try and shift it. No matter what comforts he tried to use. He took a long drink from his refilled glass. The punch was certainly fruity enough to please the palate, but it lacked the necessary strength to knock him into slumber and allow him the chance to sleep through the performance. Except, he told himself, that even if he could achieve that he would likely be dragged back into the waking world and slapped by the music. You're a master, Olga said, watching the same thing he was. You could stop this. Ritska could only shake his head, all the force of a man resigned to his fate long ago. One who had run through the motions, the performance of begging and pleading 100 times in his mind and was just waiting for the inevitable so that he could look past and find something else. You could leave, he replied back, a wry smile on his lips. No one would blame you. Some might even join you. Olga let out a mirthless snort. What sort of director runs away while her staff are in danger? Besides, it's bad manners to excuse oneself early without a good reason, and she would notice my absence. There were quite a few who fit into the category of she, when used in that manner. But the director was right, Elizabeth would notice her absence and he could imagine all sorts of scenarios spiraling from that. None of which would end particularly well for himself or for the director. Because it meant they would put up with more singing. I could make up an excuse for you. The brief hesitation was all he needed to see to notice that Olga was actually debating it within her mind. There was a brief flash of temptation in her eyes, the offer was a tantalizing one. Yet, all too soon, that flash vanished and was replaced with the same resigned look that was worn in Ritska's eyes. One that he imagined he would have seen if someone held a mirror to the pair of them. With the knowledge neither of them were going to escape, Ritska changed topics. So how was your flight? He smiled at the flash of heat which spread across Olga's cheeks, even as she turned on him with narrowed eyes, a warning in them. He felt his smile grow just a hair wider as he came to his own conclusions. "I'm jealous, you know," he replied, nodding towards her. She blinked and straightened. "You got to ride on a dragon. How cool was it?" Her narrowed gaze dissipated, she turned away and took a shallow sip. It was memorable. She tried to downplay the effect, but Ritska saw through it all the same. With a faint nod of the head, he turned and looked back across the room. "I'm glad. You knew who Berserker was, didn't you?" "I suspected, yeah." He could feel her eyes on the side of his head, but he knew what to say. "I don't blame you for not noticing, I probably wouldn't either." He ran his fingers through his hair, longer than before, and smiled a bit softer. "You met him at his best, so that was the image that stuck with you. You can't deny that putting them side by side like that would be difficult for anyone to see." And it was. Because the change in personality was as sudden as it had been tragic, to see the Berserker go from one thing to another. Even if he had been an enemy, he was one that Ritska could understand to an extent. Though it was for the director to really put herself in his shoes. They were both fighting for the same reason, just on opposite sides of the board. HMPH. It was a faint grunt, one that just acknowledged his sentence without giving an answer. When he turned to look at her, she was no longer staring at him and instead at something across the dance floor. Something that caught her interest, it piqued his own and he soon turned and felt a hint of shock, but it quickly changed into surprise. Mostly at himself that he had not realized. It makes sense that he's a fan, doesn't it? Olga grunted and nodded, now wearing a more strained pull of her lips. Well, the sight of Calamate happily clapping away to Elizabeth's singing was certainly something else. It made Ritska feel a bit good that there was someone who welcomed the performance and enjoyed it. He certainly imagined Elizabeth loving his enthusiasm as a fan. "Oh." Ritska spoke, then turned and reached for the underside of his dress, pulling it upwards. The brief sputter from Olga was lost on his ears as he moved for the small pocket that clipped onto the side of his thigh. It was supposed to be used for hiking, but he found an alternative for it. Pulling it open, he slowly pulled out the paper bag with the right note and turned back to the director, pausing only when he saw her gaping at him. You can't just pull your dress up like that." He blinked. "Why? How else am I supposed to get to the pocket?" What sort of dress has pockets?" "Well," he said, offering a faint shrug. "Not this one, that's for sure. I had to pull out one of the holder strap pockets and clip it to my thigh. Who makes clothes without pockets anyway?" That earned him a dubious glare, as if she couldn't quite believe what he was saying. Then she looked down at the bag and raised a brow. "What is? Happy Valentine's Day." He reached across, giving the bag to her before she could finish. She blinked once, then twice. Then looked at the paper bag and raised her brows as if it was going to explode on her. Huh, what? Ritska felt a smirk on his lips. "I might not be able to throw you onto my shoulders and fly through the air, but I wasn't going to let Valentine's Day pass without showing you my appreciation." "You?" Olga blinked once more, still visibly struggling to process what was happening. It was rare to see her so thoroughly lost. "You gave me. It's not chocolate." He felt the need to warn her, then paused. "Well, there is chocolate in them but they're biscuits. Had to make a lot of them special by hand and that took a while but I wanted to show everyone I put thought into their gifts. Gave little bow and arrow cookies to Arash, boat cookies to Tamtamo, I gave Kojira bird cookies as well." Then, Olga tentatively reached across and pinched the bag between her fingers, slowly taking it between her own hands after setting her glass down at their shared table. "What did I get?" Ritska nodded for the bag, feeling a sense of excitement and trepidation. She got the message and gripped the top between her fingers. A swift pull opened up the crimson wrapping and she paused, then glanced down to the small note he had written. A brief frown and she pulled it open, looking inside. He could tell when she had finished reading it, because she looked at him. Truly looked at him. "I could get Kiyohime over here and have me say it again if you don't believe me." "That isn't," Olga swallowed, a thick sound like she was forcing back a lump of emotion. That isn't necessary. Pulling the bag open, she peered inside and froze. A hand slowly snaked in, ruffled for a moment and came back out. Rounded cookies. The external design was simple but the decoration was where Ritska had really decided to pull out all the stops. Because each of them had icing made into the logo of Chaldea. Haven't baked in a while and some of them might be sloppy. He felt the need to explain, if only to stop the sudden rising of heat in his neck. From where, he did not know, but it felt a bit strange to have them looked at so intently. I was getting really tired at that point but, as long as they taste good, right? He stopped speaking when he noticed the small thing in the director's eye. She noticed it as well and reached up, wiping it away before anyone else could notice. A wet sniffle came next as she lowered the cookie back into the bag and pulled it closer to herself. I will eat these later, she declared, then made a general motion to herself. Crumbs on the dress. Yeah, makes sense. Ritska nodded, then shuddered. Never realized how many nooks and crannies there are in these things. That made the director snort. Yes, well, you're the one who wanted to wear it. He had to give her that. Wanna get matching next time. Don't push it. He would have taken her more seriously if she wasn't smiling. Epilogue. Ash glanced at the bag of biscuits, then back to Ritska with a raised brow. I will not. Me and Sigward mixed Estes into them. Ash fell silent. Ritska smiled and nodded. You'll be able to have them without any problems. Trust me on that. Though I was at a loss for what to make yours into the design of, but after a couple of ideas, Sigward eventually gave me one that seemed a bit good. What could he say? The teenager looked rather pleased with himself, proud even. Ash watched him precious few moments, the expectation in his face. He knew that he was not going to be told and that he would have to find out for himself. He glanced back and slowly peeled the thin paper bag open. I would have written a message but you can't read so, Ritska took in a breath. Ash. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you for being my servant. He glanced back at Ritska, the boy paused then added on. And thanks for the dance. The dance. Ash hardly felt he did anything special for that. He had been left with the impression that he had continually done something wrong, judging by the way those who danced with him were either the sort to smile too wide or look away with red faces. The belief he had made a fool of himself lingered for quite a while. He had vocalized the thoughts aloud when he sought out one who would actually understand the problem. Arjuna had been less than forthcoming initially. In the end, all he said was that Ash was better than could be expected for a beginner and nothing else. It was admittedly high praise from the former dance instructor. It was expected of me. Ritska snorted. Ash, no one expected you to do that. But I will offer my appreciation for the food. Ash glanced down into the packet, pulling them wider before he blinked and slowly reached it. Taking the top cookie out and examining it. The shape was close enough that it could be mistaken for nothing else. An Estes flask. When he looked back, Ritska looked a bit prouder than before. I was worried it wouldn't be easy to spot, but I'm glad it was. It was more than he expected, much more. Ritska. Ash lowered the cookie back into the bag and closed it. With his other hand he moved across to his bottomless box. I had been meaning to find you, but you discovered me before. Thus this can be called a transaction, I believe you are accustomed with. The teenager actually looked surprised. You got me something. I had spare materials from Nobunaga's gift and it seemed wasteful to not put them to use. That had been his thought process at the time. But the design he had made was far from useful in any real sense of the word. Rather, when it was finished, whatever had compelled him to see this whim through to the end had departed and he was left staring at the finished product with a hint of exasperation. Marginal disappointment that he had let himself be drawn away from the practical. But he had finished it and destroying it would have been an even bigger waste. It came out with a gentle grasp, like the slightest touch would shatter it and spoil what he had made. Not that he cared much for it now, yet he would not vocalized it. He reached across and handed it to Ritska, who seemed to be at a brief loss. This is you made this. The awe in Ritska's voice surprised him, briefly. I did. You. Another surprised look. Ritska twisted the item in his hand as he looked over every inch, then lowered it back down and cast the eyes on him once more. You really went out, didn't you? I mean, it's great but, you really set your mind to it, huh? So what is it anyway? Ah, he supposed it would make sense Ritska would not know. We called them bonfires, he replied. For undead and unkindled, they were what we would return to upon death. For a moment, Ritska did not move and Ash wondered if the boy even heard him. Then Ritska's smile started to freeze over, becoming more fixed onto his face than a natural one. His eyes dropped down onto the model of the coiled sword with a sense of unease. Slowly leaning away from it and apparently coming to terms with the true weight of what he was actually holding in his hand. Watching the transition between emotions left Ash feeling decidedly uneasy. They were locations of safety as well. Ash added on, sanctuary. A bonfire was where others would gather and find peace. A limited amount of nothing in the chaos that was the world. The unease dissipated with his words, but he had told nothing unusual. With a slight slump of his shoulders, Ritska cupped the small clay model with both hands and looked down at it. Inclining his head ever so slightly, a furrow in his brows and a small hum escaping him. It's really special, Ash. He looked back up and smiled, smaller and softer than before. Thank you. Oh, did you ever decide on something to give to Mash and the director by the way? I was on my way to them after you. And he had done so, working under the suggestions of Da Vinci. A bookmark for Mash and a Titanite talisman for Olga. The latter had required some minor assistance from Da Vinci, but he had still done most of the work regarding it. Though he would give the caster her due credit when it came to presenting the item to Olga. All covenants had some manner of physical symbol to identify their members. I won't keep you then. Ritska responded, nodding his head down. Enjoy the cookies, Ash. Oh, and did Nobunaga like her present? I believe she made her thoughts clear on it. Ritska seemed to infer enough as the smile widened a touch, then dimmed. And, you. I am content that she will make use of it. With pursed lips, Ritska leveled him with a measuring stare, as if trying to answer some question he was posing to himself. It remained as such for a few moments, then he gave a slow nod of the head before speaking. I'm glad to hear that. I'd be on the lookout though, she'll probably be eager to get you back for it. She alluded to something along those lines, yes. A wry smile. Yeah, figured. He lowered the weight onto the desk and slid it across. Olga glanced down at it, then raised a brow. He knew where her surprise lay, it had been fashioned in the same design as the symbol on the wall behind her. Though this one was made from no common metal and would endure for quite a bit. Yet that alone was not the sole reason that he was gifting it to her, and it was something more than he had let slip to Ritska. All covenants have medallions to identify their members. It seemed fitting that the first would be awarded to you, though I do not expect many to take up on this. Olga jolted, then reached across and gently took it into her hands. He saw the slight tension in her wrist from the movement. The medallion likely being heavier than she anticipated. Ash internally chided himself for failing to understand the differences in their strength. Her fingers ran along the surface, lips pursed and slowly she nodded her head. I hope you have a good Valentine's Day. Ash nodded his head, then turned to leave. What's these symbols on the back? He glanced back, sure enough she had flipped it over and spotted the glowing symbols carved into the back. They held no meaning, nothing more than scribbles or scratches. But it was what they had been done with, what they were supposed to do, that gave them the true meaning. Da Vinci provided greater focus to the summoning stones. He explained. Olga looked to him with a silent request for more. That is a summoning sign, for me. For you. Ash nodded his head in silence. Though I would be unsurprised if you did not accept it. All the same, I felt the need to offer. If there is a moment where you require my aid, then you may touch that sign and I shall answer the call for assistance. It is all I could think to offer you beyond mere trinkets. His eyes lowered away. If there is nothing else. He turned and made for the door, but he was not so far that he didn't hear her parting words. "Thank you," Ritsuka hummed to himself as he made his way back to his room. It had been a rather successful day, if he did say so himself. Though the real credit went to the ones who had gone above and beyond the party. So that naturally meant he would need to track down Hanlith and give her an additional thanks beyond the Valentine's Day cookies he prepared for her. It was a shame she hadn't attended the dance, but it was up to her. Another look was aimed for the clay model held between his fingers. He hadn't said anything, but it felt warm to the touch. Not uncomfortably so, but enough that it would turn an eye. And it hadn't cooled since he started walking. There was no evidence that the temperature was lowering even the slightest. Perhaps Ash had intended it to be as such, or perhaps it was just a happy accident. It could even be that it was his imagination and that one day it would be cold. For now, he would let his imagination run wild. It felt easier that way, more comfortable. When he looked up, he saw he was approaching his room. Pulling one hand away and towards the button and pressing it, the door slid open and allowed him to step inside. He stopped and blinked at the other figure already within his room. "Ah, senpai." Mash turned around and faced him, eyes wide and slightly panicked. He was unsure which of the two of them was actually more surprised to see the other. "This isn't. I was worried you were sleeping again and wanted to check to make sure, and I promise I didn't come in here because I thought you were away." "I never considered that," Ritsuka replied slowly, offering an unblinking gaze for the girl before he shook his head and relaxed. Giving a cursory glance around the room and offering a faint smile. "But you don't seem to have been the first one to stop by either end." He stopped only briefly when he noticed what was in her hands. The helmet that he had seen Lancelot with in the elevator. He jerked his head towards it. "New headpiece. A blink, then she looked down and gave another one. As if she had forgotten it was even in her hands to behind with. When she looked back to him, turned her head up and stared into his eyes. He could see the barest hints of confusion lining her gaze. There was a hint of gratitude, but it was as though that was why she was confused to begin with. "Ah, yes," she began, clearing her throat with a soft noise. "Sir Lancelot approached me in the hall and put this on my head. I understand why he was doing it, I think. I believe he was concerned about my exposed head, but it was odd." Her eyes lowered, she brought the helmet up and stared at it, becoming lost as she peered into the deep-colored metal. "I didn't expect him to do anything, but when he put it on my head I wasn't surprised." Ritsuka hummed and nodded. "Sounds as though he's looking out for you now." His words sent a jolt through her. Mash seemed to remember where she was and jerked backwards and up. Her eyes wide and shocked. Ah, that, I'm not sure why though, but I am. It was a very thoughtful gift, wasn't it? But I'm not sure what I did to deserve it." "Deserve has nothing to do with it." He cut that thought short with a shake of the head. "Lancelot gave you that because he was looking out for you. I think, at the end of the day, that's what really matters. And from the looks of things, some people are away giving me pieces of armor as well." He cast a wry glance to the items in the corner which turned his head, a rather large shield and a spear laying beside it. The rounded brass-colored metal had a note plastered on the front of it. He stepped forwards and looked down, peering at it. Though he could already make a guess as to who had done that. "Happy Valentine's. I hope to see you use this in training. Leonidas. I've got my work cut out for me in the future, that's for sure." Despite the foreboding nature of the note, Ritsuka took it in good humor. Much the same with the spear, which had come from who he could only assume was one of the Cu Chilanes, given the appearance of it and the runes carved into the side. Which could have either been a spell or just been a message wishing him good fortune. "Don't worry, senpai. I'll be there to cheer you on." He felt a twitch run across his face, his lips pulled up as he turned back to Mash. "I'll be sure to save the extra embarrassing moments for when you're there to watch." Mash's response was a rather exasperated shake of the head. "I think you would do very well, senpai, and I could give you some pointers. With the shield I mean. I don't think I'd be quite as good as you." With a light-hearted chuckle, he could already imagine him trying and failing to wield Mash's shield, or any sort of shield, and stumbling around, dragged along by the weight. Mash frowned but said nothing, not until her eyes dropped down and caught sight of what he was holding. He followed her line of sight and held it up for her to get a better look. Ash has been spending the last few days practicing his clay sculpting. He made Nobunaga a pretty nice tea set and then made this for me, called it a bonfire. She gave a small nod of appreciation. He said they were places that undead gathered around or would revive from after death. Though I like to think of the former rather than the latter. Easier because the meaning is a bit nicer. The idea that even in the very worst, there are some small points of sanctuary where people can just sit around. A faint chuckle, he moved for the table near his bed and gently lowered the bonfire down. Reminds me a bit of Chaldea, actually. He reached down to the drawer and pulled it open, spying the crimson packet immediately and taking it out. Turning around and moving back towards Mash. But on the topic of Valentine's Day presents, Mash abruptly locked up, staring at him with wide eyes and looking between the paper bag and him. It was somewhat amusing, watching as she slowly connected the dots over what was happening in front of her. Especially when her eyes eventually bulged and she took a half step backwards. A faint gasp puffed out from between her lips. You. Ritsuka put on a face of faux surprise. You didn't think I'd have let Valentine's Day pass and not give you anything. Though I did make cookies for everyone, and I've still got some deliveries to make, these were the first. Thought it was fitting, given who the recipient was. Senpei. Mash sniffled a little bit, then reached across and pinched the top of the bag between her fingers. Lifting it from his hands and immediately moving her other hand to support the base, cradling it as though even the slightest breeze would have sent it careening to the floor. The rustle of paper as she opened it was louder than any other, and Ritsuka felt acutely aware of his surroundings. It was a bit nerve-wracking for him, more so than any other time. Mash stared inside, then reached in and pulled one of them out, her surprise never once leaving her face. There, in her hands, was the small shape of her shield made in biscuit form. Happy Valentine's Day, Mash. Thank you. Another crack of the voice, she lowered it back down and took in a short breath, then glanced to the side. Redness creeping into her cheeks as her head ducked low. Immediately, her expression was concealed from him, but he made no effort to chase her down over it. Senpei, she brought her head back up, then took in a sharp breath, and nodded to something behind him. He turned and stopped. How had he missed that? Sitting on the bed was a cake, one layered with slices of strawberries and made into the image of a heart. Happy Valentine's Day, Senpei. He was barely aware of Mash speaking in the background, as all he could see was the cake sitting on the bed. It was my first time making something like that and I had help from the others in the kitchen, so I really hope that it worked out. We have a few mistakes along the way and I know that Archer-san won't be happy if. Her words faded to the backdrop, little more than muffled noises. All he could hear was the sound of his own footsteps as he moved to the bed and stared down. His lips parted and he could not contain his surprise. All I gave you were biscuits. Mash had gone and baked him an entire cake and all he got her were some biscuits. He felt as though he'd really let her down. A small noise of confusion, then one of panic. No, Senpei. The biscuits are very nice. I'm fine with them, really. I'm sure they're great. You didn't need to do anything special for me. I was, Ritsuka coughed, then stepped back and placed his hands on his hips, blowing air out from between his teeth. Was this how Nobunaga felt? I'd believe it, just you wait. He turned on Mash, forming a trembling smile. Next year I'm going to blow it out of the water with an even bigger cake for you, Mash. Mash jolted in surprise. Wait, I thought but you don't need to. Nope, he declared, voice echoing around him. You're getting a cake next year and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Resign yourself to this fate, Mash Kyrillite. He glanced once more at the cake and smiled. It's a big cake. Mash gave a guilty flinch. We might have gotten carried away, in all the excitement. Ritsuka turned and gave a wry look. I think you can be excused for that, do you want to stick around for some? Now she looked baffled. But it's your cake, senpai. Mash. Ritsuka cut her short with a shake of the head. I am not going to eat an entire cake in one sitting, and I'll be damned if I don't let you at least have something a little more than biscuits for Valentine's. Besides, I'd be pretty happy if you'd have at least some of it with me. I'm sure we could borrow some tea. There was a brief pause where Mash looked to respond, but it was halted when surprise flashed over her face. You like tea, senpai? I'll be honest, I don't know. He shrugged, but his smile remained. Though it's never too late to find out. Foundation of red. Another strike came from the side, his sword was already up and waiting. His body leaned into it, the attack thundered against steel and sent tremors through his bones, the ground under him cracked and shuddered, his boots dug deep into the earth as his unbent knees sank like nails. A flutter of his cape and then he pushed back, forcing power through his limbs and grunted. Knocking the sword away from his body and moving to counter the blow. The sword ducked low and swept upwards, a two-handed strike that would have done considerable damage if it had even landed. His opponent stepped to the side, his attack missed completely, the force dragging the air with it and unleashing an ear-splitting crack. Beneath the arc of his blade, a crevice was torn through the earth, widening to a shoulder width apart and extending for half a dozen meters directly in front of him. It brought not even a blink, nor a look of concern from the one who had avoided it. Instead, they moved without pause and made for the presumed opening. A straight thrust aimed for his body, one hand came off his sword and formed a fist. His left arm swung back down with all the strength he could manage within. He felt it bubbled under his skin, the thrum of power seeping through his bones and then the wisps of inky blackness which drifted away from the gauntlet. The back of his hand struck the flat of the blade, he felt the resistance from the owner as they moved to keep the aim true. Yet his own might proved better, if only because of the sharp angle at which he caught the sword. His knuckles falling upon the tip of the sword like a hammer, a sharp crack of metal against metal and a clap of air. The sword moved away from the target, a shriek met his ears from the narrow miss, the kiss of steel against his armor leaving only a scratch. Except what came next was unexpected, his attacker used the momentum of the parry and turned their body, spinning on one leg and sweeping across from the right side this time. A heavy-handed slash. His grip on his sword loosened and dropped, reversing the blade completely and holding it with the tip pointed down. His left hand flew back, bracing itself against the blade, now held in a half hand. His body turned and he tensed his muscles for the strike. When it came, it was as strong as he expected. The ground under him growled as his boots tore through it, a singular skating line backwards which opened twin lanes in the soil from his sudden retreat. His legs bent slightly, slowing his momentum before ending it completely. He stepped forwards and pressed off the ground, hurling himself towards the target before he could change position. Too late, he arrived and met their guard head-on. Within mere seconds, they exchanged 30 blows between themselves. Attacks from either side being blocked or parried with neither proving superior in the art. Yet it was only in the initial clash, and it would be a stalemate that would not last long if the rate continued. Ash knew as such, he was not the only one reading his opponent's moves. And Siegfried was proving just why he had become a knight strong enough to fell a dragon. With both hands, he gripped the sword and swung once more, an overhead slash to match the rising sword of the silver-haired man. The swords struck once more, a roar of steel in his ears. He watched the sparks fly as both blades hammered one another with a mighty blow. It pulsed through his body, a sudden jolt of force which recoiled through his body, and suddenly he was being forced a step backwards. The space between them, the land which they had fought over, abruptly turned to nothing more than a wall of dust, stretching for dozens of meters either side of them. It was as though someone had just reached down and grabbed the very land and given a single solid tug, ripping soil and grass into the sky without a care in the world and tossing it away. Then, through the wall of dirt, he saw the shape burst forth. Siegfried closed in with a flash of blue, his expression hard and unwavering. Ash just about brought his sword up when the knight was upon him once more. A series of furious, body-jolting blows came one after another. Each one packing with it the strength enough to turn even the toughest armor into a mangled mess. Ash was stepping backwards, keeping just ahead of the reach of Siegfried so that he wasn't catching the brunt of his strength. He felt the familiar pull of his fire, the urge to unleash some great and terrible inferno upon the night. But that wasn't what he was after. The urge was smothered just as quickly as it had arrived, a reflex swatted away. He was training in his swordsmanship, and if he started using his flames, then that would defeat the purpose of it. Yet some small part of himself understood the difference between them. It was as if he was watching some hidden detail come to light. There was something that was separating the two of them when it came to skill and ability. Ash stamped down, halting his retreat and throwing himself forwards, pulling his sword up from the side and watching Siegfried immediately swing down. He drove the blades into the earth, muscles tensing and face taut with strain. There was a faint rattling sound, the noise of the two swords fighting against one another. He knew what would come next and he leaned backwards. The flash of silver passed before his eyes in the next second. He felt the air slap his skin as it surged up in the wake of the move. It might have caught some of his hair, but Ash barely noticed. Siegfried had twisted the blade and swung upwards in the span of a single breath, and was now swinging down towards Ash's collar. His own sword came across, supported with both arms. The strike fell upon his guard and shuddered his body. He knocked it backwards and moved to catch the second strike. They collided once more, forming a rhythm. The pace of the encounter had slowed, the aggressive nature slipping away from the battle. Ash would strike, find himself blocked, then Siegfried would attempt the same to a similar result. Compared to their initial start, this was almost a pleasant break in the fighting. Ash brought another strike above his head and down, meeting the sword of Siegfried, but this time he stepped in close. Pressing his body into the blade with a heavy push, his legs pushed off the ground and into their locked weapons, sending them both into a rolling stumble as they rushed to be the first to recover. Siegfried was up first, another swing for his legs this time. Ash caught the blow and transitioned to a slash. When that was blocked, he reversed the sword once more and approached from the other angle. Slashing and thrusting with the odd style of fighting, the change in tactics had a small effect. For a brief moment he saw a small opening in Siegfried's movements as he worked to counter the new fighting style. He thrust downwards, sword plunging into the earth, and then twisting, he dragged the sword forwards and up, tearing another gap through the ground under them. It knocked Siegfried off balance. Ash stepped forwards and thrust with the pommel of the blade. He watched it catch Siegfried in the ribs. The muffled thud of his sword's impact drummed loud in his ears. But it came with a counter. His vision rocked and his head jerked to the side as a fist smashed into the side of his jaw. He felt his teeth rattle in his mouth, the bones protest the rather violent strike, and his feet carry him several steps away. Yet he was not so disorientated that he did not see the follow-up. At the same time, he ducked low and swung upwards, knocking the thrust away from him and launching one of his own. A dodge from the silver-haired knight deftly saved him from a body wound. Then Siegfried took in a sharp breath, his sword abruptly burning a brilliant azure blue, the burst of light spreading across the length of the bastard sword. From pommel to tip, the swirling blanket of light coated every inch of steel. Ash matched it a moment later, so swift that it might as well have been instant, and his own sword was sheathed in a coat of snarling deep orange flames, lapping their way up the length of his sword with far more ferocity than those of his opponents. The next clash was an explosion of color, a hissing snarl of the opposing brilliance, and then a clap of thunder. Sparks of blue and orange spilled down from their swords, dancing through the air between them and catapulted away into the distance. Yet so swift came their renewed strikes, it was as if each of them was painting the air, furiously working to cover the other's efforts with their own. The ground bore the brunt of their clashes, deep gouges torn through the earth, burning streaks ripped into the landscape, and scorch marks from wayward attacks left their marks. From both his own sword and from Siegfried's. Ash stopped, twisted, and swung. Behind his flying sword came a trail of brilliant flame, moving at such speed and savagery that for a moment, it looked as if the flames were a ravenous beast, hurtling themselves towards his sword in a desperate effort to cling to them. They peeled away for a fraction of a second, revealing the bare steel underneath. When the blow landed, the flames launched themselves over the sword and right into the pillar of blue which opposed them. The rivers of light plowed into one another with a roar, a deep sundering howl which permeated through the very space. The air rippled like the surface of the ocean and then boiled. He felt the force rush over him like a stampede, the air driven from their clash and then rushing back just as swiftly. The wall of sound burst across them and the shriek of their matching blows was deafening, eclipsing all those before. Neither moved from their spot. Then the swirling mass of fire and light in front of them, the orb of mixing colors surged outwards, slamming into both of them with a hefty weight behind them. Ash felt his feet leave the ground, a brief sense of weightlessness take hold of his body. He turned through the air for but an instant. Then he struck the ground hard. He felt the earth give way under him, as if it held no desire to resist his fall and surrendered. The word vanished amidst a cloud of smoke, dirt and flames. The flashes of light, both blue and orange, splashed down around him as he snapped his head up, spotting the pillar of thick black haze rising from the crater that they had fought against. Ash took a step forward, then stopped. A sudden wave of clarity smashed into him with force enough to stagger. He straightened and frowned. The tightness of the expression sending his muscles taut. His shoulders rose and fell, then he reached across and slowly lowered his sword back down, flipping open his bottomless box and sheathing the blade in the container. The haze of smoke cleared. Siegfried strode forwards and then matched his movements completely. The knight stopped and examined the room they were in, the simulator having been ripped asunder with their bout which lasted perhaps a minute at best. His expression slowly changed from understanding into a shameful frown. It would seem we became lost in the duel. Ash grunted, then folded his arms. A cursory glance to his surroundings showed that very little remained of what had been the initial scenery. Though the simulation was already working to restore the damaged portions of the landscape, enough was said to show him that they were becoming more destructive as time continued onwards. Unfortunate, was all he said in response to the knight, but even without the realization that they had been causing more and more havoc as the battle went on, Ash was starting to lose interest in the duel. It had been for training, that was for certain, but he had been aiming for something else as well and it had become clear he wasn't going to find it. Siegfried fidgeted in front of him, his eyes not parting from the damage to simulation as he spoke. Perhaps when next we fight, it should be contained to a minute singularity or with less forceful means. I suspect that would be more accepted. His eyes closed, he felt a wave of forced calm press down on his nerves, containing his disappointment. Slowly, he turned and started to walk away, speaking as he did so. I will explain what transpired. They are familiar enough with my actions to understand. Besides, the spar was my idea to begin with. Sorry. An unusual trait for the Germanic knight was his frequent apologies for actions that often had nothing more than a passing relation to him. Ash debated whether it was a subconscious tic that he would make every now and again without realizing, but decided that it was none of his concern and was hardly something that bothered him so greatly. He made for the door, then stopped and glanced at the panel. End simulation. He ordered and left before he could see the world transition from ruined grassland back to enclosed steel. Already he was moving through the halls. Or perhaps he would have done, had he not spied another figure in the far-flung corner of the room. It was nothing more than a shadow, but the sense of familiarity and the scent of divinity had given him brief pause. It was a deeply unpleasant feeling that came next, and it was one he was already intimately familiar with. With a slow turn of the neck, his gaze fell upon the form of Alma standing in the corner of the room. Arms folded over his chest, the tattooed god watched him in silence, an expression far removed from his usual sharp grin. There was only a dispassionate line stretched over his lips. His eyes, those gold and crimson orbs, watched him with a sense of scrutiny, as though they were searching for something and finding themselves disappointed it hadn't been revealed to them. Ash did not know what Alma was looking for, but he didn't care much remaining under the gaze of the servant. With a swift turn of his heel, he marched out of the room, feeling the gaze of Alma on his back all the while. He was doing something. Something a bit curious. Alma continued, though it could hardly be said whether he was truly engaged in conversation. Perhaps he merely thought aloud, needing spoken words to organize his thoughts. But perhaps he just missed their conversations, and it was so rare to find them beyond the bedside of his younger sister. He was left with the idea that he wouldn't be much trusted if he walked into the lair of his compatriot. It was clear that she was still suspicious of him whenever Hanlith was brought up, but it was a clean suspicion. No sense of emotional bias, merely that he had done something to Hanlith once and he could do something to her again. Yet it was not his sister which had brought him together with Chrysor, it was his younger brother. And the odd behavior he had seen earlier. He's certainly lacking in the same passion as Gawain, but it's there in some places. His words earned another uninterested hum, barely an acknowledgement of his words, and one might have wondered if Chrysor was even paying attention to what he was saying in the first place. Though he knew better than most, and while she might not have been saying much, it was easy to pick up the signs that she was noticing his words. The brief twitches and side eyes were evidence enough. So he went and challenged someone, which I thought was a bit far from his usual actions, but then the fight was odd. He didn't use his flames, or anything else. They were just swinging at one another with swords. He exhaled, falling forwards and slumping himself over the table. Alma felt the frown stretch across his lips, tugging away at the corner of his mouth with an even greater pull than before. His brows furrowed tight and deep. No longer was he truly in the world, but his mind had gone for a long wander as he tried to make sense of it. "Sounds like practice," was all Chrysor said, opting to give him a bit more than another grunt or a disinterested moan this time around. Alma shook his head. "No, when you practice you want to get better at what you do well. So why give up his little tricks and learn to fight in a manner that he'd never had much experience with before? When fighting that fried fellow it was different. He knew killers when he saw them, he was good at sniffing them out, and the ones who were very skilled had a lot of signs about them. Siegfried was coated in blood, dripping in his from head to toe. Both human and dragon. Yet when it came to personality, he was reminded more of a plank of wood than anyone interesting. Which was a shame, because he would have hoped that someone who held such promise as the Dragon Slayer would have had a bit more going for them. Yet it seemed their personality was just incompatible with his. Pity. But at least he got to see them in action, and if nothing else, their skills were just as fantastic as he had assumed. Oh, Siegfried and his brother might have looked to be close, but given enough time and Ash would have started to fall behind in skill. Strength was another matter entirely, but that was merely how it was. Except Ash would have known this also, but still went ahead and fought him on his own terms. Akin to a wolf fighting a bear head-on. Both had their talents and were as deadly as the other under the right circumstances, but it was a decidedly uneven match when on an equal field. The frown remained, yet he soon turned his head and straightened himself in his seat, tenting his arms on the table, resting his chin atop his clasped fists and raising his brows. There was a feeling coming upon him, one as though he could guess what Ash was actually doing but was trying to put his finger on it. Unless, cornered prey. Chrysor let out another grunt, her eyes still closed as she leaned back in her chair. Yet the turn of her head in his direction, the way her ears twitched, betrayed the interest she had in the subject. Especially when she spoke. "He's hampering himself on purpose." "It makes sense," Alma admitted, hands free themselves. His right scratched the underside of his chin. "Put yourself in an unfavorable outcome and see how you adapt to it. Certainly useful if you want to survive, and with how tricky some killers can be, it's only right that you prepare yourself for fighting unfair fights." Although something didn't quite add up. I believe he might have been after more than that. When the spar ended he seemed disappointed. Chrysor sniffed. "Did he lose?" "There was no winner," Alma replied, not bothering to hide his disappointment in the outcome of the spar. There was no clearly defined winner, especially because neither of them were really going as far as they could. A touch disappointing, if he was being honest. He wanted to see how long it would take for someone to emerge as a winner, but it seemed as though he wouldn't be getting that today. They ended when they noticed how big a mess they were making. MMMMH. Another pause, this time Chrysor inclined her head a short bit. "And why do you care? Can I not be invested in my little brother?" Quote. Ha. It was a short bark of laughter, but it was impossible for him not to give some amusement to the face that Chrysor made. It was true that there was something more to it than that. With a wave of the hand, he once more cupped his chin and gave a short hum as he considered what he would even do in regards to this situation. He's looking for something, that much I can tell. He rubbed his chin, something he can only get when he puts himself at a disadvantage, or in an inopportune situation. Though quite what that is, who can say? But perhaps I can offer him some guidance as the responsible elder brother. Chrysor shrugged. Do as you wish. His hands brought themselves together, a clap, and then he was standing up. Chair groaning as it was pushed away from him and, with a sharp turn, he twisted from the table and took several steps forwards. Stopping only to lower his hands back down onto his hips, a side eye fell on the saber. Are you going to help me? He is your brother. Chrysor responded tonelessly. I do not care about him. That was the response he expected from her, but it still made him smile all the same. Thanks for the talk though, I needed someone to bounce my thoughts off. He strode away, calling back through the room. Feel free to seek me out if you're after the same sort of thing. His words got no verbal response, but he was sure that Chaucer would do just that. For now, he would just watch to see what his brother was doing a little bit more. He got the feeling that Ash wasn't quite done yet. Alma watched over the course of several days. It was several days that left him torn between amusement and disappointment. The same patterns emerged. Ash would seek out someone in Chaldea and bring them back to the simulator for a spar, and each time, something would be different about the way he fought. Some small alteration to his skill set which left Alma feeling a touch confused because there were reasons he could give for all of them. Yet those reasons were much too perfect. See you Chalain the Lancer. Ash fought him with a spear and nothing else. Once more, the result ended before a winner could be found. At least the Lancer seemed as disappointed with that as Alma was, but left all the same. Yet he had watched that spar from beginning to end and was watching as Ash purposefully let himself get wounded more times than he truly should have. Sloppy mistakes which would have only caused his own injuries. Then he had once more called upon the excuse that he did not want to damage the room, and that had been the end of it. A reason that was good enough for the Lancer to let the spar be called off and then slink back off to wherever Ash had pulled him from. Once again, he saw that expression of disappointment, the same one that he had seen on his face following the end of the bout with Siegfried. As though he had come close to answering an unspoken question, but the answer had slipped through his fingertips and was not returning. A sort of restrained irritation aimed at himself. Then there was the next duel, which was against Arash. And Ash fought him with a bow and arrow. The result went as expected. He was so utterly outclassed that it was hardly even a contest, and if the archer had been trying to win, Alma was sure the spar would have been over rather quickly. Yet it was clear during the contest between bowmen that Ash was making some steady gains. Perhaps Alma would have had a touch more enthusiasm for it, if Ash had actually held any ounce of passion. Yet his actions were directionless, akin to a tree falling in a storm. Arash had formed some conclusion of his own, found some hidden meaning and kept it to himself, leaving just enough of a gap between their skills so that there was actually a fight that took place, and not a one-sided flogging. Alma watched it with the same veiled amusement that one would watch a cat play with a mouse. Perhaps because it was a good analogy. If Ash wanted to practice bowmanship, he would have been better off finding someone who wasn't near the top of the skill in question. He wasn't bad, but he just wasn't as good as his opponent. It ended when Ash signaled and Arash gave him a clap on the shoulder and then went about his business, walking on without a care in the world, but with small glance towards him, indicating that he had known he was there with nothing more than a single look, and one that carried an undertone of a warning. Alma had just smiled at him and let him go about his business. The latest duel had been one of some small note. The strange girl with the twin swords, she had been charging into the simulator with Ash plodding along behind her. There were a few shouts about how this time she would claim victory, but to Alma it sounded like the whine of the loser who couldn't quite accept where they stood on the pecking order. If the stone-faced expression on the face of his brother was any indication, it was that he wasn't hearing a single word that she was saying. It was that duel where he perked up a little. Ash had gone with 2 swords, one in each hand, and was fighting the heroine at her own game. Something she noticed and seemed to take some confidence in, as though she had already seen the victory before her and was running through the motions. It went on for some time and Alma studied it with rapt attention. At one point he stepped away from the wall. This time, it was clear that Ash was holding back, though it was certainly not in the department of skill or strength. He was using most of those during the battle and it seemed to be fairly evenly matched for a time. Yet it turned rather abruptly once Ash started using his superior strength on the smaller girl and overpowered her. She might have been faster, but he knew how this bout would play out. Once he clocked her speed and strikes, her manner of fighting, it was only a matter of time and whatever advantage the girl might have held soundly came to an end. There was another clash, their blades locked against one another and beyond the screams of metal and the roaring crashing of the falling earth, he could vaguely make out the girl saying something. He was unsure what the comment was, perhaps some manner of taunt, but the effect was immediate. Immediate, and startling. It was as though something reached down and gripped the limbs of his younger brother, or something that was hidden within him came leaping out. In a feeling that was very much akin to stepping on the tail of a disguised beast, Ash went from stone-faced to ferocious within a heartbeat. His swings turned more forceful, his expression twisted, and then there was the aggression. The real tangible sense of aggression which fueled each strike, not even letting her have the chance to get away and use her speed, her singular advantage, and with her on the defensive, she was unable to use her skill in little more than stopping him from taking her head off. That was what Alma noticed immediately. Before, the blows had been designed to cripple or maim. Now each of them was a sure kill. The final blow was when Ash struck her in the face with the pommel of his right sword. Even from the distance he stood at, the sound of muffled snapping and the wet splat of blood reached his ears and, as always, brought a smile to his lips. When the pained gasp of the heroine came next and she stumbled backwards, her hand dropping her left sword and immediately rushing to cradle her shattered nose, it signaled the end of the duel. Even if that wasn't the case, the kick to her chest which sent her sprawling along the ground further sealed it. Scrambling to her feet, the girl leveled a rather hefty glare towards Ash, who stood frozen in surprise or perhaps stupefaction. Whatever it was which had puppeted his body was gone and the same cold figure was left standing in his place. Ash straightened. Alma watched with muted interest, glancing to the face of the heroine. Her nose was crooked and streams of red poured down over her lips. He could see the glisten of fresh tears running down her cheeks. A wipe of her sleeve over her face painted her cheek crimson, which combined with the crying to form a watery mark on her face, like makeup slipping down in the rain. With some loud shouts of how she would get him next time, or so Alma was left to assume. Given her nose was rather damaged, her words came out as some nasally slurring as she sprinted for the door and vanished back down the hallway and out of sight. Alma kept his eye on where she had run, then glanced back towards his brother. Ash didn't even look as though he had heard her, instead he was staring at the hand he had used to strike the girl. A frown on his lips but not quite like the others. Those had been disappointed, this one was merely curious. A single glance, he turned his head for the door and frowned a little deeper. The blond man straightened and returned his weapons to the box at his side and started for the door. Except he stopped before reaching it, then finally turned and looked at him once more. Alma, this time, offered a small wave and a smile. He very nearly laughed at the expression he got in response, the veiled disgust at even being looked at, and Ash turned away from him, stepping through the doors and ending the simulation. Yet this time, Alma opted to step away from the wall completely and follow after him before he could get far. Chasing down his younger brother was easy. And after watching all those fights, Alma had slowly been coming to some sort of realization, but it was the last fight with Heroine X which had sealed the deal. With light feet, barely touching the floor as he moved, he raced down the long hallways and shortened the distance between himself and the blonde. Once upon him, his footsteps ended their dash and he walked in perfect step with the one on his left. He did not look at them, for Ash did not look at him or even acknowledge he was there, but he smiled all the same and kept his head straight forwards. This time, he would not be the first one to make a move, and if he was right, then it would not be long before his brother decided to confront him. 5 long minutes. He had been counting the seconds as they ticked past, and it had been that long since Alma had started walking next to him. The culmination of several days of ill-concealed stalking. Though Alma did not look at him, Ash could feel the presence of his older half-brother like a curse. Being stood near him was akin to having bugs crawl over one's skin, the discomforting sensations of hundreds of tiny pinpricks sliding under his armor and moving around his body. Yet that was not it, the silence was deafening. With only their matching footsteps to fill the void between them. Ash noted quickly how they had become perfectly in sync with one another, something that was decidedly the choice of Alma. Even when he slowed down, Alma did just that. Everything to ensure that he neither passed Ash nor fell behind him, a living shadow that tracked him through the halls and showed no sign of leaving him until whatever it was that they came for had been found and settled. He did not know and he did not care, but he was sure that with enough time he would be left alone. Yet even as he thought that, some small treacherous part of his mind gave a silent shake of the head. Drawing forth images of the last few days, of Alma being in the far-flung corners of the room during his bouts and those unblinking eyes watching him all the while. Those sharp orbs which had tracked his every movement, which had never once torn themselves away from him. He was the object of Alma's interest. That voice his head whispered of the lengths this would go to, of the hours, days and perhaps even weeks he would need to endure this. How he would never be free of those unblinking eyes until he confronted him. Yet speaking with Alma was something he could barely stomach. They were utterly incompatible with one another, and sometimes Ash felt as though he was speaking with some twisted version of himself. It was a deeply unsettling thought, as if engaging in conversation would be to look into a mirror, one that he could not break, and he would be forced to stare back at some dark reflection of his own nature. His eyes slid in his skull, pulled along to where Alma still flanked his side and dragged themselves upwards. Spying at the face of the tattooed man. With his arms folded behind his back and a smile on his lips, it was an expression without worry. As though going for some leisurely stroll. Eventually, his nerves got the better of him. The idea of being stalked through Chaldea by his brother without end seemed to be less like a distant nightmare and more like an unbending reality with each passing second. Ash stopped walking and turned. For a second, he thought, hoped, that Alma would just keep on walking. That perhaps his brother had just been looking to waste time and elicit some sort of reaction from him. That he would be disappointed and continue on his way, disappearing around the corner, and Ash would not have to deal with him again in the future. When Alma stopped walking as well and pivoted on his heel, a single silent movement which brought him face to face with Ash, it was a trial to stop himself from frowning. The silence stretched onwards, rooted down into the ground beneath their feet and remaining there. Unbending to the rising tension that Ash could feel swirling inside of him at this very moment. Seconds ticked by and almost dragged on into minutes, yet it was at last shattered when Alma realized that Ash was not going to be the first one to speak. With an exasperated sigh, an action born of mild inconvenience, the god reached up and scratched at his temples, drawing his lips taut and then lowering the hand, fixing Ash with a raised brow. So you're going to drag this out, are you? You know, someone might get the impression that you don't like them. Ash saw no reason to refute the words, or offer falsehoods. I do not like you. I have made it abundantly clear I have no wish to involve myself with you and have avoided you at every turn. Yet I doubt that even you can be so willfully ignorant. His words spilled out with a hard edge to each and every one of them, dragged from behind gritted teeth. His body felt tight and coiled, the easy-going nature and expression of his older brother merely set his nerves alight further. Because he was wearing that look on his face. One that spoke of some hidden truth known only to him. Alma sniffed. This anger is entirely one-sided, I can assure you of that, brother. I mean, you have disappointed me in the past and you were certainly coming very close to doing so recently, but I think that's changed. Ash knew what he spoke of, but wasn't going to mention it aloud. What do you want? The smile widened. I just want to see who your next victim is going to be. Perhaps I would suggest one of the clerics. The one with indigo hair, she would certainly prove quite the challenge for you. Ash straightened, his frown deepened. What are you babbling? Are you not setting yourself up against strong opponents who counter your weaknesses? Alma cut him short, inclining his head. First there was Siegfried, who is clearly the better swordsman, but you're not all that bad. Then there was the Lancer, who was rather fast and strong, a good combination. You did better against him. I'll wager it's not your first time trading blows. It wasn't, and it was his knowledge of Siyu Chalane's fighting style which let him keep the fight going for so long. Especially as he had swapped for spears and once again refused to use his fire, relying only on physical skill. Next was the archer, who was certainly your superior, but that hardly says much. He's better than every other archer here. He kept himself quiet as Alma continued. The only evidence of reaction was a slight furrowing of the brows. And lastly there was the fast-paced swordswoman. Finishing off with raising 4 fingers, one for each foe, Alma wiggled them for a second before lowering his raised hand back down. At first I thought it was just training, but no one was trying to kill each other. Boring, but hardly something you can do. Ash grunted, his arms folded, and he felt his brows drop. I asked for you to get to the point. With a roll of the eyes, the tattooed man threw up his arms and stepped backwards. Some people can be so impatient, can't they? But fine, I suppose you're one to get to the heart of the matter. I can respect that. The point, little brother, is that I figured out you're not doing this for training. Do you suppose I care for why you think I am? You're just doing it to provoke a reaction in yourself. Ash stopped and stared, his arms slowly uncrossed and dropped back to his side. And how did you come to this conclusion? Alma raised a brow. It was rather obvious with the benefit of hindsight. But it didn't become clear until you punched that girl in the face. Every other time you fought, you had this disappointed look, not that you didn't win, but that you didn't find what you were looking for. So I'm curious, what was it you were trying to find? Because you seemed disappointed even with the anger you got. This conversation was quickly losing interest with him, because Alma was getting dangerously close to speaking the truth of what Ash had been looking for in those battles. The training was merely a convenient excuse for it, and it would serve him in the future, but none of those bouts were instigated for that reason alone. I do not have to tell you. He snapped back, then felt a brief flicker of surprise and concern when Alma reacted with nothing more than a pleased smile. Oh, I hope you don't. Alma responded, voice slick with mirth. Rather, I hope you keep on pushing yourself into deeper corners. It's always interesting to see how a cornered rat acts when faced with danger, and seeing any sort of passion in your eyes, regardless of what it is, does my heart some good. Stepping back, Alma turned and moved to the wall, leaning into it and clapping his hands once, a single sound which seemed to echo through the halls and through Ash's very bones. The smile widened, he could see the glimpse of white as the lips peeled back to reveal far too many teeth for a friendly grin. So you do your best, Big Brother is cheering for you. It was a compliment that sent a wave of revulsion through him. Ash did not hide his disgust as he marched forwards. The laughter that followed, the cackles of one who had heard a particularly amusing joke, made his skin itch. He needed to go somewhere. He needed to speak with someone. The door opened up, he stepped into the expanse of the room. Night had fallen, most of the human staff had gone to bed with some paltry alarms ready to wake them if something had happened. But for now, this room was a blind spot for all those who would have otherwise been here. He had watched the rotors and waited for this chance, a chance which came intermittently. Ash glanced behind him and frowned, there was no sign of anyone following him. Neither in sight nor in spirit, perhaps an assassin could accomplish it, but he knew where the current ones were located. None of them were here at this moment, which gave him at least 10 minutes. He turned back around and strode across the chamber, the echoing thuds of his footfalls on polished metal broke the silence of the room. Thud after thud as he closed in on the target, pausing only to glance upwards for a brief second at the glow above him. The burning red orb which hung like a sun, trapped within the rings that contained it. Chaldeas. He dismissed it a moment later, focus returned to the target as he closed in. Then he stopped, positioned directly over one of the coffins and crouched down. He pressed his hand flat against the metal and closed his eyes. His senses reached out, slipping through the cracks of the world and entering the frozen layer beneath him. The mind of the human was dormant, asleep. But the other one, the one which had latched itself to her, that welcomed him with open arms. "You're back." It was a deep voice, gravelly but intelligent. Yet it came with a hint of cruelty to it, as if every word was spoken with a sneer on their lips. Ash could not see the face of the one who spoke, but it was such a presence that he could almost visualize whomever it was. Neither of them had exchanged names. There was no need to. They had discovered the other purely by accident. "I am." His words drifted through his mind, reaching the forefront and slipping down the link between them. He felt the shudder of the other one, the distant figure who rumbled back to him a moment later, expectant and eager. Well, for a moment, Ash did not respond. Instead, his mind drifted back to the conversation he held with his brother. The vexation lingered still, the deep-seated irritation that Alma had gotten so close to the truth within mere moments. It was illogical to be so annoyed with mere words, but it was who spoke them that bothered him. Because he had to wonder if he was truly so transparent, or if he and Alma were so alike that the other could just see through him without even trying. "You were right. It was a matter of finding someone I disagreed with." His admittance came out slow and hesitant. The voice sensed this and let out a dry scoff. "I told you and you did not believe me." Ash frowned. "How could I have? It was different from before. Because you wanted more, didn't you? What did it feel like?" His jaw rolled, his memories brought the sensation back with perfect clarity. "I fought her like the others. I felt nothing when I battled them, but the moment she spoke and then, all I could see was her hobby, and then it went red. I just wanted her out of my face." Silence. It had been a single moment where he had just felt nothing but pure anger. Something he had not felt since. The name shifted beneath the waves of his mind, there was a stillness before clarity. Penthesilea, and his fight with her. If it could be called that. It was unintentional, but it drifted to the surface and funneled through the link. There was a momentary pause, then the voice chortled on the other end of the link as it saw the image. Ash grimaced and snapped it backwards too late. They had already seen and he could feel the amusement, the sadistic mirth pulse through their connection. "That's an amusing face she made. Tell me, did she beg? How much did she thrash around?" There was a palpable sense of mirth in the words spoken by the voice, he could feel the grin on their lips. The sheer humor they felt at witnessing such a sad and pathetic scene made him want to pull away then and there. "Does it matter?" he snapped quickly. "She died. You could have just snapped her neck or slit her throat. You strangled her, that was personal, and you didn't even look her in the eye. Just tossed her aside like trash once you were done." A pause, then another pulse of mirth. "I like that." His expression twisted, his lips pulled downwards. "I didn't, she wanted that, pushed me to that. She came down to kill me for such a petty reason, she wasn't even there to defend her summoner. She just wanted to kill me. A dark spirit in all but name. Spreading misery for gratification." There was a fleeting silence. Then the voice spoke again, cold and uncaring. "Does her intention matter? You killed her because she annoyed you. Because you just wanted to see her die for being a nuisance. That's all that really means anything." Ash felt himself go still at the accusation. "I needed her and her summoner gone to get to Ritska. Don't lie to me." Heat, pure heat, shot through the link, and for a moment, Ash felt as though someone had run a hot iron through his head. It lanced like an agony he would not soon forget, then retreated back. "I told you. You could have killed her quickly. You didn't. Why bother with the charade? Just admit you wanted her to suffer." Did he want her to suffer? It was not a thought that he had let settle, but now it came back. He knew her reasons for answering the summons. Penthesilea had been there just for the fight. Just so she could spread death. There was no higher calling about it, no greater purpose other than killing him because he was strong. It served no purpose in the least. Nothing but a pure waste. And she had used that pure waste to serve as an obstacle for him. Anyone would have gotten annoyed, it was natural. He just wanted to reflect to her how futile it all was. She inflicted pain for no reason, so he did the same to make her understand. There was no personal motivation behind it. Except why did he do that in the first place? Why did he get the idea to do something like that? He had never had that before. He had never inflicted agony, it was always quick and clean. They were dead and he moved on, so why did he do that? Because he wanted her to understand what she was doing from her own point of view. He wanted her to experience the futility and senseless nature of her own actions. That was how he learned, that was how it was all understood. If she treated others in such a way, then why should she have expected to be treated any differently? It was her fault for acting so brutal that he had shown that brutality back to her. You felt good, didn't you? She hurt you, you hurt her. That's all the reason you need. Something hardened in his mind, his eyes opened and flashed down. He pushed back through the link, he felt the voice recoil as the darkness crept in, the lights above them twitch and fluttered. Shadows deepened for a split second. No, it isn't. I do not spread misery for joy. I am above that. I was merely. The voice responded only with a pained laugh. Not from where I stand. Ash stopped, the sensation drew back and he let the link go slack. The voice, however, persisted. Come on, why deny it? It's what you're made of, you just need to get your fingers out of your ears and you could hear it as well, all those screams. All those souls begging for help, for release, bound so cruelly together inside of you without choice, can you hear their melody? It's such a sweet sound. He yanked his hand away and straightened. He took in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. That was not true. He was more than that. He had to be more than that. Slowly, he lowered his eyes and stared at his open palm, his fingers curled into a fist and clenched tight. He felt the creak of bones in his hand and heard the groan of metal as his gauntlet pressed tighter and tighter. He sharply turned on his heel and marched for the door, casting not even a parting glance to whatever lay in the coffin behind him. He knew nothing of this Ophelia, but whatever monster she had made contact with was one that needed to be expunged, and yet. Ash slowed his steps and frowned. The thought that it would persist with the knowledge it was right, as if it had understood him correctly, was a different sense of unease. Proving it wrong was appealing to him. Perhaps he could keep it a secret. It was contained, trapped, and of no danger. Until he proved it wrong, until he showed it absolute proof, then he would say nothing. He was not the same as that thing. He couldn't be. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.